remain until we have the Latin America and its need of develop politics of public health for the reduction on risk of the cigar consumers in the international law available. In this occasion, we will have a very rich day in which we will have panels of a magistral conference with many topics, trend topics of specialists and experts on the matter. We invite you to share the experience of this event on the social networks as Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook for you to share how was your experience in this event. To start and to share a welcome message, I invite Maestro Rafael Arad, President of the Association Reason, Autonomy, and Right. Good morning to everyone here in on-site as virtually. And we are going to start this forum, this Latin American forum, called Nicotina and Risk Reduction, Science, Regulation, and Activism. I'm delighted to be here with all of you. Sorry. And in this forum, what we seek is to have an analysis of the context of nowadays in Mexico, as in Latin America and in other countries, on the reduction of risk associated of the consumption of nicotine and tobacco. Also, we are going to analyze and review all the different challenges that we have to overcome on this region, seeking a regulation on site that what we have nowadays. This regulation necessarily has to have scientific support, a true one, support that allows to justify in a reasonable way any decision of the authorities. It's also true that the evidences that we have about the products on the reduction for the consumption are activities that are going around on three fundamental axes: legal, scientific findings, and the activism that is important of all the smoker consumptions and the people that are interested in the human rights promotion. We have to create objectives in common internationally and nationally that can establish the basis to have better public policies on health and risk reduction on the use of tobacco. Sorry, it's important also to mention that the notion of reduction of harm, it started to generate in the 60s, and it had been, moreover, in the public politics on the different regions. Now we are worried about Latin America. We have to remember in 2005 when we have the Marco framework in the OMS, it's on the reduction of the harm of the user of the tobacco. many of these legislations, many authorities on it had forgotten these needs, and this has avoided to have many tools on saving thousands of lives on the year. In this forum, we are going to talk about many of the circumstances scientifically justified, but at the same time, in total respect of the human rights, okay? In particular, on the tobacco user rights that have been abolished for many of the public policies. This sector, we are in a society of consumption, and this sector of consumers in all places had been completely forgotten, and they are not being heard. For all of this, our association has there is an autonomy and right. We have this forum on the needs to defend the human rights on all of these tobacco and nicotine consumers in pro of the personal autonomy and the free development of the personality. Our objective as an association, they told you minutes ago, it's the realization of all the type of activities related with the defense and promotion of the human rights as a prerogative that has as base the human dignity. The effective realization is really high to notice in the integral development of people and by consequence in the defense of the personal autonomy and the right of free development of the person. The right of the consumers existing relation in these rights and in the different alternatives that the consumer has on the market on the seek of this harm reduction. Please welcome to everyone. I'm sure that with your participation we can reach the objectives that we proposed. I'm very glad that this association has so many diffusion, and moreover to have the presence of many distinguished scientific of all Latin America and other parts of the world, to have people that are interested in the promotion of them throughout the seeking of being better. We have peers that are here, and they are going to share throughout all the session different experiences, different proposals, different conditions that have been presented in the countries that are here today. We have people from Costa Rica, we have from Peru. Thank you so much for being here. Friends from Chile, friends from all parts of Latin America, our friend from Canada, Maria. I'm glad to say hi. I will learn to pronounce your name before saying it out in public, but you understand me. And obviously, other friends, national friends that I can see, fortunately, very good friends. I can see young people. I'm glad that you're worried about these topics of health, these topics of human rights, these topics about promoting the defense of different freedoms. Let's work really hard on these topics. You're going to see the different tables. If you have the opportunity, of course, of take note, ask questions. In the end, if something is worrying particularly, they are going to explain which is the mechanic, but I will invite you to participate actively. We have the different tables, and all of them, they're going to be really interesting. We will have three axes: legislation topics, scientific topics, and of course the social topic that implies all people, and particularly to this sector of users specialized on nicotine users. I thank you so much for being here. I'm going to be here. Have an excellent day, and we are going to start our forum. Thank you so much. We thank a lot to Master Rafael Lara, and please, I will ask the first panel program for today, and I would like to have here our first panelist, that is Master Juan José Bajoré Ollabrí Araya and the Dr. Walter Arellano Torres. We will inform you that after each panel, if the time allows us, we will have a space to answer the questions that you can have. To the people that are following on the internet, please ask them by writing in their social network and in the people on site. We invite you to write them in the papers that you can find in your tables. If we cannot have time to answer all the questions, they will be answered via email. We will start the concept of the harm reduction and in relation with the human rights, which I want to welcome the panelists in this space and to share with you a brief information of them. We have Maestro Juan José Sirion Lee, President of the Association Mexico and Vaping World, that is, he has a MD on law, is conference activist, and it's a professor in UNAM. Thank you so much, and good morning. We have Maestro Rafael Lara, which is president and founder of the ONG Reason, Autonomy and Right for the Promotion of the Human Rights and Free Development of Personality. He's he's a professor in UNAM and other universities that are private and public. Thank you so much. We also have the Bajoré Ollabrí Araya, who is Secretary of Association of Distributors on Vaping in Costa Rica. She's working in Fidelitas, she has been in talks, congresses, among others, in pro of community, in the disinformation struggle, sharing her experience in vaping. And as a moderator, we have Walter Arellano Torres, who is catedrático of law at UNAM and other institutions. He is a graduate in philosophy, science of communication, and psychology, among others. PhD, IMD in right. He's a conference spokesperson worldwide, and among others. Welcome, Doctor. And starting with the panel, the concept of risk reduction and its relation with the human rights, I give the floor to moderator Walter Arellano Torres. Thank you so much, and I'm delighted to be here with many people that are really accomplished. I think that the reason that we are here is because it's a way to manifest the importance to protect and resist and defend the right of free development of personality. And if you notice, we have same thing in the people that are here in the table to say in one way the academy and the other way of activism. So I think that it should be like that, an academy that could be non-passive, that is not reduced to only books, but an active academy with social sense, an academy in a way that can make true, as I talk with Lara and Dr. Lee in the catering, the epistemic resistance in a way from the voice of the academy to manifest and to be opposed on the topics that are being here in topics of our society. So starting with the order of the day, this table has to go with the reduction of risk and relation with the human rights, these two concepts that are necessary to understand in a panoramic way the sense of this contemporary discussion, the risk reduction, that it could be a very broad topic, that we have to define, redefine, and talk about it. And in the other hand, the relation on the human rights that possibly can suffer some vulnerability. In the first moment, the teacher or the MD, Yan Li of Mexico, and the World Mapping, it's a professor of UNAM, is going to have a talk that is necessary to start the problem of this table. Doctor, thank you so much. You're so kind. To all the auditorium to be here today. I have the big fortune to be the first talking. So if my talking is horrible, you don't have a point of view or a point of comparison, so you cannot say anything about it. I want to start to talk about this situation on the concept of risk reduction. When we talk about it, it could appear that at first sight it's something that it's not very common, even though in our daily life it's really common. The reality is that we use this notion in many aspects of our lives. We talk about, when we talk about the risk reduction of things of use of helmet when we are on a motorcycle, or the safety seat belt when we are in the car, the use of condoms in which we have some types of ETS, or the use of clean syringes. When people use injectable drugs, they are using dirty syringes. Instead of dying of this drug abuse, they have some disease that is getting from it. All of these risks have all this conception of going forward, in which we have a contraposition of two groups that have different points of view. In one side, those that consider that this has to be important in all the aspects of life, and on the other hand, the other one that have a conservative or moral side, in which they say, no, how you can promote the condoms in Africa? You're inviting them to having sex. Or how are you going to allow that the people that use heroin use syringes? You are inviting them to use drugs because they will have more things. Okay, if they are going to use drugs, they have to use them without having other diseases. If they are going to have sex, they have to have sex in a way that they cannot have an ETS. They are going to do it anyways. To forbid to someone to have sex or to forbid something, it's not from a democratic and free state. When these technologies are there in our realities, what we see is that we have an opposition, right? We can talk about many scientists that were pursued by Inquisition when they discovered new position. Instead of hearing what they were saying, they were pursued. Here nowadays we have an advantage that maybe Galileo didn't have in its moment. We have a protection to our human rights as a central part of the normative construction of the democratic countries. So in the moment that we want to make a change in a politic, any person, I refer to any person, we have the possibility to do it because our human rights that are considered in our Constitution allows us to do this. Fortunately, this stopped the advocation of state. The state cannot forbid anything but only the things that are justified. To forbid something, we have to have a justification to do it. We have to make a privilege on the individual rights of each people. What happened in the moment that a technology comes in, a technology that can be considered that is in the concept of harm reduction or risk reduction, on the first moment the government says, okay, no, stop it. Let's forbid this. They make a reference to a principle of precaution, but in
que
the
per se
reality is
la
that per
salud
se
pública
the
no
public
es una
health
razón
is not a
que nos
reason
permita
that
justificar una
allows us to
prohibición.
justify
A lo que me refiero es, si yo digo esto es para proteger la salud
to
pública,
justify something not
no
to do
es la
it.
salud pública
It's
el
not the public health of the
razonamiento, sino la
reason,
salud
but
pública es
the
la
public
finalidad.
health is
Y nosotros
the
tenemos que
end,
decir
not the
cuál
means.
es la razón por
And
la que esta prohibición
we have
incidirá
to
en la
say
salud
why we're
pública.
forbidding this
Si se dan cuenta, a veces
on
esta
the public health.
estructura
This
no se
structure, if
hace
you can
correcta.
see, is
Cuando
not
hablamos del
correct.
concepto de reducción
When
de
we talk
daños,
about
tenemos una situación en la que
risk
decimos,
reduction,
si una
we say
persona
if a
no puede o
person
no quiere
cannot
dejar
or
de
don't want
consumir
to
algo, de
consume
utilizar
something,
algo,
to use something,
pongámosle a la vista,
let's
pongámosle a su alcance algún
put it
tipo de
into its
circunstancia
reach
en la
some
que
type of
siga haciendo esa
circumstances
actividad
that
que
they can do
consideramos
that activity
peligrosa o dañina,
that we
pero que al
consider
mismo
harm
tiempo
or
no lo
dangerous,
incida
but
tan gravemente en su salud o en su
could be
integridad.
less dangerous for them,
Este
for their
concepto,
integrity and their
no
health.
obstante
This
considerado por la
concept is
Organización
not that
Mundial de la
considered
Salud e
for
inclusive en la Ley General para el Control
the
del Tabaco en
OMS,
México,
and
parece
so in
ser que se
the tobacco
olvida.
control in Mexico, and we
Todas
have
las posturas
forgotten this.
se
All the
han, como
posture,
dijo en su
all the
momento
people
el maestro
have
Rafael Lara, se han
been
olvidado de la persona más
forgetting on the
importante
most
que es el
important people,
usuario.
that is the user.
Y al momento de
And in the
olvidarse del
moment
usuario,
that they're forgetting
incide
the
una
user,
violación
they have a
a cuando
violation
menos
on
tres derechos
3
humanos
human
que
rights
siempre deben
that
de ser
are
respetados en un
always
Estado
have to be
democrático y moderno.
respected in a
Y
democratic state.
empezamos con el tema
And
de
we
la
start
mesa.
on the
Lo
table
primero
topic.
es
The
el
first
libre
thing is
desarrollo
the
de la
free development of the person.
Hago un paréntesis.
I
Es que
will
no se
make
me
a
puede
parenthesis.
olvidar.
This cannot,
Escucho a una
I cannot
persona
forget
que
this. I
está
can hear
buscando
a
prohibiciones
person
para
that
el uso
is
de tecnologías
reaching
en contra del tabaco. Y se le ocurre
type
decir
of
una
ways
afirmación
not
de
to
que
do
una
things,
persona
and
que
they
tiene
find
una
an
dependencia
affirmation
a
that have
cualquier cosa ya no es libre
that
para
is
ejercer su
codependent
decisión. Escuchen nada más eso, o sea,
in something
pero
is not
ni
free to make a
Inquisición.
decision.
Pues
So
claro, yo tengo
here, this not
libertad de
in the
volverme
Inquisition. I have the
dependiente a
freedom
la sustancia que
to
yo
be
quiero,
dependent on the
porque
substance I want,
precisamente en eso
because
consiste el libre
precisely
desarrollo de la
that's
persona.
the free
Esta
development of
noción
personality.
de
This
derecho
notion
humano
of human
en
right
México
in
se ha
Mexico,
vuelto,
it
por
has
decirlo de alguna
developed, or
manera,
it has
muy
become
divulgado por parte de
really
nuestros jueces.
outgoing on our
Esto ha
judges.
dado pie,
So
por
this
ejemplo,
has
a que
given
se
us
autorice
that
el
to be
uso
authorized
recreativo
the recreative
del
use
cannabis.
of
Esto ha
cannabis,
dado pie a
and
que exista la
also to
posibilidad de
exist the
las
possibility of
autopercepciones en razón de
auto-perception in
género de
reason
las
of
personas que así lo
genre
decidan.
in people that
Y
have
esto ha dado
decided
pie
this,
a que se
and
haya
this has led
construido una
to
jurisprudencia por
we
parte de la
have
Suprema
to
Corte de
construct
Justicia
some
que
types of
dice que la
law
prohibición de
that
la
says that the
comercialización de los
prohibition,
dispositivos de vapeo específicamente sea
the
inconstitucional.
vaping prohibition has to be constitutional.
Porque
Why?
una
Because
de
one
las grandes
of the
prerrogativas que
biggest
tenemos las
prerogatives
personas
that
en
we
este
have
país
people in this
tiene
country
que ver con la
has to do
posibilidad
with the
de
possibility
decidir nuestro proyecto de vida,
to decide which
nuestra
is our
dieta,
project of
nuestro
life, our
aspecto
diet,
e
how do we
inclusive
look,
las sustancias
and
que
the
decidimos consumir.
substances that we want to consume.
Solamente puede restringirse cuando existe una
It only can be
justificación,
restricted when there's a
especialmente que tenga
specific
que ver con daños a
justification in
terceros,
harming
pero no
third
con los daños
person,
a que una
but not
persona
in the damages
se
of
causa utilizando
people
estas diferentes
is harming
sustancias.
itself to
Y
using
esto
these
queda
substances.
claramente
And this is
concatenado con el
clearly
siguiente derecho
linked
que se tiene que
in the
proteger, y es el
following
derecho a
right
la
that has to
salud.
be protected, that is the
Escucharán
health
en unos momentos
right.
más al licenciado
In
Tomás
some moments you
O'Gorman,
will hit
que dice
hear
una
Thomas
frase que a mí me
O'Gorman
gusta mucho.
that he says something
El
that I
derecho a
like.
la salud
The right
no es una
to
obligación.
health is not an
Y
obligation.
efectivamente,
And
el
effectively,
derecho que
the
tengo a la
right that I
salud
have to
es el
have
derecho que
health
tengo a
is the
decidir
right
qué tan saludable estoy.
that I have
Pero
to
le
decide
conlleva una
how healthy can I
responsabilidad al
be.
Estado
But
de
this is a
proporcionarme las
responsibility
herramientas
to the
necesarias
state
para que
that
yo llegue
give
al
me the
nivel
necessary
máximo de la
tools
salud.
to reach the
Cuando vemos un
maximum
concepto
level
que
of
tiene que
health.
ver con
When
el
we
derecho a la
see
salud,
a
se dice
concept
que es
with
el grado, la búsqueda del grado máximo
that we have on the health side, we need to be as healthy as we can in some place and have the information from the state, but the decision is from on the person. The state cannot decide how healthy can I be. If I want to eat French fries every day, the state what they can say is, please try not to eat French fries because you will have some diseases, but I am the one who is going to make the decision to stop eating chips or not eating chips. We live in a place in which we take this from granted. The right for health is not the right, is the right that having
No es el
medicines,
derecho que tengo
hospitals,
indirectamente
is not the
a
right that I
elegir un
have
tratamiento, a decidir si
indirectly to decide
utilizo
if I
uno
use
u otro tratamiento
each or other
independientemente de lo que me
treatment
quiera imponer el
independently of
Estado
what the
y al
state
final del
wants to
camino a
impose me, and in
determinar
the
cómo
long
voy a
run to
afrontar
determine how I'm
mi
going
estado de
to
salud
face my
en la
state
forma que
of
yo
health in
considero
the
que es lo
way
idóneo.
I think
¿Sí?
it's the best
Siempre pongo
way.
el ejemplo de un enfermo de
I
cáncer que dicen hay que
always
hacerte una
place
quimioterapia y él
this
dice no,
example of
yo quiero utilizar medicina alternativa.
cancer
Ese es el derecho a la salud.
people with cancer.
Que el médico te
So
diga, es que
the
si no
doctor
usas
can
la
say
quimioterapia
you have to use
seguramente las otras terapias
chemotherapy,
no te van a
but
servir. Muchas gracias, pero yo
and he
quiero
may
hacer
say
una
maybe
terapia
other
alternativa.
therapies
Y
cannot
con lo que
be
les
of
acabo
use,
de
and
decir,
the patient will say,
concatenamos
okay,
esta
thank you,
situación
but I
al
want to
tercero
use
de estos
alternative
derechos, el derecho a la
medicines and not
información.
chemotherapy. So I have the right
¿Qué se
to have
necesita para
information,
tomar
but
una decisión? Tener la
what does it
información.
take to make a
Si
decision?
yo
To have
necesito
information. If
una
I need a
terapia,
therapy,
necesito que me
I
digan
need to
cuáles son
tell
las
me which are the
consecuencias de ella para
consequences of this
tener
therapy
esta o de otra,
or
para
another
poder tomar la
therapy to
decisión de
make a
cuál es la que
decision
voy a
in
querer
which
utilizar.
is the best for me
Lo
and
mismo sucede en
which
todo
one,
aspecto.
what I want to
¿Sí?
use.
El
In every
Estado
aspect
no
is the
puede
same.
incidir
The
en
state
prohibirme,
cannot
no puede
forbid
incidir en
me or
restringirme,
restrict me.
tiene que incidir
It
en
has to
incidir
tell
en
me in
educar,
education,
¿sí? En decirme, si
in
tú
telling me
fumas,
if you
seguramente
smoke,
tendrás una
you
enfermedad
will
de tal
have a
naturaleza,
disease of
sin
of
mentiras.
this nature without
Nada de que la
any
sustancia más
lies.
tóxica del mundo es la nicotina, y
Let's
sobre
not
todo en la
say
dosis
that
que tienen
the
los cigarros, porque
nicotine
eso no es cierto.
substance is the most
¿Sí?
harmful,
Una persona que
because
fuma
that's not true. A
empieza a
people
tener
that is
problemas en su salud
smoking,
después de
it
25
will
años de
have
utilizarlo. Eso no es una sustancia tóxica.
problems
Cualquier veneno que yo utilice me
this
mata en
one
5 minutos. Eso sí es una
25
sustancia tóxica.
years
Y
long
no podemos
ahead.
dar una sobredimensión a las
If I use
cosas con
poison,
el
it
mero
will kill me in
objetivo
5 minutes,
de llegar a
right?
un fin.
So we
Sabemos que
need to have
Maquiavelo
an
pues,
objective
no es
to
como que
make
el
the
más
ends.
amado de todos
Machiavelli
cuando
is not the
decía que el
most
fin
loved for
justifica los medios.
everybody
¿Sí?
by saying the means
Entonces,
justify
lo que tiene que
the
hacer el
ends.
gobierno es darnos
So what the
información
government
precisa,
needs to give me
completa
is
y correcta
information,
con el
correct
objeto
information,
de que
precise
yo esté en la
information with the
posibilidad
objective that
de
I
que en
can
ejercicio de
be
mi libre
in the
desarrollo de la
possibility in my
personalidad
free
tenga
developmental
el grado de
personality,
salud
I
que yo
can have
decido tener.
the
¿Sí? Hay que dar los
healthiest
3 juntos, se vio bien al
uh,
final, ¿no?
grade
Entonces,
of health that I can
simple y
have, that I need to
sencillamente,
have.
la
So
información es un
information
derecho
is
humano
a human
reconocido
right
por
that
todos los
is
tratados
recognized in all
internacionales en el que no
internationally,
podemos
in which we
esperar
cannot
que se nos dé
expect
una
to
información basada en cuestiones
give an information
ni
to us
ideológicas
without
ni
ideology,
derivadas
without
de
derive
conveniencias
on
económicas,
economical conveniences
políticas
or
o
political
sociales.
conveniences or social
Y por
conveniences.
último,
And
en el
for last
momento
but not
que
least, in the
nosotros
moment
pensamos
that
en el
we are
libre desarrollo de
thinking
la
on the free
personalidad, en el
development of
derecho a la
personality,
salud
in
y
the
en el
right to
derecho a la
health
información,
and the right
y
of
todo esto
having
lo
information,
referimos
and all of this
al
we can
concepto de
refer to the
reducción de
concept of
daños,
harm
nos
reduction.
encontramos con
We
que
are
es una
finding in
vía
that it's a
idónea
way, a very
para que en
good
una
way for
convivencia
having a
social
social
medianamente
media,
decente,
and
la
that we
gente
can
pueda decidir por
be
las
in the
alternativas que
society that people
consideren
can
necesarias
have the
para
alternatives that they
sentirse
consider
bien
necessary to feel
consigo
well
mismos.
with themselves.
Entonces, bueno,
So,
repito, como me
okay,
tocó la primera, no importa cómo esté,
I
me
don't
sirvió
know
para dar
how
esta
it could be,
introducción,
so it's for having an
desarrollando
introduction,
estos tres
developing these three
aspectos
aspects,
para que las
for
ponencias que
the
siguen
other
pues tengan por lo
talks
menos
can
esta
have
base
this base
epistemológica en cuanto a su
in
contenido.
each
Por cierto,
in
escribí
the
un libro que
conception.
tiene que ver
I
con
wrote
esto.
a book that has to do
Está
with
a la
this.
venta en la
Is
entrada
on
para
sale
quien le
in
interese.
the
Es un
entrance.
libro que habla de
It's a
cómo
book that
inciden
talks
estos
about and
derechos
how these
humanos, de
human
cómo ha
rights are changing all of
ido
this,
evolucionando
how
el
they
concepto de
are
reducción de
evolving
daños
the harm
y tiene
reduction,
un corte
and
este
it has
libro
a
sobre todo
cut
para el
on
conocimiento
the
de la
knowledge of
gente y los
people and
activistas.
the
Está
activists,
hecho un análisis
and we have an
puntual de la
analysis
discusión que se tuvo en
on
la
the
Suprema
discussion
Corte
that
de
we have
Justicia
on the
cuando se demandó por jurisprudencia por
Supreme
contradicción de tesis
Court of
hacer
Justice, in which we
inconstitucional la
have
prohibición de la comercialización de estos
in
derechos.
constitutional the prohibition
Y
of
bueno, por mi
this
parte es todo.
information.
Muchísimas gracias.
On my side is everything. Thank you so much.
So it's important to privilege certain rights, but for that we need to have informed subjects. Otherwise, we cannot talk about free development of personality. So, to continue, I'll give the floor to Rafael Lara, member of the Association Razón, Autonomía y Derecho a Ser. Thank you so much. I think the presentation is on. I'm glad to see you after all this time. 15 minutes ago, to be precise. I'm going to be talking about a very personal opinion on human rights. This is why I use this title. A multi-level perspective towards human rights and personal autonomy defense. Before we delve into this matter deeply, I would like to give a brief overview of human rights, as well as their antecedents. As Mr. Juan José Sirian already mentioned, and Dr. Walter already mentioned, we're going to try to set an epistemic ground to see what we're talking about. It's very important to have a notion of human rights clear. Why do we speak of health to right? Right to health. We're going to talk about the need to establish this relationship between health and free development of personality, as well as individual freedom. All right, what are human rights then?
Nosotros sabemos que los derechos humanos son precisamente aquellos.
As we know, human rights are inherent to all human beings, regardless of nationality, address, sex, ethnic origin, race, language, or any other factors. We all have the same human rights. Discrimination is prohibited. Human rights are interdependent and indivisible. The notion of human rights is not only a political one, but also a legal and social perception. Because we're talking about rights that are inherent to humans just because of their nature. So how did we reach this point? We'll be talking about the three-generation theory. But I'd like to talk about human rights before the 18th century. Maybe we cannot fathom it as quickly as we might like to, but human rights have been present since ancient Greece to an extent. The Roman Empire, which also gave way to the common law systems, already have the basis of human rights. So let's take a look at a Sophocles tragedy, Antigone. Here we can see a universal notion of human rights. Certain natural laws that have no need to be written down because they are within humans already. There is a conflict between Antigone and Creonte. She's holding him accountable for wanting to enforce a law that has just been issued. She tries to stand for the previous laws that are valuable to her. So from this point, from this historical point, we can already find ethical and moral tinges in legal decisions. It is not enough it's not enough to draft a certain rule unless the rule matches the social context in terms of morality. I'm talking practically speaking. Morality comes from Greek, and it comes from the notion of society and society's activities. As I said, Rome, these notions also date to Rome. So we can find a notion of protection of rights back then. Homo libero exhibendo is a deed that opposes arbitrary incarceration, and it protects individual freedom. Rome was a society with slaves. However, Homo libero exhibendo enabled at least the citizens before this excess of authority. Interdecesio tribunicia is a power from the tribuno plebis. These jurors defended the rights of the majorities. Thus, slavery and abuse could be prevented. These procedural elements were therefore important in ancient Rome because they paved the way towards a more humane perspective. During the Middle Age in Spain, we find the general privileges and foral processes, which were means to safeguard human rights at that time. And now we reach England. England is known as the Queen of Freedoms because with their Magna Carta, with their constitution, they reached the maximum degree of development in terms of protection of citizens. These substantial rights were accounted for. They were covered in this constitution. Procedural elements were to be at reach of the general public. In the 19th century, we can find certain transcending institutions. We're still talking about this legal and procedural elements. We're talking about the law of lands, the request of rights, petition of rights, habeas corpus, and the Bill of Rights. So from the very 17th century, we began finding the need to protect human rights.
Para no hacerlo más pesado, ¿verdad? Ya veo que se están durmiendo, no se preocupen, hay mucho café, así que quédense tranquilos. Vamos a platicar rápidamente de la generación de los derechos humanos.
Let's talk about the creation of human rights.
Nos han adelantado, ¿verdad? Nuestro José Sirión, cómo se presenta
Mr. Sirión has already talked about the creation of human rights. We have the first, second, and third generation from the 18th century. France and the United States were the main promoters of these rights. And this notion, the more current notion, has certain focal points which I would like to underscore. I'm sorry, it's the cold. So the first generation refers to civilian and political rights, also known as classical liberties. That is equality, the condition of men, the right to an own personality, to have a name, nationality. Those are elemental rights. That's the first generation of these rights, and that will take us towards the first step in acknowledging human rights. Then we have the second generation, where we're talking about economic, environmental, and social rights. We know them in Spanish as DESCA because of their initials. And these rights have many concerning points. One of the most important of these rights is the right to health care. And then the third generation, we have general rights. They are individual rights, but they can also be collective. Right to peace, to development, to a healthy environment. And that will allow us to identify why every day human rights seem to become more complex in terms of development and execution. Because human rights are all right, but if we do not enforce them and apply them, us as citizens, then they are not useful. Here's the chart, the summary chart. So here we have first generation, freedoms, second, equality in terms of economy rights, social rights, environmental rights. And then the third generation, as we said, comprises solidarity, values, and rights. So this is, as I said, a summary chart.
Muy bien. En ese sentido, nosotros vamos a hablar de cómo
We're going to be talking about how, since 2011, human rights in Mexico have been very much promoted. The Mexican state acknowledges the need to promote and defend human rights under the principles of universality, indivisibility, interdependence, and progressivity. This, according to international trends and international covenants and treaties regarding these liberties. And they touch upon what concerns us today, the free development of personality and individual freedom. Juan José Sirión already explained, but I wanted to show you this myself. For you to notice the importance of the right to health, which has to do with dignity. According to the WHO, health is the physical, mental, and social wellness state. And we link this to risk reduction. Of course, it has to do with this array of strategies that seek a conduct change towards health harmful factors. They don't seek to cancel the risky activity, but rather diminish the damages. So, risk reduction, which is what authorities don't normally get, risk reduction saves lives. It enables us to save millions of lives while seeking alternatives. In this case, nicotine is used for that purpose. So let's finish this by talking about the conclusions. Human rights are inherent to all human beings. They are interdependent, international, and indivisible. We need to promote them through regional activism, internationally organized, well documented, and supported by a scientific basis. And this is the aim of my organization. Seek an effective regulation in all countries. It's not enough to have the rights, but we need to enforce them and have authorities acknowledge them and defend them. The right to good health includes several factors, such as the right to freedom, the development of personality, autonomy. They are interconnected. The right to good health has several variants, and so it's important to acknowledge it as a multifactorial right. The reduction of risk does not aim to cancel conduct. State policies must be established as alternatives. We seek to protect people from the risk of their own decisions, but we do not aim to cancel the possibility of them making these decisions. So thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. I'd like to give the floor to Walter Arellano once more. Thank you so much, Mr. Lara. This was very interesting to give us context To begin with this theoretical and conceptual framework of human rights, which will guide us throughout these discussions. This context you provided, dating from Rome to modernity, was very interesting. And regarding your conclusions, I love that you said that the right to good health is multifactorial, and that policies should not be restrictive of human rights. Now, I would like to give the floor to Bajareo Jabri Olaya. Oh, yeah, I know, my name is hard. Don't worry. I'm here representing Costa Rica. And I would like to start talking about the legal situation of risk reduction products for tobacco use. In this case, in Costa Rica, I'm going to talk about the challenges that we've faced. I'll give a brief overview of how these products have been evolving. And well, vaping started in 2009 in Costa Rica. It was regulated in 2012, 2015. Okay, we're all set. So from 2015, 2018, vaping began being regulated. A law came out regulating the use of these products. And this law also comprised conventional cigarettes, not only vaping products at first. When this 1998 law, that's the name of the law, 1998, when it came into force, we had certain goals. And one of the main goals established in Article 2 was to tackle the illegal commerce of these products. I don't know how much we've managed to comply with this article, but we'll delve on that later. In Article 11, it is stated that annually and under oath, these products need to state their ingredients and materials. The Health Ministry, which is the public health-related entity in Costa Rica, requests certain tests. Sorry, I forgot the name of these tests. What's the name of the test? Chromatographies. Sorry. So these chromatographies are requested. Once these are executed, we have to make a sworn statement with a list of ingredients. We need to care for public health and consumers' health. So we submit this statement, this sworn statement, and then, of course, the due taxes must be paid, the due tariffs, and they give us a TBC. That means that is a certification that certifies that these products are certified for user consumption. It is a qualification. Article 16 delves into publicity and promotion. In my country, advertising and publicity of these products is prohibited. This is funny to me because we have complied with our responsibility to inform the consumers of the ingredients they are consuming, but us as companies cannot promote the product neither for information nor for publicity. We are not allowed to grow our brand, and that takes a toll on the consumer's right to information. I think that regulation was more than enough. I am conflicted. In the sense that there are worse cases. In my country, it is not prohibited to smoke nor vape. It's just regulated. In my country, they love taxes. But there are no specific taxes for these products. And well, it didn't used to have taxes imposed, but then these new vaping products were associated with cigarettes and thus with cancer. So a new tax was imposed to cover for the necessary health care. To cover health expenses related to these products. They wanted to charge 1,000 colons, around 100 Mexican pesos. So we asked, why? There is a reasonable principle, a proportionate principle. Every tax should be justified by a technical study, justifying why this tax is being charged, and in this case we didn't have one.
Okay, that's why I differ. Why you impose in the state a tariff that you cannot justify? It's not equal. It's nothing related to this product. It has not existed any case that really harm anything or that has had my country to have an expense related on this product. So explain why we are going into this war. It was there, it was here, what is happening, it's calm, it goes, it went, it comes. We called them, we didn't. Thank God something happened, COVID, I don't know. But when we started to go out, it was up. We need these taxes, and then Okay, the legislation comes and say 1,000 colonos, no, because I cannot justify them. I don't know. You don't have a reason. We cannot justify them. So let's going to do it in 40%. 40%. Okay, I have never heard that 70% we can have. Initially, send 70%, and then I will explain how does this 70% works. So we have 40. We got into discussion in Costa Rica. It exists actually two associations. They exist. Places in which we have this commercialization of the product, and we get united to be able to struggle this thing that would these taxes so high it could make a real problem in the industry as such of the vaping product. Okay, so in an opportunity in that fight that we had, the interested parts, we also had Don Roberto Susman. So kindly he was here. He came to Costa Rica. He wanted to help us. He tried it, and he wouldn't let me lie. It was something so boring to negotiate, and not was negotiation to share information according the expertise field. If I'm not a doctor, I'm not gonna talk about of medical things. If I'm not a scientific, I cannot come and talk to you about this field or such, right? So we said, okay, we agree and we know that in our cases the legislation is composed by many types of professionals, in which some of them have information, others they don't. We are going to give all the information expert on each term to have a guide and responsibly to create a criteria that has one of the struggle that all of us have done before. Why do we have this criteria? Why in the street the person can say, hey, vaping? One day they told me in the airport, yesterday or before yesterday, yesterday, yes. Oh, so where are you going? I'm going out to the vaping zone. Oh, but the vaping causes a fungus in the lungs. Okay, perfect. Okay, I don't care. So let's make a deal. Please don't open the Pandora box because you're working here and I cannot waste my time with you. I don't blame them. It's lack of information. Lack of information of the state are not providing us. So the law passed. They didn't pass for on a 40%, but on a 20%, and we can see the logo in which we have to pay on the 15th of March. We have to pay the taxes of vaping and accessories. A problem with this is not only because we have the products there or that derivative of tobacco, no, but we have their batteries, chargers, the everything. What's the justification? With which justification the state is giving me? A mouthpiece that I can use it in any place, batteries that they are not only used for the vapors. So big deal. We are dealing with this in that aspect. How can we reach out to this? I don't want to talk badly of people, but it's misinformation, it's not interest, it's I don't know what it is. It's my abuse on this industry, and as I have how to regulate it, but I don't want to complicate. I just put everything. Why? Is just one part. The consequences of this law in my country, at least, informal market, in every part it goes up. When we bring and we have taxes, we impose really high taxes. They cannot compete. They can to attribute that consumption to the user. The user is a person, maybe not high class, low class. They cannot pay a product that costs For example, on the $50–$60 depending on the product. So it's a little bit hard. The market increases, the illicit market increases. What happens with this? The quality of products are not going through any type of study. We don't know where they come from, and it's one of the consequences. Access to children in that industry is in Costa Rica. We are opposed completely to the access of children in this market. It's necessary to be opposed to this. In the law 9028, we have the rules of the branding, and what fail there is that they are not fitting there. This branding is not only in the vaping liquid. What do you see? Something that cannot be or shouldn't be there, right? With one, I can use it very well. It's useful, one of these. If we can read what it says, the smoke of tobacco has substances, chemical substances associated to cancer. As far as I know, the vaping has not smoke. Has I'm not really smoking. I'm vaping. It's clear. It's there. No, we are talking about two products, totally different products. Misinformation. Instead of giving information to the user, we're misinformating. It's what we have. We are promoting a law in which we have had a neutral marketing and neutral branding. How? Going through every human rights. People have the right, as my peers told me, to free development of personality. What do I want to use? What do I want to stick in my body? The right, my right starts or ends when the other people starts. Health. Why? I cannot guarantee, the state are not letting me to guarantee to give you a good thing. We cannot grow, we cannot get established. It's everything destined to a failure. The right of the user, as I told you, the right of being able to know information, the right to have in hand its product. And I want to close with a phrase of Kofi Annan. The human rights are rights, and take them, defend them, promote them, understand them, and please keep on going with them. Nurture them and enrich them. They are the best of us. Give them life and have them in your life. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much. It was something hard that helped us to make this exercise of compare law with Ley 9028, 166. They don't want to be better, they want to be worse, no? In Latin America. And I think our governments are sharing a delight of the taxes and all these tariffs. And has been a talk very interesting that nurture us in the Mexican case and in the compare law, in how it's legislated in Costa Rica. It's really weird on the all the pictures that we have that we make a copy paste from the nicotine boxes. It's not so well when they do it. It's nice to see how the lack of seriousness and the regulation is not there. The regulations is on the taxes, and every part of the vaping is taxed, and they are not making the analysis of the rights that can be vulnerable. We have a pair of questions. I don't know how are we on time. I want to I want to let them ask us questions to all of us, and after this, we will have general questions to have in a concrete mail. So for Araya, the Ministry of Health of Costa Rica has laboratory specialized on this to certify all the cigars and vapings. Are they having all this by sale, or just are the taxes for the packages? No, the study that we should make on the liquids, that is the study for only the one that have nicotine. We have to have external laboratory to have an expenses of $300, we can say, per each round, per each level of nicotine, right? So it's not, I have this liquid and that we have been accepted all the flavor. If we have strawberry, melon, and watermelon, I have to eat to make one test per each flavor. It's external, not even internal. It's such in that the health ministry is so hard to us, as I don't have how to measure that you are using product with or not or without tobacco. We have liquid without nicotine, so how can you say if they are using products derived from tobacco or not? Why I don't have the means to have the measurements to see if they have tobacco or not, or if they have nicotine or not? The prohibition of the publicity, that depends on the zone. Okay, in Costa Rica we're divided by districts, so maybe this district, the people in charge, what's the name of the person? Okay, well, anyways, so let's say that the one that is working on the health ministry, that has to go internal in each store to see if they consider or interpret it's forbidden to the internal images that are showing this type of diseases, but internal we cannot use images of people vaping. In the internal is also forbidden. We also have stores, and we have to place a black bag on the frames that we have related to vaping. Thank you so much. We have another question on Maestro Juan José Sirionli. How would it possible to have more this concrete vaping that have on vaping an option to quit smoking? Okay. From Mexico and Mexico vaping and the world vaping, all the activists they know, we have promoted 1,000 of these laws on the prohibitions. We have many prohibitions that are not constructive on the general, but in the executive we have many inversions. It's an imposition that comes from the executive part, because the general law for the control of tobacco are constructed for the Union Congress, but the ruling on the tobacco control is from the Health Secretariat. So in Mexico we have very interesting things, right? The rules can prohibit more than law. In any in school we learn a normative hierarchy. We have many injunctions. So super strong heat, we are prohibiting just the boxes of tobacco in the stores, and the stores change. In Mexico has a suspension for he cannot exhibit these boxes of tobacco. Why should I prohibit if the biggest chain in Mexico has all the products of tobacco exhibited in their stores? Sorry that I will extend. We have a concept that I like to talk about a lot. In the Latin American countries, this notion of what the Anglo-Saxon are saying of law enforcement is something very different. For Latin, law enforcement idea is to apply the right, but to apply the right is if I want to, if I let it, let's see if they can. If they can harm us. In general terms, in the decent population, bad people are everywhere, but Anglo-Saxon, they hear law enforcement and what they think is, I have to go through the law. And Latin American is, I won't follow the law unless they have to make me do it. These excessively prohibiting laws are derived from the incapacity on our authorities to make this law enforcement. So the problem is that the people that are talking, Professor Lara knows the pragmatic argument. It's an interpretation to a law or a circumstance that we want to prevent any type of interpretation. We do the argument for the authorities is zero. It doesn't exist. What I'm going to do is I'm going to prohibit the exhibition. What is the consequence? I don't know. I think they are going to stop smoking. You think? You know what's going to happen? They are going to have the cigarettes in the street market. So people are going to go to street markets. In the street markets, they have specific cigars that are less harmful, that cost less, so they affect the national production, the health on the people because they are smoking low quality things, and you affect 10,000 things that never prevent on the pragmatic argument before. Just with the objective to create laws that are pretending to harm the freedom without trying to imagine which are going to be the consequences, the real consequences on those extreme restrictions. So we have to take into account this, and I invite everyone to want to defend their rights to promote these injunctions on these restrictions, because in this government, specifically in this government, the injunctions are the way out to everything. So that's the president loves us to talk about injunctions. They are a possibility. Thank you. Okay, we have another question. Which is your position on the legalization of drugs with the cannabis, for example, and the provision of the vaping technology? And the second is, which is the limit of frontier between your personal decision to ingest or consume any substance and the Commonwealth on the scarce medicine in the sector, in the medical sector that we have? This is super political. I'm gonna try to answer so neutral. The first thing is every person has right to have their freedom as much as you can. So to talk about circumstances, as to say we are going to allow people to smoke pot, but we are going to forbid the vaping, it's not moral, but it has no sense. I can smoke cigarette, I can drink alcohol, I can eat in McDonald's or chocolates. I love to eat in McDonald's, for example, and that's my decision. I know that maybe my pressure will be high, yes, and even though I'm going, but I know that I will have high blood pressure. So there is some inconsistencies in our government, in Mexico specifically, that comes from the executive side, not from the legislation in these cases at least. The legislative side is saying, no, we are not going to allow the ludic use of pot. The law enforcement, they will say any person can use any substance, so we are in a discussion on how we are going to do it, but we cannot do it because the executive side are not letting them. So the executive side, can I say practically in our 100% of the cases, they are derived from moral decision and economical interest, and that is so great. To harm the freedom of people based on moral and economical interest is going to be a really big deal when we are talking to the democratic state. And I'm talking democratic state because apparently our politicians love to say democratic state, and they are doing the opposite on what a democratic state should be doing. So my side is allow everything. I will say violence, drugs, and sex, but in general terms, let's say everything that they can allow, everything, unless you don't have any affectation to third. That's individual respect, and not harming to a third person is what we are trying to do. So forbidding these cigarettes, forbidding, they are allowing for the black market to sell this. So it's going to be less if you're going to see not selling this to young people, allowing having these tariffs of having 3,000 pesos. If you're going to sell it to the children, it would be less. So now we're going to go to our next talk. We thank a lot our panelists and our moderator to the participation, and we are going to give a prize for your excellent participation. Thank you so much. We ask you to go on the side of the presidium table to be able to take the official picture.
Fuerte aplauso, por favor.
Please give them an applause.
Y ahora sí les pido, por favor, que nos regalen.
And please, I ask you to take the official picture, please. Yes, please, the picture with the prize, please. Let's cheer them up to our panelists and our moderator that have an excellent table. We are asking some seconds in which our support personnel has the stage for our next panel. After each panel, if the time is allowing us, we have a space to answer the questions to the people that are on internet. Please write them up, and the people on site will invite us to write them beforehand on the papers that you can find in your tables. If we cannot have time to answer all the questions, don't worry about it, we will answer them via email. And also, we let you know in our next panel we'll have a participation in English, so we are inviting them to have a Spanish translation device, please. They are outside of these rooms. We are ready to continue with our next panel, for which I will invite our next panelists that are here. They are Dr. Roberto Sussman, Dr. Jessica Esquivel-Chaín, Dr. Alejandro Chávez, Dr. José Manuel Mier, and Dr. Christian Heinrich. We want to invite you to share this experience on our social network, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and Twitter, using the hashtag Foro Libre Nicotina and hashtag Foro de Regulación. We invite you also to share your experience in this forum using these hashtags. We're almost ready to go on with the panel medical and scientific experience on the reduction of risk, which I want to give to welcome all the people and to share some information about them. We have with us Dr. Roberta Alonso Malibowski, which is doctor in Physica in London, is titular researcher in nuclear researches 2001 level 3 on National System of Researchers in Mexico, a teacher in postgraduate in astronomy, among others, autonomous activist in pro of the human user rights on the vaping systems for the giving nicotine and pro vaping in Mexico. Welcome, doctor. We also have the Dr. Anders Milton, representative oral nicotine commission of Suecia, and it's medical with many years on the health part. He's a president of the Medical Association worldwide. He was coordinator of attention and treatment and psychiatric treatment as a president of the Committee on Politics of HIV/AIDS. He has worked non-stop to defend the human rights and to enforce the ethical of the medical enforcement and the safe medical enforcement. We also have Dr. Mexica Chain, who is thoracic minimal invasion in Hospital Ángeles Lomas, is handling of and risk reduction, is member of Latinoamericano net of reduction of harm reduction associated to tobacconist or use of tobacco. And we also have Dr. Alejandro Chavez, who is cardiologist from UNAM. He is on the coronary diseases on the General Hospital in Mexico. He is a spokesperson, international spokesperson and catedrático of acute coronary disease. He also spoke on the reduction of harm on tobacco users on the endothelium, vascular endothelium.
We also have Dr. José Manuel Nier Bordusola, thorax surgeon, director of minimal invasive surgery. He is a surgeon graduated from UNAM, as well as Alcalá Henares, Madrid. He's an expert in risk reduction associated to tobacco use. And as moderator, we have Christian Heinrich, physician from Anáhuac. He has a degree from the Public Health University of Sydney, Australia. He's been dealing with the resolution of clinical troubles associated to tobacco use. He has a great experience in epidemiology and public health. He's an epidemiologist based on sanitary regulation and narcotics regulation. Welcome. We invited Alejandro Tzvartz, the head of COFEPRIS. However, we did not obtain a response on his behalf to discuss this very important issue. We also invited Gaby Sabiki, National Commissioner Against Addiction. However, he declined, arguing that abiding by the tobacco control covenant, his participation was unviable. Continuing with this very important topic, I would like to give the floor to Christian Heinrich. Thank you. I'm very glad to have us all here gathered in this regional effort. Usually, the leaders in these topics are those who generate evidence, researching countries. The ones who delve into risk reduction technologies. As a doctor, it is important to me to talk about evidence, factual evidence, and clarify the results, as well as the complexities that these results might yield. And any confusion that this might cause regarding tobacco consumption and risks. So let's begin this discussion board. Dr. Sussman will now give a brief introduction on international scientific evidence. Thank you to the organizers of this forum for the invitation. This was a very necessary forum to hold, to diffuse scientific information. I hope there aren't any technical issues. Basically, I will be talking about scientific evidence, because we're speaking of risk reduction. We want to attest to the fact that risk is being reduced. We need strict science, which involves medicine, physics, chemistry. We're going to talk about inhaled spray, and we'll discuss some of the fears from our authorities. Just as a disclaimer, I have no conflict of interest with tobacco industries or manufacturers. In 2008, the electronic cigarette came into the market. It was a disruptive technology and a very controversial one, as well as successful one. It revolutionized the way in which we approach tobacco use. But truly, does the use of electronic cigarettes reduce the risks from tobacco use? Smoking and vaping are similar, but appearances are deceiving. These, in both cases, we consume anthropogenic particulates, which means that they're human-made. The spray is a microscopic particulate substrate, liquid or solid, and these are carried through a gas conduct. Smoking and vaping generate different types of sprays. They are radically different. The chemistry and the physics of the particulates are very different. When we light a cigarette, it seems trivial, but physically and chemically speaking, it is greatly complex. Here we have combustion, exogenic, oxidation. We have a certain temperature, and in this, and a difference of temperature is needed for the combustion to happen. Lots of processes come into play, such as distillation, vaporization, condensation, and convection, because users are sucking in the air. Also, pyrolysis and pyrosynthensis, the unfolding of certain molecules, and then the recombination. It's very complex, as I said. On the other hand, the chemistry of vapors is pretty simple and boring, even. Here's the scheme from an electronic cigarette. We have a resistance, the liquid, and the mouthpiece, and the batteries. How does this work? The batteries give electronic energy to heat the resistance between 180 and 200 degrees, which is far lower than combustion. The resistance is within a liquid. This liquid starts to vaporize, and it will accumulate surrounding the resistance. So the user, as this process happens, the user sucks in, he inhales, and generates an airflow which cools down the vapor and condensates it. And that's what we see in the air. That's the steam we see in the air. So it's much simpler than cigarettes. The lack of combustion electronic cigarettes lack many of the chemical compounds that cigarettes do have. As I said, since this steam is substituting tobacco smoke, then we should compare it to tobacco smoke. These are some compounds that cigarettes have. Nicotine is also contained in vapors. We have all these others which are not in electronic cigarettes. If they are detected, it is in minimal quantities, insignificant ones. Organic volatile compounds. These are detected in very minimal quantities in vapors. Heavy metals can also be found, but in minimal quantities. And let's bear in mind that the toxicity of cigarettes is due to a series of compounds other than heavy metals. And here we have tobacco smoke. Juul Labs, which is a lab from the industry, conducted this study, and it measured 5,162 compounds detected. On the other hand, for the e-cigarette spray, we have 91 compounds. So it's a great difference. Tobacco smoke has more than 5,000 compounds, which are not in the vapor steam. They are also around 50 compounds in common in both of these devices. There are 4 compounds that make up 99.9% of the mass of the spray in one burst. They are the ones on screen. The rest, that is 87 compounds, include the 4 toxic aldehydes. These are data yielded by the industry labs. Some people might not trust the industry, but also independent research has yielded the same results.
Está desarrollando un prototipo de cigarro electrónico que está aquí. Es el Standardized Research Electronic Cigarette.
There is a standardized research electronic cigarette being developed by the National Institute on Drug Abuse, and the goal of this project is to enable clinical research regarding the impact of e-cigarettes on health. We are developing a prototype that can be approved by the FDA to be used in clinical research. What is the spray of this device? Here's the breakdown. This comes from the NIDA. This is kosher information. If someone claims that the industry is making all of these facts up, that's not true. We have a codeine which reaches 5 to 10 parts per 1,000. We have acetaldehyde, a carcinogen, which reaches 6 to 16 parts from 100,000. And so on. So these are minimal and significant concentrations. However, opposers and authorities claim that there are there's research that shows great toxicity, etc. However, we know that in a recent COFEPRIS study from INER, as well as presidential orders, they mentioned the presence of metal and poison in electronic cigarettes. What can we say about that? Well, here's my own published research. If this was true, if the spray in e-cigarettes is so harmful, then this should be coming from emission studies from existent devices. To assess the toxicity in these studies, French experimental physicist and I published in 2022 a very thorough paper, and we faced several opponents, and we had to delve into that discussion. But we revised thoroughly and in detail 48 studies of emissions, 12 on metals and 36 on organic wastes. Here's the title of both. They are open to the public if you wish to consult them. And let's talk a little bit about the experimental techniques. Because to assess what users are inhaling, we cannot use a detector in the throat of the user. We need to use machines that simulate human inhalation. So we set 4 tests of experimental consistency. Experiments need to be replicable and reproducible. Otherwise, they are invalid. The devices should not be obsolete nor damaged. The inhalation simulation machines should do so based on human patterns, and there should be a relation between airflow and power. Those are the basic conditions that were met, and so the results were these. 16 of these studies are disposable because they did not meet the conditions. 18 studies are doubtful because they fail to comply with all the requirements, and 14 studies were valid. And funny enough, those that registered high toxicity fall either on this or these 2 first categories. The ones that yielded low levels of toxicity fall into the category of viable and valid. So how can we respond to authorities? We can affirm that they are wrong, that scientific evidence does not back up the statement that electronic cigarettes are greatly harmful, much less in comparison to usual cigarettes. Even if we were to compare it with Mexico City's pollution levels, I'm taking this data from the Geophysical Institute of UNAM. And here we have the average time people spend outdoors, which is 4 hours. Number of daily bursts per user, 220. Volume of air inhaled every day, 20 cubic meters. So vaping in 16 hours and pollution in 4 hours for nickel, chrome, and manganese, and lead. We see that people inhale more lead being exposed to usual pollution than with a vapor. They are minimal quantities. Environmental spray. What goes to the environment from tobacco users comes from what's exhaled and from what's emitted by the cigarette. In e-cigarettes, 75% of this pollution is reduced because there is no incandescent tip that continues to burn while the user is not inhaling. Here we can see that tobacco smoke has a great rate of prevalence, whereas vape steam is very volatile and evaporates quickly. For instance, when we cook meat, That's even more toxic than environmental e-cigarette spray. The e-cigarette spray is low toxicity. Comparing it to environmental tobacco smoke is dishonest and not proportional. COFEPRIS conducted a study where they analyzed the liquid from one vapor. This experiment is not reproducible because they did not provide the necessary data. COFEPRIS is a public agency, so they are required to give the information. Many people requested the data, and they refused to do so. They created an alarm because of supposed harm and hazard to users. But this is contestable because the users don't drink the liquid but rather inhale it. 25 of the substances that they claimed about are food additives that they themselves approved in 2012. And just speaking of compounds that are within these e-cigarettes and that are also present in other toxic compounds is demagogy. There is scientific evidence to back up the reduction of harm through vaping. Chemistry is the most important part of this research. If chemistry is not accounted for and is not being watched, then that will bring about great problems. But here we have done our job, we have checked and kept the regulations in place, and we know that it is much less harmful than tobacco smoke. What we can conclude is that the arguments against vapors have more to do with politics than with health. Thank you. You're right. Science is always important to have a backup as to what we're doing. And just like the truth, we cannot contradict science. So this was a great opening, I believe. To what scientific and medical research tells us about these topics. There is no way to contradict serious research conducted on the subject. We're a little bit delayed. We'll continue with this board of discussion in a second. Coming up next is Dr. Andrés Milton. Please take the floor. Muchas gracias por invitarme. He estado teniendo algunos problemas con la red, ha estado inestable. Ha estado inestable. ¿Puedo hablar? Como ya dijimos, creo que soy doctor y también profesor universitario y agradezco mucho que me hayan invitado a esta reunión en México. México es muy distinto a Suecia, por supuesto. Nosotros solo tenemos como académico y como miembro de la Cruz Roja sueca.
I've done some studies for different Swedish governments, as was said earlier, on HIV and AIDS and tuberculosis and unwanted pregnancies and psychiatry, among other things. I was also a member of the Strategy and Advisory Committee to the Tobacco-Free Initiative created by Gro Harlem Brundtland, then Director General of the World Health Organization. I was approached some 4 or 5 years ago by a Swedish public affairs company that asked me if I would like to work with snus. And snus, as you might know, is a tobacco product. It's partly it's water inside, and nowadays it comes in pouches. And I answered and said that I could do that, but I had 2 demands. First of all, that I should choose the people I work with, and second, that the people that pay should not interfere in what we do. And I chose 3 people to work with me. One is a journalist, a lady. One is called Fagerström, who is a researcher from in the tobacco field. And the third one is the previous president of the Metal Workers Union in Sweden. And we only use public statistics. We only use statistics from the World Health Organization or from the European Union. And you could ask me, why do I work with tobacco, as it were, since I've been working against smoking of cigarettes my whole life? Well, the reason is that I don't want people to die prematurely. I don't want people to die unnecessarily because there are alternatives that are much less difficult than cigarettes. You know, if you smoke cigarettes, half of the people that smoke properly, they die, but you can live with snus your whole life. As you might know, Sweden has the lowest incidence of lung cancer within the European Union. We have our incidence of lung cancer is below the average of the European Union, and we are, in that sense, not because people do not use nicotine, but they use the snus instead. And we have only about 5.6% of the men that smoke daily. But we have 20% of the men that use snus daily, which is tobacco that you put in your mouth or under your tongue. And snus is made the Swedish way, is non-toxic, well, I should say it doesn't give you cancer. And it doesn't give you, because it's made in such a way that and it's kept cool until the end consumer. So it doesn't produce nitrosamines either. The Snus Commission, we have published a number of reports, and you can find our website. And I think the organizers of today's meeting have the website, otherwise I'll give it to them. So there you can find all the reports in Swedish, and you can find about half of them translated into English. We have seen that you know, regardless of the fact that people use nicotine in Sweden, they don't die because they use snus instead of cigarettes. The opposition, however, the activists in the government agencies they're not resting their case, as it were. They are very much active and very much they are very much involved in saying that snus causes a dependency, which is true. You know, any form of nicotine causes a dependency. It's just that with snus, you have snus that is like the medicinally produced snus, the medicinally produced nicotine, the kind of nicotine that you give people that want to stop smoking when they would turn to a doctor, and it's the same, you know, with snus. You know, the so-called white snus, which is snus that has been bound in cellulose instead of in tobacco. In Sweden, we have about today 5.6% that smoke daily, which is basically endgame tobacco. In the European Union, the average is 23%. So you have 5.6 versus 23%. And as you might know, within the European Union, snus is forbidden. Because when Sweden applied for membership in the European Union, when we had a referendum on the Union in 1994, I think it was, 52% voted for joining the Union and 48% against. Had we not had an exception for snus, I think we would have voted no. Unfortunately, that's the way. And in Sweden, about 3% of the 16 to 19-year-olds smoke. 3% smoke out of the 16 to 19, and compared to 29% of the 15 to 24 in the European Union. So even if you have different age groups, you have a very larger, very greater sum in the European Union than you have in Sweden. In 2015, the Eurobarometer says that 7% of the Swedes had tried vaping, 7% in 2015, and in 2020, 12% had tried vaping, so up from 7 to 12%. But however, at the same time, smoking went down from 11.4% of male to 5.6%. So you could say that we have. I don't say we have solved the issue. We have started on solving the issue, and we don't say that snus is a health product. It's not. You shouldn't use any form of nicotine if you're pregnant, for example, and there are the times when you shouldn't use nicotine either. But if you need the nicotine daily, then you should use something which doesn't kill you. And snus doesn't kill you. And we have, again, we have published a number of reports, we write in the papers, and we only use official statistics. We don't have anything at all that is hidden or that is not known, or that is not, we just use the official statistics. And I think that in that sense, we have a great issue. I think we have influenced the Swedish government. The present government of today, they are, I wouldn't say for snus, but they are for the European Union lifting the banning of snus. And I hope that the European Union will do that. I'm not sure, because as you know, the World Health Organization and all the officials are against any form of tobacco, regardless of what it is, because they say that if you use tobacco, you're part of, as it were, the industry, and I think that's wrong, and I think that it's important that people, we only tell them what is there. We don't tell them anything that is not correct. We only tell them, and what we say is, tell it like it is. Tell people that you don't die from snus. You might not. It's not a health product, but you don't die from it, and you can use you can get your nicotine daily without dying. You die from smoking, but you live with snus. That's what we are telling. And I think that in some sense it works. In some sense it does influence government, because even they know that fake news, as it were, fake news is not good news. You have to be honest with the people, and you have to tell them what it's really like. And that's what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Milton. I hope you can hear us correctly.
I can hear you.
Very enlightenment, the information that you have in Sweden and the way that you can manage now cancer, pulmonary cancer, and your experience with snus. We totally agree that nicotine doesn't kill you. But what kill you is eventually is the fake news and the ignorance about science and evidence.
Well, you know, you smoke for the nicotine, but you die from the tar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, I mean, you don't die from nicotine as such, but you die from the tar.
Exactly.
You die from the byproducts of cigarettes.
Exactly.
That's what you die from.
Well, good luck with the European Union. We wish you the best with all those paperwork that you have to do, and hopefully your experience can save more lives in the European Union with the use of snus.
Well, you know, there are 355,000 fewer deaths per year if they would smoke and use snus like we do in Sweden.
Wow, that's very.
That's a lot of people that die unnecessarily.
Exactly. Well, we have to go on with the panel. Thank you very much. Please stay in touch, because probably there's going to be a few questions at the end.
Yes, I'll hang on, and I'll send Mr. Lara the address to our website.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Bueno, vamos a seguir, entonces, para seguir con nuestro panel y estar en tiempo. A continuación vamos a tener a la doctora Jessica Esquivel, del Instituto de Cirugía Torácica Mínimamente Invasiva, para hablarnos de evidencia científica internacional.
Our panel. Thank you so much. Hi, good morning, how are you? Can you hear me well? Perfect. Do you have a control? Okay, so today, I'm Dr. Jessica Esquivel. Good morning to everyone. Thank you for this invitation to this forum. Today, I'm going to talk about the topic that as a doctor, as a Mexican people, is really, really important, and that we all have to take into account on the table. We should be informed because the knowledge gives us power. The topic of today is reduction of damage on the user of tobacco. All my colleagues have been talking about this topic. Before starting, I don't have any conflict of interest or business with any tobacco industry or pharmaceutical. I don't have a vaping industry, or I sell this. I don't. If as a scientific, as a doctor, is a topic that has to be spoken, everybody has to have in mind. Okay, this is the content of my talk. We're going to go on. I'm going to talk about of morbid mortality on the tobacco users and the health effects. For those who are not doctors, you have heard that, and it's important to start there. In the world, it's important to know each year that we have 8 million of people that are dying because of the tobacco use in the world. 1.2 million are passive smokers, which is alarming, right? Because not only that tobacco use is affecting the users and consumers, but also those who are surrounding them, breathing the smoke of these tobacco users. And something that is alarming for all the health professionals is that tobacco use kills 50% of the smokers. So half of them that smoke, they are going to die due to this conduct. So we have to do, what are we doing with this? And I want you today with this chat to reflect, to think about what can we do for this to diminish. A little bit of the health effects for those who are not doctors is, as you know and you have heard before, tobacco use are associated to multiple cancer, pulmonary cancer. In those pulmonary cancer, 85% with pulmonary cancer are attributed to tobacco users, are smokers. So as a doctor, it's very important to diffuse this knowledge. And not only we go with the lung cancer, vesical, renal, and many types of cancer. You can search it, the risk factors for any oncological disease, and you will have tobacco use. As you know, also all the respiratory diseases as EPOC or COPD, and we have the chronic bronchitis and so on. And talking about heart diseases also, 1 of 10 deaths of a disease of the heart is associated to tobacco use. So in this country, we have high blood pressure, diabetes, these lipidemics that have high cholesterol and so on. If you associate to a smoker patient, the risk of having a premature death is even higher. So it is a sanitary alarm, and we don't go on cancer and respiratory disease, so they will affect pregnancies, mothers that are smoking, that suppose a fetus or baby during the pregnancy, they can have many alterations. So we're affecting to a second person, not only the passive smokers, but the smoker mothers are exposing the baby in the pregnancies. We have restriction of growth, intrauterine growth. The baby is not reproduced to the size it can have, so we can have spontaneous abortions and many other problems in the pregnancy. So it's associated to the infertility, male infertility, that spermatozoid has not the quality enough to be fertile. So we have scientific studies that tobacco is harming this health. The feminine reproduction, we have that women that are smoking have more risk to have premature menopause and alterations in the menstrual cycle. So those are not doctors that didn't know this. Cigarette, they don't affect the lungs and heart, as everybody knows. But it's a spectrum that affects all health in general of a smoker patient. What happens in Mexico? What's the situation, the actual situation of tobacco users in Mexico? We have the data that approximately 60,000 people die per year due to diseases associated to tobacco use. And if you have 180 deaths per day associated by this tobacco use, that is a lot. It's more than people that we are today here. And more than 20,000 are for respiratory diseases, as the COPD are 12,000 deaths per year. Also for lung cancer, we have 6,000 deaths. And pneumonia, it's another important factor. That all of these are attributed, and it's exponential on if we have a patient that is a smoker. And not only we're talking as a doctor of health, and we're going to talk about diseases, but we have to think on the sanitary expenses that these diseases represent for state. We have evidence that the costs go from 75 and 80,000 million of pesos per year. We have the taxes, they love to pay taxes, and we have JEPs or special taxes to reduce this harm associated to some products as alcohol and so on. In a pack of cigarettes, 67% goes to cover those sanitary damages. But if you calculate, it's not even for the 60% of the cost to the state. So really, that's the solution. To tax is a real solution to this epidemic. Okay. Which strategies are making on the international level? I'm not going to talk about this because some of my colleagues are going to talk about these topics more deeply. 10 years ago was created the Marco frame that go from OMS that goes on this sanitary emergency to control and reduce this harm. Nowadays, they have 182 members of this that what it's going to do is to promote measurements and all the things to diminish this tobacco use epidemic and pandemic going in science, based in science. Based in science means that they have studies, scientific evidences that are backing up these facts, not only, as my colleague Dr. Sussman said, not only to make a study, to run a study. It is not enough to show something that has no conclusion, or nothing that is true. Also, COP has a strategy and Empower that for its name in English is the steps to follow to be able to struggle with this pandemic. The M is monitoring and surveil the consumption of tobacco and the prevention politics. The P is to protect the population of the exposure of the tobacco smoke. O, to offer help to stop consuming tobacco. And I want to emphasize this in offer help. Which options, which alternatives we are we offering, giving Mexicans today for them to stop smoking? Moreover, to forbid and not having a specific regulation of the product of harm reduction, which other options, which other alternatives do they have, these patients that have an addiction to tobacco? So really, are we really following up this strategy, or what's going on? Okay, going on with the name, the W is to talk about these harms. The E is publicity, promotion, and sponsorship, and R, taxes. Making more taxes. The taxes are not a viable solution. So, as such, Empower, it's helpful because it was the movement that made that we don't have publicity sponsorships in sports of tobacco brands. It was the one that established that the packages of smokes that they have to have all these pictures, sanitary pictures. It's okay, but we're following up and we are using all the tools that we have at hand, or are we getting back, getting a type of lag? Well, we have had a therapy that is the most used to stop using tobacco. We have 3-mode therapy because they have 3 elements for a smoker patient can live it. The first one is psychotherapy. The smoker has to go to a cognitive conductual therapist to see which are the risk factors. The second is pharmacotherapy, that actually nowadays in the world we have 2 medicines, bupropion and variclinin, that are helping patients to not having not so much withdrawal syndrome and to diminish this anxiety for smoking. In reality, they are expensive medicine that are not over the counter or reachable for people. And the third is nicotine substitution at the patch, the gums, even you have oral liquids. that are not in reach of the Mexican population. We cannot go to the drugstore and find them. They are not over the counter. They are not easily seekable. Which percentage has the economy to be able to pay psychotherapy, pharmacotherapy, and to buy other products? Really, Mexican economy doesn't give us to have this therapy. No, it's not realistic. So what are we offering to the population? If this that is the most effective and it works is not accessible for Mexicans, what are we leaving to all those patients on the door? Okay, so now, what strategies, what national strategies do we have? So we are trying to take this epidemic down. Supposedly, the 13th of May of 2020, we have in the diary of the nation that is official that the warnings of the packages in Costa Rica had it also in some products. Here, by law, the new decree is that we have this. We need to have these warnings, and the brandings should not be sponsored. And also, in the past 15th of January of 2023, we created law anti-tobacco and spaces 100% free of smoke. And with this Marco law, the spaces 100% free of smoke are the only way that we can protect the health of the others smoke cigarette smoke. It's really hard to forbid that. How can you forbid a people that is depending on 100% on a substance not to use it in any place and not to give any option to stop being an addict? In the past, we are forbidden, and nowadays we have to be forbidden to smoke outside, and we cannot show all these cigarettes in the stores. It's not an option to make a solution. It's not solution. And let's talk about the reduction of harms in the smoke. I'm not going to detail it because everyone has talked about it. For you to understand it, to be less technical, the harm reduction is only, or it means that is the action to diminish the adverse effects caused by an action or a product to the consumers. As one of my colleagues mentions, one of the first in the panel, a product of harm reduction is not only to talk about vaping, it's not only to talk about tobacco use, it's also in the condom use. What happened to the HIV in the world? We're starting a lot of HIVs, and scientists said, okay, ideally should be no one to have sex, so we don't have this ETS. That was not realistic, so we have the product that is the condom that today helped to diminish this epidemic. It's out there. We have this ETS, but it helps us to control it. We have also the example of the users of IV drugs that in the UK starting to see that using the no sterile syringes we have hepatitis B, HIV, and other diseases. So what they did was to give them sterile syringe to all the IV user drugs, and they diminish the ETS infections and the propagation of such. So, of course, the idea and the topic thing would be, and the logic thing would be, no one to consume IV drugs. But as it doesn't happen, because that's a topic and it's not realistic, we create products that are harm reduction. Another example, like it's the diabetes in our country, in Mexico, is one of the first diseases in our country, and the consumption of Coke or Sprite and so on and so forth what they create. So they create products, Coca-Cola Light or Zero, that they don't have sugar and they cannot control the problem of diabetes, but it helps to reduce a little bit the damage of this product. And I'm not going to talk about this topic because my colleagues are going to talk about this. But introduction to harm reduction product, we have snus. The Dr. Milton mentioned it. It's a product in Sweden, and it's the countries in the that has consumption is a product through the oral mucus. It absorbs this nicotine of the tobacco, and it helps with the withdrawal syndrome, but they are not, we don't have combustion. This harm reduction product, we don't have smoke, we don't have combustion. I don't like to use an electronic cigarette or vaping because they are really confusing concepts for people. So vaping and use of vaping because you're not making combustion. In the harm reduction products, it's the tobacco, the gums that has nicotine, and the most used and the ones that sound the most is the vaping, the vapors. Which institutions internationally have an approach of harm reduction? Because this is very important also. We have the public health, England Public Health. We have Royal College of Physicians in the UK. That is a college that has more than 500 years. It has more than 500 physicians that support the reduction of harming. We have FDA of the US and the Health Ministry of New Zealand, and we have many other institutions that are supported by them. So why the Mexican Health Secretariat is not researching more of this? Why in countries that have struggled, the first place struggling with this epidemic, why the Health Secretariat is not following the examples of what is working in other countries? And okay, what the evidence, the scientific evidence says, because it's not only to hear the people here, is to read evidence, read the data, real data. So as we can know, and if you go to the pages of this institution that I just mentioned, you are going to find many studies published, scientific publishes on the matter, and these three that I mentioned. The health system of the UK is establishing that the nicotine is addictive and is the responsible of the addiction to tobacco, but it's not responsible to the cancer or the respiratory diseases associated to tobacco use. The nicotine is addictive, but it won't harm and cause cancer or respiratory diseases. In the College of the Physicians, the products of harm reduction, the vapings or the electronic cigars, are not for patients, non-smokers, are for patients that are smokers that want to quit smoking. They cannot do it. They are on their way. So this approach is really important because, as a physician, it's not that everyone should use vaping. It's an approach for those patients that are smoking, are having a negative impact in the health due to the tobacco use, and that they are going to have a reduction of that harm to change or to make a substitution from the conventional cigarette to the vaping. FDA also says this, to make the substitution of a conventional cigarette to the vapor. They are reducing to the 80 to the 95% of the toxic to the toxic particulates that are having when they use cigarettes. And what are these devices? The vapors or the electronic cigarettes is not something that I like because it's confusing to the users. It's not a product as new as we think. It's really involved, but it's more than 1 decade existing. It started in Japan in 2003. So we have 10 years on existence, and definitely we see that it has 95% less of harmful substances than the conventional cigars.
What ingredients should be contained here? Well, in this country they are not regulated, but in countries like the USA, UK, New Zealand, there are the necessary validations to ensure that people consume medical degree substances. They should have glycerin, nicotine, propylene glycol, and medical degree flavors. But it's important to have regulations because of this. Because if everything's prohibited, then the black market surges. We can find all of these risk reduction products in the black market nowadays with no regulation. So we cannot ensure that they won't have harmful substances. This is why we need regulation and not prohibition, because prohibition opens the door to the black market. I really like this image because, as I said, more than 8 million people die yearly because of tobacco use. However, deaths attributed to vape use do not exist. So why satanize a product so much? A product that has been demonstrated to work in favor of people's health. I'm not saying it is harmless, I'm just saying it's less harmful. And touching upon what Dr. Sussman said, vapors or e-cigarettes don't generate smoke. They are not the same as regular cigarettes. They generate sprays. They're nanoparticles that condense and fall to the floor. This is why there are no passive smokers from vape use. Another useful example is that if you go into a room filled with smokers, you'll find a huge cloud of smoke. We've all been there. That's a pungent smell. But if we enter a room filled with vapor users, we won't find any sort of cloud of steam. And that's important because 1.2 million deaths a year are ascribed to passive smokers. This is a study made in Mexico by Lynette Perez, a chemist. She studied these liquids and she determined that they lacked diacetyl aldehydes, vitamin E, and aromatic compounds. This is important because in 2019, pulmonary injury incidence raised in the United States, but it was determined that the sufferers from these lung injuries used black market products with THC, and that in itself has vitamin E among other noxious substances. So it's important to have the whole picture before judging. Here are some civil associations in Latin America in favor of risk reduction, especially the Latin American Network for Risk Reduction associated to tobacco use. We are working extensively to diffuse this knowledge because most of the information available is in English. So we're trying to translate all of these research and papers into Spanish so that we have more available information in Latin America and Mexico. I recommend you check these pages out. you can delve into the sources we consulted, because I can say plenty of things, but scientific evidence is there to back our claims. As a doctor, my responsibility is telling you that the best moment to stop smoking is now. However you choose to do so, but stop smoking, because patients undergo great risk and consequences because of cigarette smoke. Thank you. Thank you. I agree with you personally. I believe that e-cigarettes are misnamed because they are not cigarettes. And that causes confusion in information. But since the very creation, they were conceived as electronic cigarettes. That is a hurdle for us because we tend to associate this device to a cigarette when it's actually a vapor or another type of nicotine device. We have all the evidence that Dr. Esquivel talked about, and this is a call to do our own research and build our own criteria based on what science tells us. What is attested by science and what is doubtful information still. Thank you very much, Dr. Esquivel. We'll go to the Q&A section at the end. But now we have Dr. Jose Manuel Mier from the Minimal Invasion Thoracic Surgery Institute. He will talk about medical evidence control. Hello, good morning. Thank you very much for this invitation. It's an honor to be here with you, sharing these perspectives we have and hearing new comments and perspectives. It's also necessary, of course. I'm going to talk about the global context. I specialize in lung cancer. I'm a surgeon. Here are my disclosures. And now let's dive into this 1964 video. I hope you're able to listen. Well, it's an old video. It dates from 1964 when this American surgeon, stated that cigarettes could cause cardiovascular and pulmonary diseases. How many years have passed since, and how little have we done about it? Well, I'm not going to delve into these numbers. Millions of people die because of cigarette smoke exposure. It is the first avoidable cause of death on the planet, and we know that in the 21st century, 1 billion people will die if we continue with this rate of consumption. Here we can see the levels of lung cancer, and we can also see not the most common types of cancer, but the most important. Mammalian cancer still takes the first place in Mexico, but when we delve into the numbers, from 100%, 19% belongs to lung cancer deaths. If we sum up colon, liver, and liver cancer, the sum doesn't reach the amount of people who die because of lung cancer. First, we notify a patient that they have cancer. But then we have to inform them that they have to stop smoking. That is a tragedy because patients usually don't stop smoking. The three-mode standard, which is the most successful therapy against tobacco use, only offers 9% of success. If nowadays 9% is our standard, then we must change the strategy that's not working. Dr. Esquivel mentioned the costs of cigarettes. And in Forbes, we conducted this study a couple of years ago with the numbers that the doctor used. When the framework covenant was signed in Mexico, this was the result of calculations. The Treasury Ministry and the Health Ministry signed this covenant because they realized that the tobacco industry was over. The taxation rate is high in Mexico, but even with this, the sanitary costs were not covered for. Research, therapies, drugs, that amounts to a great deal of money not accounted for by taxes. That's when, in Enrique Peña Nieto's term, at the beginning of his administration, these measures were taken. By then, 16% of the adult population smoked. 10 years later, almost 18% of the population is reported to smoke. I think we have it pretty clear what it is, how harmful it is to smoke tobacco. And we know that risk reduction has been implemented throughout the world in several places, such as the UK, most countries in the UK, in the European Union, in New Zealand. I'm going to show you some statistics as well later on. But in Latin America, some countries have implemented these risk reduction strategies. The Royal College of Physicians tells us that cigarette substitution can reduce risk. I believe that their recommendation is very assertive, and they have even been accepted by institutions which are against electronic cigarettes. Now, Public Health England, which recently changed its name, I think, they talk about the diminished risk that these alternative products pose with respect to traditional smoke. And this slide, I believe, came from Roberto. I like this chart because the difference between combustion and non-combustion is very clear. Here we have a couple of substances. Some of them are very noxious, some are even cancerogen. And we see that the threshold of exposition to these particles is triggered after 300 degrees approximately. If the device does not exceed these temperatures, then combustion will not happen and certain substances will not be released. However, with traditional cigarettes, there comes a point where temperature triggers the release of these noxious substances. So this is why I like this chart, because it's very clear to see the differences in harm between traditional cigarettes and e-cigarettes. The FDA was a little late to this discussion of risk reduction. We'd already seen positive results in the UK, etc. They have no deaths reported for vaping. However, in the United States, we had the lung injury crisis by the end of 2019. But this is only because the regulations were not adequately implemented. Nowadays, however, these regulations have evolved. And here's another chart to compare the different cancerogen substances that are usually listed on TV and the media. We have them for tobacco smoke, heat-not-burn e-cigarettes, and nicotine inhalers. We can see a great difference. Not heat-not-burn e-cigarettes or nicotine inhaler. None of these has the same concentration of noxious particles as tobacco smoke. This is a CDC screenshot. They even talk about e-cigarettes, and they have even recommended them. This is an official health site from the American government recommending e-cigarettes. I believe that's a good step forward. I love speaking to anti-tobacco advocates, because some of them even acknowledge in their own papers, their own conclusions, that e-cigarettes have potential benefits. So even those who are the most stubborn against e-cigarettes are starting to yield and become more open. The National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine calculated how harmful it would be to continue with these prohibiting policies throughout the world. And what would happen if risk reduction products were to be launched? And of course, the launching of risk reduction products would translate into less deaths. As we said, no one has died due to well-regulated vaping. Not like what happened in 2019 in the USA with the lung injuries. Many people approach me at the office regarding how to stop smoking. Of course, a test is required in the first instance, but This is a friendly diagram for non-doctors to know how much nicotine in their e-cigarettes they should be consuming according to the amount of cigarettes they used to consume before. We already touched on the myths and truths. We talked about some very serious research, some by Peter Hayek, a British psychologist, and the results were very clear. I want to focus on this last article. It was published in Nature. We must believe what's published in Nature Medicine. That's serious research. Because of the sources and because of the sign-in parties. The Missouri University dean, for instance, specialists who have been working in this matter, even people who were rejectors before are now signing this treaty, this paper, sorry. So it is unmissable. It was published a couple of weeks ago. There is a clear conclusion. E-cigarettes help people to stop smoking. The doctor from Sweden mentioned this as well. How do risk reduction measures work? Let's talk about snus. This is the tobacco use average in all countries from the European Union. Look how Sweden takes the lowest place, because they implemented snus, a risk reduction measure, a long time ago. People here in Mexico don't know it, but they are little pouches, tea-like pouches of nicotine that are sublingual. This measure has been really successful in Sweden, and it's being exported throughout the European Union. But you can take a look at the evidence. And now take a look at this chart. This is the lung cancer and mortality rate incidence. What is the lowest country here? Sweden. So do these measures work or not? Yes, of course they work. The Royal College backs it up, New Zealand backs it up, the CDC backs it up, and the evidence is clear in their results. Since these risk reduction measures were implemented, look what has happened. Look how tobacco use has decreased in the UK. It's the green line. From 20-something%, it diminished significantly in one decade. The same happened in the USA, and the same happened in New Zealand. And what happens in Mexico? Well, we've increased. Something is not right. If these are the results, then we have to change something. When the three-mode therapy has a success rate of 9%, then it's obvious we need to change. Imagine the appendix removal surgery had a success rate of 9%. A lot of people would die. So the same goes for this specific treatment. And in terms of the prohibitions in our country, they only foster the black market. A black market that is becoming stronger and stronger. I want to ask you, who of you have seen a cigarette machine in this country? Plenty of you. And do you know how much money and how much revenue they make? $15,000 to $20,000 a month. A machine that does not pay taxes, that does not have employees. And I wonder if tobacco is so prohibited in our country, why are these machines still in place? So, of course, the black market has its links in the legal, among the legal society. We have plenty of risk reduction devices, and I want to finish off with this painting from Napoleon. You know, he was a strategist, a military icon from France, but few know that Napoleon was a historian. And as such, he stated that those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. Our authorities in this country don't know the history of risk reduction. We've talked about several examples, such as condoms, sterile syringes, etc. And our authorities are choosing to ignore this evidence, and they are making a mistake. The mistake which will have fatal results for smokers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Dr. José Manuel Mier. No doubtly, we cannot know where we are going if we don't measure and we don't have or take into account the numbers of what have been in the past and the problems that can lead to the future. So a country that doesn't measure, doesn't know, that doesn't evaluate these dimensions are going to project just a little, just a program that could be of long reach. Thank you so much, Dr. José Manuel, and we are going to continue with Dr. Robinson Robles on the National Institute of Respiratory Disease, or INER por sus siglas en español, el Instituto Nacional de Enfermedades Respiratorias. And we're closing with Dr. Alejandro Chavez of Coronary Cares of General Hospital in Mexico for him to talk about this. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone for being here. Thank you so much to the society. Thank you for Maestro Lara for the invitation. And we are going to see which is the benefit to get rid of the tobacco habit on the cardiovascular point of view. So my conflict of interest, I'm clinical cardiologist. I don't smoke, I don't vape, I don't do vape, but I don't have any identity or any sponsorship of the tobacco industry. Practically, this talk, and we have mentioned 75 or 95%. I don't want to mention, so I'm gonna go over through slides. I'm going to mention my point of view, my very personal point of view, which is the impact of the habit of tobacco in the cardiovascular diseases, and which are one of the methods more efficient for getting rid of this. I want to show you the morbid mortality in the acute coronary syndrome in the cardiology. In 2003, the 63% of all the people that have been with a heart attack, they were smoking. In recent years, 58% of my patients of a heart attack, they have been smokers. Of everything on the epidemiology, they were explained by the other doctors. And I'm going to center the topic, obviously. As a physician, I go through many reactions on our patients that say that the smoking is not generating any harm. On the other hand, it comes the suppression syndrome of the tobacco. The tobacco is generating a special false neurotransmitters in the brain. These are generating more thirst or more apprehension to generate or to have more nicotine. So let's see, here it's going to the brain, it's distributed, and they generate false neurotransmitters in the brain. These neurotransmitters, when we take the cigarettes, we will have many harmful diseases like thrombosis, like sudden death, and it can create an alteration in other elements. The catecholamines in the brain are all the substances that create hypertension, that create tachycardia and thrombosis. I'm not going to talk about the low percentage on patients that can stop smoking with the traditional treatment. I'm going to go through the vaping because it's really there. We have explained it thoroughly. And I'm going to explain another thing. We don't have any other regulation in the cardiovascular topic that can throw us a new data to prevent cardiovascularly the habit of smoking. Everything is basically, we have gums, we have nicotine patches, we have conductal therapy. A year after, it has an incidence between 5 and 9%, which is practically that, and nothing is the same thing. So if we compare the traditional cigarette against vaping, we have 52% of less harmful substances and practically free of combustion. If we compare all the toxics, basically vaping implies 90% less of toxics. Something very important is, for example, the syndrome of the passive smoker diminished 100% when you use the vapor. So let's see which is a negative side that has happened in the U.S. most of all, that the lipoid pneumonia that was acquired to having this vaping. Vitamin E, that's practically is oil. So the oil get into the lungs and they generate pneumonia. That was what satanized the distribution of all the vapors. We have the acronym of EVALI, that is, which in the USA diminished the distribution, which is the vaping state on the cardiovascular, which is the safetiness and what is regulated. If we go to the medical literature, we have many studies. That is the Revision Cochrane. The Revision Cochrane is a society that involves and that stabilizes each month all the publications that we have. We are seeing it right now. In a meta-analysis, we take all the elements on medical literature that are there. We have 22,000 patients in which we they will be using the vapor as a method of quitting smoking, which is a safety. The patients that use vapors, they have getting up the rates to stop smoking. We are over the therapy of the snus, for example, on the handling of pharmacological handling of use of tobacco. And what is finally the revision Cochrane saying to us? Basically, it's mentioning as a safe element that it has not any harm on the cardiovascular structure. We have to remember that the tobacco affects the cardiovascular parts in the legs, as they can produce gangrene in the brain, in the measurement that they can produce EBC and unstable angina, for example, or a heart attack. The system Cochrane declares that vaping is more effective for quit smoking. We have the 4 messages here, and if we can see the literature that is available, we have more than 5,056 studies that goes to the components of these vapors. How can we strategize them to having people stop smoking and so on? In the UK and in England, we have shown that it's safe, it's the best, and it's highly efficient. So, taking into account this, we have mentioned that before, right? That how is the politics in Mexico, how is the black market in Mexico. So we can say that the coin is in the air, and each one of us, we need to push the system to try of this to diminish the possibility of a black market, and we can be able to be happy to have done something for our cardiovascular health of our patients. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So the tendency of all the doctors, he showed us evidence, hard, clear, on the point that talks without any problems or any restraints, and what we have, the use of these devices and the therapies to stop smoking. We are going to go to the section of questions and answers. They are asking me to ask a question to Dr. Milton. I don't know if he's there and he can help and he can hear. Dr. Milton se encuentra ahí, está todavía con nosotros.
No. Bueno, tenemos una pregunta. Ahí está. There you go. Hello, Dr. Milton. We have a question from the audience, so you can answer it. And the question goes like this. Why do you think the successful case of Sweden are not being discussed globally?
Well, I think the answer is quite simple in a way. You know, the World Health Organization, the European Union, everybody is against harm reduction in tobacco. We accept harm reduction when it comes to, for example, intravenous drug abuse. Or for that matter, when you teach your kids about sexual and reproductive health. It's not because they're going to start, because you want them to be older when they start. But they should know about the risks of starting a sexual relationship. It's harm reduction. And unfortunately, you know, so far the World Health Organization and the European Union do not recognize the need for harm reduction when it comes to tobacco. That's why.
And thank you very much. And we have another question. This is the last one for you. What happened in Sweden? What made possible to make this regulation of snus in the country? and what we can learn to make some improvement and to make things happen in Latin America?
Well, I mean, obviously the situation is quite different between Sweden, and Latin America. I mean, Latin America obviously is a great number of countries and a great many millions of people. We have used snus in this country for 100 years at least, and it's been produced in such a way nowadays that you don't get cancer from the production either. But I think that perhaps you will not use snus as such, but you will use other means of getting nicotine that are lower risk than ordinary cigarettes. And I would be happy, and I think it would be proper if you also accepted snus, but it takes time, unfortunately. However, now there is so-called white snus, with no tobacco whatsoever. The nicotine comes from tobacco plants, but the nicotine is bound with cellulose in some form, and it means that there is no tobacco whatsoever. And apparently, that kind of snus has been popular or have become popular in parts of the European Union, and today the leadership of the European Union doesn't really know what should we do about this or not. Should we allow it or should we forbid it? So, I mean, the problem is, again, that our elected leaders do not always recognize harm reduction as such. They recognize it when it comes to other issues, but not when it comes to tobacco.
Okay. El doctor José Manuel quiere justamente aportar un poco también a la respuesta.
El tabaco, el cigarrillo convencional es una cosa muy nueva, no tiene tantos años, no tiene más de 150 años. El snus es aún mucho más nuevo, pero recordemos que el tabaco tiene cientos y cientos y cientos de años. Recordemos que hoy el snus es meterse una bolsa de tabaco molido en la boca. Los indios americanos, desde Alaska hasta Tierra de Fuego, llevan mascando tabaco más de 700 años. Cuando esta gente mascaba tabaco, ¿sí?, no había cáncer de pulmón, no había cánceres de otro estilo. Entonces, aquí a lo que voy es que centrémonos que el tabaco, sí, pues el tabaco...
Is going. So snus is having, in a way, the tobacco, the combustible tobacco in another way. It's really different, and the consequences are dramatic. So for me, snus in Latin American are here since many years ago in another way, presented in another way. So it's interesting this Swiss question. We have a demographic experiment through snus. How do we know the damages of tobacco use with epidemiology following a population? Is a statistical process, and in Sweden we have had this epidemiology of 30 years of snus use, and that one shows a really low incidence of diseases related to tobacco use, but also shows that shows also other things that are important, that nicotine doesn't cause cancer. And it's interesting to compare Sweden with Denmark. There are countries similar, and they are neighbors, and they have a higher level of diseases for the tobacco use, and the people use the same quantity of nicotine orally, and that's a show on the nicotine is not causing cancer. When they say that it causes cancer, they use an experiment, utilize experiments with rats and so on and so forth. But that doesn't mean that it's a real experiment with people in real life. You're right. The impact is showing the clinical studies, not in a real lab. For Dr. Sussman, we have a couple of questions. Could exist vaping devices that are using wrong and the own people are making their own risk, and how can we find those studies? It's a very good question. Obviously, yes. And the word is regulation, because regulation has control, quality control, establishes some standards, so it's important to mitigate that. So I want to say something, that the bad use of a product is common to any product of consumption. I have a car and I never give it service. I don't fix what is need to fix it. I don't check the brakes. It's a harmful product. It can kill, and the electronic cigarette is not exemption. Is not an exception. If the people don't give attention and fix it, and it has no regulation, you can be in danger. It can be harmful. So the word is regulation, and it has a problem in the use on children. So I wouldn't give the car of my keys, or the keys of my car to a 14-year-old. I shouldn't give it a vapor, because the car or alcohol or the vapor or any product that you want requires some responsibility to it. So it can happen. Now, the second answer, how can we have information in internet? Everything is in internet. We have technical studies, and I offer myself to anyone that want to understand them, to explain them to you into words that you can understand, but everything is public. We don't have anything hidden or something like that. And ask me and I can give the links and everything. Thank you so much, Doctor. We have a question for Dr. Esquivel. Which harm is having with the vapor? As such, we like studies in a long term of vapors. As I mentioned before, these products are not free of harm. It's really important for you to know, but are 95% harmful than the cigarette. So the focus is going more with the objective that these people that are having harmful damage with the conventional cigarette can reduce it. So by the moment, it's important to see in a study in a future the effects in a long term that we can have. Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Esquivel. We have also questions for Dr. Mier. What has been the percentage of success of the harmful risks on the use of these devices in the world, and if we have some evidence in the changes in Latin America? Okay, so we talk about is 27% of smokers in the UK before the electronic cigarette as a method of public health to stop smoking. Nowadays, 15 and 16% are smoking. So 10 percentage points. New Zealand today are smoking, and the goal that they're pursuing is 5% of smokers, and they are pursuing that in 2013 they stop using combustible tobacco. In Japan, since the tobacco heated, the 30% of the market of consumption of tobacco in this country has migrated to this electronic device. And we can go on. In Latin America, definitely we don't have studies, we don't have any type of studies because the regulations go late. The studies, the epidemiological studies are poor and we're poor quality. We don't have, it's so simple. We have to transpolate the things that have happened in other countries, in other places. What do we have is mathematical calculus studies. In the future, we have many studies what will happen in 20, 30, 60, 50, 60 that has implemented this as a public policy for stop smoking. And what we expect in these following years is that diseases by EBC, by arteriosclerosis, by cancer, and so on, diminish a little in an abruptly way. why they can have many studies that accredit as a vaping as a method of risk reduction. The OMS doesn't agree with it. Okay, I think everyone that are talking about this topic, we agree that we have conflict of interest behind it. We have a reject to innovation all the time. When we have a product, a new product is what the technology, the disruptive technology, we have a conservative opinion because it means to have a different way of attending things, problems. So it's natural that we have this negative reaction. So that's the big part of the opposition. We have attended the tobacco use in a certain way, and then a device comes up, and it gives a different perspective on how we are going to deal with it. I cannot detail it anymore, but it's the reaction, the conservative reaction to a new technology that can disrupt all the things that have been done. Some important thing, when we are studying the medical effects in people that are using the electronic cigarette, we have to take into account that many of the people, more than 90-something percent, almost 100% that are using them are ex-smokers or smokers. So we have to take into account the history of the tobacco use. A people that has smoked 20 years and has using 2 years the vapors, it's not going to say that from the years that everything is in the body, it's intrinsic to vaping. We have to take into account the story of tobacco use. We have to make a clinical history of the effects of the vaping. It's not impossible, but it's really, really entangled and it's complicated. And having more things to this question, adding more things, I would think about this, that it would be difficult for the authorities of each country. Talking as a personal title in Mexico, is hard to make a forum like this one because they couldn't give concrete evidence that the vapors are really harmful or the alternative to tobacco devices are against our health. Many of the studies that we have held, as Dr. Mason says, the studies that are controlled in labs, in rats, in tissues, and the conclusions of 100% of these studies is always under the argument of the word of is probably, is possible, maybe, that, but if we take studies of evidence on the damage of tobacco, the word changes, and they will say concretely, the tobacco produced causes is cause of. So it's true that we need time, we're lacking of time, and right now we don't have concrete evidence that says the other thing. I can agree with you, but not 100%, because when all this evidence can be so hard that this building can comes down into the authorities, that would be like the bomb. This history of the electronic cigarette is like a tsunami. It's like a tsunami that comes, is inevitable, is the electronic tobacco is going to stay in the world. The normal cigarette in 20 years is not going to be there. You can go in the tsunami as two ways: being up the tsunami or being down the tsunami. So it will be rolling down to you. In Mexico, it's going to happen that. And the use of the tobacco and the alternative uses are not going to go, even if you want to forbid it or if you don't want to regulate them. They are not going to go. They are here to stay. We are going to see it throughout the day. We have one more question to Dr. Chavez, and it says, I'm a health professional. I smoked 15 years and I quit. If you need to take 3 activities for this activity to be magnified, which will be one of 3 of them. One thing is diffusion, to make it legal, to avoid to go to the black market, and in the third place, when we achieve both, to give more strength, to have studies, prospective studies in patients, saying how it's not harmful, but the diffusion is the most important. No doubt the information needs to be clear, precise, without any interest of anything that can harm, that can help to do this regulation. We have a last question, and it's very interesting, and it has to do with the comment that I did on the Native Americans that chew tobacco. The people that play baseball, they chew tobacco, and the rumor that it generates oral cancer or mouth cancer. As all poison, as every poison, the poison is in the dose. The poison is in the dose, definitely. And what I want to say, or what I want to tell you, talking about this type of tobacco, why the lung cancer is given when you smoke cigarettes, and why the cancer of tongue is used when you smoke cigars. So with the cigarette, you have paper, and it has really close pores, and the effort of inhaling is minimal, and if it's minimal, the smoke goes without problem to the lungs. When you have the cigar, it has tobacco leaf, so it's really broad. When you make the effort to inhale the smoke to the mouth, it has to be more hardly. So if you inhale with more potence, all the smoke, it's in the mouth. You don't pass it through the throat, so that's why it's cancer of tongue and mouth with the cigars. When you say real tobacco, you're talking about many products. For example, in India, in subcontinent India, Pakistan, and so on, they use more oral tobacco on different types, and this tobacco is toxic. And it's toxic because they have tobacco with more species. The snus has nothing to do with this. It's tobacco, it's oral tobacco, but it's from another planet, and the ones of the people that play baseball that are spitting all the time, it's some intermediate. It's more harmful than snus, for the way that this prepared snus is tobacco that is under the pasteurizer method, and you place it in a tiba. When someone said talk about me as snus, and I thought about this baseball player, and I'm not gonna be spitting. But you don't have to spit with the snus because it's in a tea bag and it's pasteurized. The one of the people that play baseball, because in Mexico we don't know the oral tobacco, and the oral tobacco is the big thing for people that needs to use nicotine. The tobacco is not treated as snus, but it's not as toxic as oral tobacco in India. I think something that people doesn't know, and we have to promote, and it will be cheaper. It will be cheap, and it's not forbidden. The laws are not forbidding it. So we have a couple of minutes, practically 2 minutes. We are going to see if we can have all the questions. This is very interesting for any of the panel. Is it a study on someone that is vaping and the COVID results?
The best study was conducted by Mayo Clinic, which is not very friendly to vaping. It had 6,000 people as sampling subjects, and they concluded that there is no link between them. But there are those who claim that there is a link because it's a highly political matter. I believe that this Mayo Clinic study is the best quality study, and it showed that there is no link between vapors and COVID. I also published a couple of articles that demonstrate that environmental steam is a very weak transmitter of disease. Thank you very much. We have a couple of questions left, but we've managed to respond them in a way. They have to do with the stubbornness of Mexican authorities. And of course, in these types of fora, the medical, the scientific board is always the most awaited because it's the one that provides the evidence. In this case, the evidence to back up the alternatives for tobacco use. So I would like to thank all of the panelists that joined us today. As you could see, none of us have hidden intentions behind our words. We just want to speak the truth. The information is now available on the internet. When we were students, we could only resort to certain sources, but now the information is wide open. I would like to thank Dr. Middleton from Sweden, and I don't know if you would like to add anything else. No? Okay. Thank you to all these panelists. We will award them a certificate of participation. And please let us take a picture, the official picture. Behind your chairs, that could also work. Big round of applause, please. Okay, can we take a picture? Big round of applause for our panelists and moderator. We will hold a short break. At 1 p.m. we will resume the panel with the legislation of this subject. Again, we encourage you to share this experience via social media using the hashtags Foro Libre de Nicotina and Foro de Regulación. I am also a vapor, so I am very glad to be here today with you. Thank you so much. We want to invite our next panelists, Representative Manuel Reyes, Representative Andrés Pintos, Representative María Daniela Rojas Salas, and Rafael Lara. After each panel, if we have time, we can move on to a Q&A section to answer your questions. And those who follow us in social media, please let us know by these means. And those who are here face-to-face, please write your questions in the given papers. If we don't answer all of your questions right now, we'll attend them electronically. So to begin this new panel on the legislation of this risk reduction products, I would like to introduce Emmanuel Lopez Carmona, President of the Health Division of the Chamber of Representatives. He's a graduate from the University of Guanajuato. He is a part of the Chamber of Representatives, and he is a PhD student by INAP. Welcome. Virtually, we have Sergio Barrera, representative of the 65th legislation. He's a graduate from Instituto Tecnológico de Estudios Superiores de Occidente. He's an entrepreneur and member of several companies. He was a member of Zapopan Major Hall, and since 2021 he is an elected representative. He has fostered the Dignified Vacation Initiative and the Electronic Cigarette Initiative in order to diminish harm in health and environment. Welcome, Representative. We also have Héctor Jaime Ramírez Barra, federal representative of the 65th legislation. He's a surgeon by the University of Guanajuato. He specializes in public health and has a PhD on health sciences and public administration. Welcome. Thank you. We also have Andrés Pintos, federal representative of Movimiento Ciudadano Party. He's part of the Health Commission and the Competition and Economy Commission of the Chamber of Representatives. Welcome. We have María Daniela Rojas Salas, representative of the Assembly of Costa Rica by the party Unidad Social Cristiana. She is the leader of the Energy Commission, and she's in charge of legal and environmental matters. Welcome. And as moderator, we have Rafael Lara, president of Razón, Autonomía y Derecho. I already shared his resume before, so welcome once again. Without further ado, let's begin with regulation on vaping. Perspectives from Latin American legislators. I'll give the floor to Rafael Lara. Thank you, thank you to my fellow representatives. This is a very important matter we're talking about today. So without further ado, let's start. Legislations on vaping. Latin American legislators' perspectives. Please, Representative Sergio Barrera. take the floor. You can start with your presentation. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings to all. I'm glad to be here. Speaking of this very important matter, I just want to ask if the presentation will be displayed on screen, on your screen, or do I have to share it? Do we have it, Cynthia? Can you please share it, Representative? Sure. Not a problem. Can you see it? Yes. All right, so thank you for this invitation. It's an honor to be here talking to you about this subject that behooves us all. We've been talking about this from the beginning of the legislature and before even. This issue of e-cigarettes and vapors. We've all seen it on the street. We're very concerned, those of us who are parents. But we're also witnessing a business model that's growing increasingly. And today, it's necessary to have regulations for it. This is why I was in charge of presenting this initiative and discussing it with other fellow representatives. This is an increasing problem, and nationwide we've been revising it. There are at least 5 million low smokers, light smokers, and many more heavy smokers. Light smokers account for the population of Michoacán, for instance. It is a great deal. This is a large issue. And I would like to approach this through health, environment, and tax collection. Firstly, health. Why do we say this is a health problem? Well, because the WHO calculates that 30% of smokers who wish to quit smoking have the access to do so. That indicates a lack of public policies to that implies an impossibility to live behind cigarettes. The fact that it has become so popular among the youth can also cause concern. And who this is reaching, and how can we know who the consumers are, and what substances come into play? What substances are the ones being bought by teenagers or adults nowadays? We've seen it on restaurants, go around selling these illegal cigarettes. But the problem with this is that they don't follow the regulations necessary. And so this problem has been escalating. Many research has been conducted on the matter regarding the first contact at 12 years old, approximately. I have a 12-year-old daughter. I gave a conference at her school, and basically all of her classmates had talked about these devices. I'm worried that such young people have access to these devices. Of course, underage people cannot have access to these devices, but it's getting easier and easier to get for them. Because it's very common to see nowadays. Of course, nowadays these devices are prohibited, but underage people are using them. We were talking about the substances inside of these e-cigarettes. We can talk about propylene, nicotine, and also, but these substances vary from one device to another. There are around 7,000 chemicals, but they do not combust. In other countries, they have public policies for e-cigarettes. That doesn't happen in Mexico. Environmentally speaking, it's important to raise awareness. These devices use batteries. Many of these devices are reusable, but others are disposable. They reach landfills, and of course, they have batteries with polluting substances. They pollute around 2,000 liters of water. And on the other hand, we have plastic. Plastic takes 500 to 1,000 years to degrade and is greatly pollutant. But there are no public policies regarding the disposal of these electronic devices. I also want to talk about tax collection. And it's important to understand that there is a great opportunity here in terms of health prevention policies, environmental policies, and we also need to launch a communication strategy to raise awareness of the harm and the possibilities of these devices. 12 million people, around 12 million people use these devices, and we could be collecting 41 billion pesos approximately. And with these taxes, we could generate public policies. This happens with combustion cigarettes, but if we were to legislate on e-cigarettes or vapors, calculating that 1 million people use this daily, and they cost around 200 pesos, we could collect $12 billion approximately. So we could be creating public policies for health, environmental policies, and information campaigns. 8% of what's being transferred to different states could account to more collection than that gotten by the current taxation on cigarettes. Currently, we don't have any tax collection for these electronic devices. We don't have a strategy for people to know what they are consuming. We've said it one and again. We've talked to several representatives and senators throughout the world. This is not a matter of a political party. This is a health issue worldwide, but it must be addressed. And it's also an environmental issue. And currently it's become a safety issue because most of the suppliers of these devices nowadays are part of the organized crime, because organized crime is seeking new ways to monopolize business that could be regulated through public policies. And we could increase prevention and tax collection to enable these policies. This is why I want to underscore that we have a great opportunity here lying before us. This is a matter that needs addressing now, and presidential orders have not been useful because illegal electronic cigarettes are being distributed in this country, and we don't know who's producing them, and we have no regulations over them. Everyone who knows me knows that we've been fighting for this cause. I've been able to talk to Representative Manuel, and I think we're on the same page. We need regulations to take care of Mexicans' health. Thanks. Thank you, Representative Sergio Barrera. That was very interesting. Those three axles you talked about: health, environment, tax collection. And you also talked about an urgent need to approach this topic, a fundamental issue to avoid collateral damage. So we want to thank him for being here today. Let's continue. Thank you, Representative. Now let's give the floor to Héctor Jaime Ramirez, Representative. Thank you for being here. Thank you. I would like to greet all of you, all of my colleagues. Thanks for the invitation. I'm going to share my screen. Just give me a couple seconds. So, again, thank you, everyone. What would be the perspective coming from Parliament? I have to state first that this is diffusion material, and whatever I say here is my responsibility, and it does not represent the Chamber of Representatives' perspectives as a whole. we're going to talk about health issues and devices. We would have to ask ourselves if these prohibition policies have worked. What would be the characteristics of a good regulation to protect underage people or consumers? In terms of devices, what are the benefits? Why is it beneficial to regulate them as well? What initiatives are pending for Congress to vote upon, and when? So let's begin. Has any prohibition policy worked before? No. There are no examples of prohibition policies that have worked. And this, in case of vaping, is not the exception. The president of the Division of Health from the Chamber of Representatives is here. And he's here very bravely, I must say, because he's opposing what the majority in Congress stands for, what the executive power stands for. In the Philippines, there was an extreme prohibition in 2022. One of the goals of this 11900 law was to reduce the damages caused by smoking. Sorry, the prohibition was not established, but rather new policies to reduce risks. In terms of minors, this is a human right that must be attended, the right to good health of minors. And that is being overlooked if we are to prohibit these devices completely.
And by last, to have all the innovation areas in all senses and diagnosis, treatment, therapeutic. And in this case, we're talking about between two and maybe bad options, between smoking or vaping, both bad options, but between two there are clear differences. To my judge, today. For the WHO and COP, it's bad conceptualized for some legislators when it's there the line to read. The first regulatory frame is to prohibit the no-smokers on these devices in youngsters to minimize the sanitary risk of the users and non-users of these devices, to prohibit, to make sanitary reclamations, to protect the activities of control of tobacco on commercial interest and others. Sergio said key elements on the incomes, and it's there what the costs could be that we don't have. And so many years ago, we have millions of consumers. We have to see the regulatory negligence that has our government. Which would be the elements of a good regulation? Well, if we want to have not that increase, we have to prohibit the promotion of the cigarettes, to prohibit the sales to underage people and the sellings with these machines on the access of underage people. If we want not to have flavors and others, we have to prohibit those on this population. If the problem is the increasing of youngsters that are smoking conventional cigarettes, if they use electronic devices, to prohibit the use in the TEC de Monterrey and in other institutions. Before the law enforcement is to prohibit on the educational centers and in open and closed centers the early exposition on the addictive information that has nicotine and information of the risk of the cigarette on the cigarettes and electrical cigarettes, the the information of how nicotine can be harmful and how can we prevent them. We have many other elements. If the problem is regulation from the promotion on the smokers in an effective method to stop or to quit, we have to do it, to prohibit the diffusion information without evidence. If we want to regulate the promotion as product of risk modified in a low risk, we have to regulate the use of terminology without effective demonstration of this information. If we want to regulate the alternate use on both on having respiratory and cardiovascular diseases, to include it in the packages. But last but not least, if we want to have the industry participation in regulation, to make explicit those commercials on the regulation of the law enforcement that we want to have. If we are going to use, why is important the regulation? We have many advantages of the use. In the UK, since 2007, they have a reduction of harm. Thinking about of Nordic health, in 2017 we have a formal plan into a generation free of it. In Japan, from 2015 to 2019, they diminished 1 million of cells. The 5.1% from 15 to 18 years hadn't had cigarettes, and 3% the electronics. In Mexico, we have just anecdotes, as Sergio, when he was to that talk. More of them, they use alternatives to tobacco. In New Zealand, they have evidence on 2017 of the alternatives of consumption of nicotine as policy, and in 2017 they have the regulations to use them. We have many advantages of their use. Why is important the regulation? In the UK, from 17 to 21, they diminished 3 points of the prevalence of the consumption of tobacco. The vaping in grown-ups was 3.0 and 3.6. 98% of non-smokers are not vaping because they say many things, but the evidence that are documented say another thing. In New Zealand, the prevalences we have on tobacco use, it's a fallen without precedence, and they vape, and the smokers and the non-smokers and the ex-smokers are vaping right now. In the Union Congress, we have many type of legislations. We have to say that many products that are sold, millions are consuming them, and in an official way are forbidden. I think we have decrees sustained in ideology and not in the information of the law enforcement. And we have many information. We have a lot of information out there that are not true and true. We have a sanitary control that is not there. The risks are higher for people, and we know them. And by last, we have a great evidence of negligence on the part of the government. We have many laws of law enforcement that are pending there, and we have this negligence almost criminal. We have a lot of dangerous substances in the USA, and we have a black market that are tolerant on this. Without saying anything, we start regulating the vending machines, but in essence, it's a black market that is tolerated, and when we have the informal economy and delictive groups, they are distributing them in the country. In London, the e-college, we have products regulated, not harmful particulates. We have biomarkers, and we have to diminish the exposition of the first and second hand. We have alternatives, better alternatives that we are letting go. So here, the legislation is in which we have been participated as legislators. We have in November, Lorena Valles, mine in 2020, in March, in October. Carmen Medel is the only deputy that was forbidding in the initiative because they make it in the executive side not to have this. We presented one in 2021 And so on. We've been presenting these laws, these laws of enforcement in the 65 legislation. Sergio Barrera that just exposed me again in December, and Maria Rocio Corona also in April that she pretends to prohibit. The evidence and the formal documents are here. They are serious evidence on correct information with all the scientific value. Enforcement, I think it's forbidden to forbid. I think we have to go to regulation. Experience in these 4 years has been a blocking, absolute blocking on the Hugo López Gatell Ramirez, our Secretary of Health, saying things that are not even saying in the Congress. Each taxes that we have, they are canceling, and they're making other federal people that are working on the deputy chambers, and we have it here in this forum, in this sensibility. I hope we can go forward, even though the opposition of the Hugo López Gatell Secretariat that is really, really mistaken in this topic. Thank you so much, Rafael. Deputy Hector Jaime Ramirez, thank you so much again. It was really clear, the explanation, the message that you're sending to us on this topic that is going on, your presentation, the use and alternative use of appliers of non-nicotine. Prohibition and their politics, it's always negative. We have to go and seek through a regulation that you even said with clear elements that go to seek the scientific justification. It's a great topic, and we have a great opportunity in this forum, and we will have great results with no doubt. One of the things that you said that I thought that was interesting is the one of the misinformation. Is even more harmful, the misinformation, than better not say nothing. It complicates everything, and it's not valid for democracy as ours and for any of our Latin American brothers. It's so important, the truth, the information, scientific information, and to seek a regulation perfectly documented. My dear deputy, I thank you so much for your participation. Thank you so much. I give you a big hug. Please cheer our Dr. Jaime. Thank you so much. So we will give the floor to Deputy Andrés Pintos, please.
Muy buenas tardes, amigos. Buenas tardes, compañeros legisladores.
Good afternoon to everybody, the legislators, Deputy Daniela Rojas. We're living the life here and there, and for having a lot of life, we have to stop forbidding. People specialists in neurolinguistics, that when you say someone, hey, stop smoking, let's no smoke. So I will smoke. If to my daughter I will say, tomorrow you have exam, please don't keep watching TV. So she will keep with, oh, please stay watching Netflix. So each time you say no, you will push it to yes, okay? Checo invited me. He invited me because I have a daughter that is about to turn 15, and her 15 is in some months. So please don't go lecturing my friends that are going to take out their vapors. Oh, come on, are they going to do that? Yes, Dad, yes, we will wrap, and it's nothing. It tastes like strawberry and coconut. And when do they sell them? How they get it? You go to the U.S. and you have stores in everywhere that the vaping is regulated. And Checo invited me, and when he invited me, I take into account that the topic is to sum it up. It has very good initiatives in this on the vaping topic, and in the topic really is to regulate and not forbid. I can extend myself. I I wrote some topics. The New Zealand case is perfect because it started forbidding, and when the specialists, the people that knows about it, is studying this, and that's not the way, and they change it on the other way. Okay, we can go back some steps. I asked our president, please, it's not harmful. How many times we have said or done something, and then when you receive the words from people that they know about the topic, you say, okay, sometimes we can go backwards. So I'm happy that my president and my friend in the health commission, I was working from Partido Verde to Movimiento Ciudadano, citizen movement, and it's in another line. The deputy Jaime said it also. Every topic and every initiative are here. I haven't said it, but making face to it and making a good homework, we have to focus in the regulation. I'm talking about the same to regulate and not to forbid, but that's a path that Mexico needs. Mexico is with many problems, with many blood in our hands, not to forbid the vaping. We think it's not a solution, so I end up with these things, and I thank you so much, and thank you to everybody that are here. I met you since the first forum that we had. I thank you for the drive, the passion that you are on this vaping topic. You count with on my side, and we hope this war can end up really soon, this war that is the vaping war. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Representative Pintos. It's important your presence here, and we go in the same way on the planning, no forbidding, and let's seek for a good regulation that can allow an adequate using of these alternative devices on the reduction of harm. With no doubt, the examples that you are giving us of prohibition in a familiar level, domestic level, and it's magnifying a democracy as ours. We have to regulate more than to forbid. We thank you so much for your participation, and I ask an applause for the Representative Pintos. Okay, so we are going to give the floor to Representative Daniela Rojas from Costa Rica. As she says, they are living life over there, so Representative, you have the floor. Thank you so much, Don Rafael, and good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. It's a delight to be here with you, sharing this experience, or part of the experience in Costa Rica, in this case, the legislative experience there in the morning was my friend Bajoreda. She exposed widely what happened in the commercial topic on the country. I came to give a point of view, a different one on the regulation, because I come from a country in which the vaping is regulated, but that has not been the solution either. And I come to say that I think in regulation, and I think that this has to be regulated. But how we regulate it is important and basic, because it's not the same thing to regulate only an activity, economical activity in this case, that to regulate based on the reduction of the risk. And Costa Rica, even though they regulated and we regulated many of the elements that Hector had said are regulated in that way in the country. It has not been the solution. We have the advantage, of course, that we don't have vending machines. They cannot be sold to underage people. They are branded. All the boxes, as explained Bajore in the morning that are branded. It says which are the risks, and all of this in general is regulated. It has not been the solution because in topics, if we want to talk about on harm reduction or risk reduction, what we did is to make it equal as in cigarettes. And when we do the same, the taxes, that we don't like the taxes, and I represent a political side. Finally, they are necessary, and the state stop earning when we don't have these taxes for some other things as social security or topics of health. They are necessary, but if the taxes between the cigarettes and vaping is exactly the same, we don't have any benefit for if what we want to see is a health topic and to go from tobacco that, as they explain, I'm zero expert on health topics, as the specialists said it and explained it in the last panel, the benefits that they can have on health or the low risk that could bring if we go from tobacco to these devices that what they do is to administer the nicotine. If the regulation do the same, we don't have any benefit, and we will end up anyways strengthening and having the black market. In Costa Rica, we have two laws: the control law of tobacco and the law of electronic system regulation law. But basically, what they do is to place taxes and the condition on when you can use it, where you can use it, in any place, in any public places. You can use it, not even electronic devices or cigarettes. Many of these brands can be sponsored events or things. We cannot have marketing or branding when we have underage people, but this is not contributing to the reduction of the risk, and we have not started to talk about. In our country, what we have done, the only thing we have done, is to establish the taxes. In a legislation that is what the country lacks in our case, and I will tell you the experience of Costa Rica for maybe one day. I think all the countries, including Mexico, can go forward in the regulation. Use the example of those who have done it, but not in the best way, for not to repeat yourself the same way. Because if we are going to repeat the same thing the same way, we will not have any advantage. Maybe the black market is strength, as in Costa Rica, as many represented in my country that have to pay the lab tests, and I think it's too good. But if you have to go through that to know, for the final consumer knows what they're consuming, is okay, but equally they have a lot of banning as equal as the market. What we are doing is a black market. Even the cigarettes and the electronic devices are having the same black marketplaces. So Don Andres Pintos told us about his 15-year-old saying that please don't get mad when their friends go vaping. Okay, the important thing is hopefully not to use it but to buy it. But the representatives, we have to think about the population. Even though the elderly and underage should not use them, we should think they don't want to stop smoking or vaping. It's a reality, and we have to legislate and think about these people. And in each decision we make, we have to base it in the final consumer, in the final user, in these people. The good thing is that the underage people can see. In Costa Rica, the underage are buying them, and it's forbidden. It's forbidden the selling on the underage, because the black market can go. It's existing because we are not reducing the risk and we are forbidding. It's not the same example. It's not the same thing to regulate something just because, or to make it for the user goes to another level, another substance. In this case, would be substance, and we cannot stop thinking on the final consumer and the information. The important thing is that everybody has information on what that they are taking, on the damages that that it can have, and to be accessible to everyone. Because finally, either we like it or not, and I will say it from someone that is not smoking, is not vaping, and doesn't have anything to do like nicotine or snus or devices that we're talking. I don't have anything. But from those who do it or who want to do it, it's going to exist the smoker on his first time. Maybe just an electronic device instead of the cigarette that is less harmful, but there's any incentive to use these electronic devices, but they are using the cigarette that is what we want to diminish and is what is having full our health system because of the diseases it generates. So let's regulate in a way that is thinking about the user with enough information and thinking about that either we like it or not, there are going to be people that use these substances, and that what we have as a state and as legislators is to allow people to have information enough for their decision is the best decision and not a decision based on misinformations. Representative, thank you so much for your information. I think it's really important what the representative told us. In this experience that you have had, it's not enough to regulate, right? Okay, yes, it's important to eat the regulation more than prevention, but it's not enough. It's not enough for regulation and to forget about the topic. We have to go one step ahead to take advantage of these experiences on these topics that we're telling you to prevent. That it's not enough with a regulation. It has to be documented, it has to be reasoned, but we also need to have into account so clear where this regulation is going. In the morning, Juan Jose Sirian also talked about this need of the pragmatic arguments, to see which is the practical consequence, to see where we are going, what is going to happen, not only regulate just because of it. It's well documented, as many others said, but what the representative said is important. Let's take into account this experience. I think it is important information for the legislation and society in general, for activists. It's important to take into account that we have to push this type of activities in all Latin America because we're lacking this work to go through our goals and accomplish them. I think this topic has to be taken into account to continue our going forward on the topic. Thank you to the representative. And we will give the floor to the representative, Emmanuel Reyes. Please, representative, thank you so much. Good afternoon. I am really glad to be with all of you here in this first forum, Latin American Forum in Nicotine and Risk Reduction. I want to share a presentation. I want to make some things. The presentation I'm making is the position of the Health Commission, and then after this presentation I will give my point of view as a progressist man, as a left man, as a left in pro of the human rights, to guarantee the difference between one thing and the other thing. Because sometimes you think that the position of the government has to be the contrary on the position of people that are in favor of freedoms, as I am convinced is my dear friend Andres Pintos, the representative Hector Jaime Ramirez Barba, and also my dear friend, the representative Chema, who I think the initiatives they are pushing, they are trying to enforce are towards the right of freedoms. And I say hi eagerly to Rafael, to Daniela, representative of Costa Rica. Welcome to Mexico. Mexico is your house, and I hope that you can be in the deputy chamber, in the representative chamber. Sorry. Cynthia, can we check please the presentation of the deputy of the representative Reyes? A problem of logistics, but we can sing a song all together. I don't know. Okay, one last question that's important. We just have 75 people. We will solve them in some minutes. So 74 of those 75 are for the representative from Costa Rica, so it's okay.
¿Dónde está mi particular? Gerson. Si no, bueno, si no así no lo aventamos. Al ratito apuntamos cuentas.
Okay, we can move on for the time being.
Primero, debo decir que si bien los productos de...
First, I have to say vaping has become more popular around the world in the past years. Specifically in Mexico, it has obtained great popularity among the youth, and it's also a public health issue. To conceive this problem, there are 100 million consumers of tobacco worldwide, and in Mexico there are 15 million. 8 million people die yearly due to cancer, and tobacco kills a person every 4 seconds. The Health Commission is constantly concerned for cancer because it's one of the main causes of death in our country, specifically pulmonary cancer. It's a controversial issue. On the one hand, we have regulation, and on the other, we have prohibition. Jaime Ramirez Barba already mentioned a previous representative initiative. She was in favor of prohibition and not regulation. Another initiative is from Ramirez Barba, which was introduced in 2021. He also presented another initiative, and what he aimed to do was to channel all regulations into one single law against nicotine abuse. This aimed to reduce illegal commerce of these products. Movimiento Ciudadano, on November 2021, presented a different initiative which aimed to regulate the electronic supply devices and alternative nicotine consumption devices.
Fue turnada también a la Comisión de Salud, Hacienda y Crédito Público con opinión
This was turned down by several ministries. Representative María Estela Romo from Partido Acción Nacional also presented another initiative in 2022 to protect the right of people to live smoke-free and free of the damages resulting from tobacco smoke or electronic cigarettes. She also participated in the packaging regulations for tobacco products. This was also revised by the Ministry of Health and Treasury. Another initiative was proposed to regulate electronic cigarettes and vaporizers. And this initiative was also turned to the Treasury and Health Ministry. This comparative chart let us see that representatives are trying to advocate directly in the general tobacco consumption law. A representative from Morena also presented an initiative to protect minors against electronic and non-electronic nicotinic supply devices, alternative devices, and vapors of similar uses. This was presented in 2022. Okay, I'm almost done.
Sí, ¿verdad? Finalmente, bueno, es importante decir que hay un decreto presidencial que entró en vigor.
There is also a presidential order which was enforced in May 2022. This order prohibited commerce and distribution of electronic nicotine devices, e-cigarettes, vaporizers, and all the similar, as well as the substances introduced into these devices. In our country, these sort of devices are prohibited, as well as solutions and liquids of the like. This was an order announced by Andrés Manuel López Obrador and Subsecretary of Health Hugo López-Gatell. Many Morena legislators were in favor of regulation, but when this order came into place, some of them began hesitating. Some of them wanted to support regulation, but not publicly. More discussion was needed, and they needed the approval of certain institutions. So this was a problem, and there's a concern because we still find ourselves with the fact that this is a public health issue. There's a black market which is distributing this sort of devices without any regulation. And for all we know, we could even be producing these things ourselves without knowing, illicitly. And these products might even be exported, but we're not obtaining resources, we're not collecting taxes from these activities. And so it engages us, legislators, to do something about that. Regulating instead of prohibiting. That's what I believe as a liberal left-wing man.
No significa de ninguna manera que vaya en contra de la posición del presidente Andrés Manuel López Obrador.
I'm not opposing the position of President Andrés Manuel López Obrador. I believe that he wasn't dealt with the necessary cards and all the information that he should have had at hand. I don't think that all civilian sectors were heard, and neither were experts heard. We've heard them today speak, and I believe that within this order, these matters were left aside. I believe that regulation is necessary, and through the Health Commission, I want to dive into the matter. There have been around 15 initiatives proposed by different parties, and most of them seek regulation more than prohibition. So from a multidisciplinary standpoint, we want to approach all aspects. I decided to come here to this Latin American forum, and some people said you're going to get grounded because you're from Morena and you're president of the Health Commission in the Chamber of Representatives. But no, we're independent beings, and we're independent entities, and when it comes to making decisions, we should be aware of all the pros and cons of the matter. I believe that people here have presented their very valid points of view. The people presenting are very disciplined professionals, and even if today is the first Latin American forum, we have certain antecedents that have concurred in the Senate and the Chamber of Representatives. A couple of weeks ago, I was invited to a forum in the Chamber of Senators. I wasn't able to make it, but because I believe that we should be hearing all positions, I decided to make an effort to be here. So I thank you for the invitation. Representative J. Pokolevsky also encouraged me to come here and share the Health Commission's position, and also my own personal opinion as a pro-rights man. What we do have to ensure is having a legislative product that can collect all views from legislators and thus ensure results for regulation. I believe that in the following months we will have to meet, all of us legislators who have proposed this sort of ideas, and even former legislators should join as well. people who have other jobs for the moment, but who are still concerned with regulation. And all of this is to guarantee inclusivity in this matter. There's fear among legislators because it is often believed that the industry funds our actions when coming to these types of fora. But that's not the case. We are here because of a legitimate interest to tackle a public health issue existing in Mexico, and we are committed to the public health of Mexicans. We want to face it up front, we want to hear the different opinions, and we want to ensure a project that will be beneficial for everyone, not harming anyone's human rights. That's why we are here today. I want to see the material that the panelists have to share with us today, because that's important for me to share in turn with my fellow legislators, for them to know what we talked about, and so that we can meet again, perhaps at the Chamber of Representatives. That's the people's house. There we can guarantee the possibility of coming together to create a solid project. And I think that this sort of spaces are crucial to continue with information diffusion. Us as legislators should begin and foster discussion in order to get to know the advantages and disadvantages of the issues. And of course, the final aim is getting positive results for everyone. So thank you, all of you who have made this forum possible. I hope that the representative from Costa Rica will be able to pay us a visit soon at the Chamber of Representatives. And I just want all of us to come together to build a project that benefits Mexicans as a whole. Thanks. Thank you so much, Representative. That was very interesting. All you talked about. Thank you for your time and sharing with us these experiences. And this position that you shared with us as the Commissioner of the Health Division at the Chamber of Representatives. You shared a position which is progressive, individual, and again, you underscored the importance of regulation and not prohibition. And in that sense, it matches the goals of our association, Razón, Autonomía y Derecho, where we are seeking to analyze and scientifically assess all of these elements that have to do with human rights and information. Information to create a link between society and state, society and legislators. That is a search that we're after constantly. We have several activist guests that will share their own positions with us. But thank you so much, Representative, for sharing your views with us. This very progressive, forward views. A takeaway I would like to underscore is what you said about coordination with other society's sectors, so that more congruous and a better documented regulation is attained, as it should be in this case of nicotine, tobacco, and risk reduction devices. Round of applause for the representative, please. Now let's go to the Q&A section. I have two questions for whoever wants to answer. Why do you think that Latin American governments don't take other more developed countries' practices into account? Who would like to answer that question? Why do you think that Latin American governments don't take into account the practices of countries where there is regulation? In many cases, these Latin American countries claim that science does not back those practices. I want to know if my colleagues are online still. Yes? Okay. So go ahead. Thank you, Héctor. First of all, and I would like to acknowledge my partner, Emmanuel Reyes, because it was very brave of him to come here today to this forum where we mostly believe that the majority of the Chamber of Representatives is against us. So it's very brave of him to come here because we oppose his party. This is not common. Many people prefer following orders, and the fact that he is willing to discuss such an important matter is very significant. Many times, Latin American countries tend to follow orders and political axes instead of doing the research ourselves. So we need to set an example that we can sit down and discuss arguments. And our Costa Rican colleagues said they already implemented a regulation and they know the pros and the cons of what works and what doesn't. We need to take an example of places where regulation is in place. And based on that, we need to work on our own legislation, always listening to the people, in favor or against. Thus, we'll be able to build a more plural legislation. I hope that this can extend to other countries in Latin America and not just Mexico. Thank you. Okay, the second question, which I think has already been answered, is how many injunctions have been promoted? Has tobacco use diminished in vulnerable sectors of the population? Well, we've had several injunctions. We've won some of these because there's a discussion on what the problem is. Whether the problem is selling tobacco? I was one of the first promoters of the law against tobacco use a couple of years back. And the industry used to call for injunctions, and judges determined that tobacco selling did not kill. What killed was smoking the tobacco. And the same is happening with vaping, because legislatively speaking, electronic cigarettes were prohibited. Years apart from that, I have two messages. First, I want to congratulate my colleague who decided to come here despite of belonging to the president's political party. But I believe that the president should be neutral. He no longer belongs to a political party, but to the people in general. But the representative, as part of a majority group in parliament, is very brave to come here today with a lot of people who disagree with this majority. And I would like to consider the possibility that he mentioned, that the president did not support regulation because he wasn't presented with the necessary information. In this legislature, we conducted a forum because of this prohibition that we already talked about. And in that same day, the prohibition order came out. Some of the injunctions presented were due to health reasons. Others weren't. And the same happened with the recreational use of marijuana. As Representative Daniela, I don't smoke and I don't vape, but I am convinced that science can back us up, and I know that we don't have the necessary budget to be dealing with tobacco abuse in Mexico, currently speaking. It comes with great expenses, public expenses and personal, individual expenses. So we need grerer efforts. These efforts are at the reach of legislators. So we can sit down with the experts of the Ministry of Health and discuss the matter. What's tragic, and that's why injunctions come into place, is that there didn't seem to be an appropriate moment for dialogue. Thank you so much, Representative. As Juan José Sirian had already commented, well, I don't know if you have another comment. Sorry, it's not my turn, but can you hear me? The injunction thing is worth considering. Injunctions come after each presidential order. And this new rule book, additional to the general anti-tobacco law, has just been the last straw. What we need to bear in mind is that these injunctions have built case law which we're talking about obligatory precedents. We have precedents from collegiate bodies and from the Supreme Court. However, I would like to point out that considering the sale of electronic cigarettes as unconstitutional is contradictory. The plenary of the two chambers vote to select one criteria over other. Criteria by contradiction is one of the highest ranking types of case law. So this sort of case law indicates that absolute prohibition is unconstitutional. And of course, this should result in the winning of injunctions. I just wanted to clarify that so that we're on the same page and to better understand the legal framework we're in right now. Thank you. Can I add something? Exactly, we have precedents. First instance, judges can establish this precedence. Thank you so much. We have this legal activity that is bound to yield results. And Representative Dani, we have a couple of questions for you.
These questions were to try to solve this as fast as possible. Which was a mistake in Costa Rica to have or treat a similar way the tobacco and vapings? What we can advise to the legislator of other countries that they don't have a regulation or a specific regulation as in El Salvador? Second question, why do you think other countries want to apply taxes, specific taxes, equal or bigger than the tobacco, having experience on Costa Rica that this won't contribute on a public policy, that it will have a better quality of health for the population? Thank you so much. I think, and so sorry to there, and speaking of countries, broader countries, maybe I don't have all the context to refer to it, but I think all the countries in the region, we are suffering the same thing, and we are in times of first false news. And it's the first thing, and we have all the news that we had before that came from the people that have died by vapings, and that in reality we don't know enough about what happened. And this is having bigger strength in the population than the scientific data. It was born maybe NGOs, any other countries cannot escape on this, because it's happened that we don't know where they are getting the financial side, and they are against everything, and they are harming everything that are going into regulation, empty regulations, and simple. The vaping, it's smoke that is the same as tobacco, and it's dangerous, and the institution in our health system, the Costa Rican box, it has to attend many more lung cancer sick persons, so that we need a specific taxes. It's not a real health policy in a risk reduction. We have a policy a public policy on health that is different. We have these specific taxes that, even though I don't love them, they are needed. The valuation and the consult on El Salvador, my recommendation is that the value on the regulation is not only a specific taxes on health, but a comparison, yes. We may need the taxes on health topics, but these taxes has to be the same as in cigarettes or a risk management. We need to be minor for the state are not without protection and are not without an income in something that the representative explained the needs that the state has some money of this because the needs are endless and the resources are not, but something that is not the same level that a substance that's scientifically proven that is more dangerous than another. So this other should have a less amount of taxes for having a risk reduction policy. And for us, the legislator and representatives, is a topic in which we have to have a participation in between public sector, private sector, and civil society. Sometimes in the public sector, we believe ourselves and we try to be the only one that can talk about the topic without being able to hear to those who have information, and those are the users, because we are not, because we see a lot of topics, the specialist in topics here in the representative of the civil society sector and private sector. So this construction has to be hand to hand on this of these actors in society. So in the moment that you decide to regulate, which is important, we need to have a better regulation, not a simple and empty regulation in which they can say where can you use it or where you can't. These three actors, in a specific way, they have to be involved in the sector that has the evidence to have an aggressive participation in these spaces of this forum, for example, and to gain terrain to these organizations, the NGOs, that we don't know where are they coming from, that are going to give false information to congresses. In Costa Rica, we have national net of anti-tobacco in many topics of that are not against something, they are against the topic, talking about the deputy and the representatives and so on. And there's no people that can go and say scientific data. We have them, but not with the same aggression on like they have with these NGOs. So it's important to be over these NGOs and not letting them to talk about topics they don't know about. I think it was a concrete answer with participation. Can you hear me very well? Yeah. We have many other questions that unfortunately they are going to be there because of the time. We are in a schedule, in a fundamental schedule, and an event that is called the hunger, all our food. I want to thank all our panelists. Dr. Jaime, thank you so much. Checo, I thank you infinitely for being here. Andres I will send you a big hug. Emmanuel, thank you for all the support. And also our friend, Daniela Rojas, that accepted to come here from Costa Rica to plan their experiences. I hope to be of help. I thought that in this table we have a lot of work to do in these topics in pro of the human rights defense, and right now it's uniting us, and we have this analysis in the topic of nicotine, tobacco use, and alternative elements for reduction of harm. I will send you a big hug. Thank you so much for everyone on site, and let's go to it. And I say hi to everyone, and I send you a big hug. We thank our panelists and moderators, and we are going to give a prize for their participation. And please take the picture in the center of the stage for not generating any shadows on the screen, please. So they are saying something, but unfortunately, okay, to the representatives that are listening, we're going to give you your prize afterwards. So please, an applause to our panelists. And as Rafael said, please, we invite you to the supper. And please, we want you to come here before 3:30. And we're going to talk about the conflict of interest and the vaping. And Andres is a vapor, and it's on the topic vapors and people that vape.
apagado. Está apagado. Lo acabo de prender. Estoy viendo ahí.
1, 2, 3, probando, probando.
Ahí, en esos foquitos, ve.
Ok, ok. 1, 2, 3, probando, probando. ¿Sí se oye, Ale? Sí, perfecto. We remind you that after each panel, if the time allows us, we will have a space to answer the questions. Please write it down with time through the social networks or on site. Also, please, we ask you to use the paper for it.
Continuamos ahora con el panel Políticas Públicas para la Reducción del Riesgo, el camino al éxito para disminuir las.
We'll continue with our very interesting talk about risk reduction. We have Mr. Federico Nahuel Fernandez, CEO of Somos Innovación Argentina, a Latin American alliance in favor of creativity and innovation. He's also CEO of We Are Innovation, which is the sister company for Europe. He's the founder of Bases del Rosario and lecturer of the Austrian School of Economics Colloquium. Welcome. Thank you so much for this invitation. We also have Tommaso Gorman, lawyer and activist, pro-risk reduction, and the founder of Pro Vaping Mexico. He's one of the directors of INCO, a civil association for consumers comprising more than 27 countries. Please, a round of applause for all our panelists. We have Christian Heinrich, epidemiology counselor. I've already shared his resume with you. Welcome, doctor. We have a moderator, Mr. Rafael Lara, president of Razón, Autonomía y Derecho, who we already know. Welcome. We invited Dr. Hugo López-Gatell, Subsecretary of Health from Mexico, but he did not respond to this call. So beginning with this panel, Public Policies for Risk Reduction, a path towards a reduction in tobacco use, I would like to give the floor to Rafael Lara. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, Christian and Tomás. This is a very important panel here. We're talking about public policies for the reduction of risk, a path towards success to reduce tobacco use indexes. And without further ado, let's give the floor to Nahuel Fernandez. Go on. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you. Wait, I'm gonna set my time first, just not to exceed the time limit. I would have loved to be with you there face to face, but I'm very happy to be at least joining you virtually. I want to thank Rafael, Juan José, Cynthia, and everyone in Razón Derecho y Autonomía. Thank you for this invitation. I'm very glad to be here, and I want to congratulate you because conducting and holding a conference this big is not a minor task. It's also an honor to share the panel with Tommaso Corman and Peter Heinrich. Thank you so much. And to begin with, I would like to tell you about this network and reflect upon innovation in general, because I believe it is pertinent for the subject that concerns us. We are an international network with more than 30 organizations based in the United States, Europe, and America. They are NGOs, civil associations, among others, and we are a group of people who want to succeed through creativity and new technologies. We tend to think that innovation goes hand in hand with invention, but invention is not the same as innovation. Innovators find real application for these inventions, and they promote the reduction of prices so that these products are adopted widely. Innovation allows us to take the tools into our own hands and solve problems. Thanks to innovation, we live in an era where plenty of positive things have occurred. Everybody seems to love innovation, except from North Korea, perhaps. No other country has a strict policy against innovation. However, it's also worth noting that the pro-innovation position is sometimes just a surface or a mask. Many times we find ourselves with burdens and hurdles for innovation. I'm going to refer to three of these elements that we have identified between inefficient policies and burden on education. First, we have illegitimate interests. Secondly, we have fear dissemination. And third, we're talking about regulations that exceed their power and become prohibitions. We should not undervalue these threats because they can lead to a great impediment towards success. Who of us know about the Concorde? Young people have no idea of what that was. It was an airliner, a passenger airliner. And I like talking about this Concorde to show how innovation can advance in small steps. In 1958, Boeing built their first reaction airline for passengers, which went at 960 kilometers per hour. And just a couple of years later came the Concorde, which flew at supersonic speeds, more than 2,400 kilometers per hour. In the mid-60s, airline transportation seemed unstoppable. And this made supersonic flights more and more affordable. But that time is over. We're in 2023, and nowadays there are no commercial supersonic passenger flights. So what happened? An excess of regulation, lobbyists, and disseminators of fear. After 73, Boeing abandoned this project. The United States Federal Aviation Administration prohibited supersonic flights. Many jurisdictions followed the same order because of the great influence of the states in this matter. And so the Concorde was very restricted in terms of the places it could overflow. This measure was adopted because of alleged issues that the supersonic waves could bring about. People even argued that the sonic boom would destroy the atmosphere and destroy life. So the Concorde was overregulated and persecuted until it was dead. This prohibitionist lobbyists probably ring a bell to the people here today. For you who are working for alternatives to traditional cigarettes, this is why we decided to measure several public policies from different countries with respect to innovative nicotine products. We wanted to measure only Latin American countries, but we quickly realized that this index would be conformed by bad examples, so we decided to expand the index. We covered 59 countries worldwide and 18 months. After 18 months of research, non-stop, in October last year, we were able to publish the first handbook of effective public policies. We divided the document into America, Asia, Africa, Oceania, Australia, and many products were comprised. We made a ranking with 10 different categories: regulatory frameworks, prohibition, taxes, publicity, packaging, retail, online sale, exhibition, flavors, and risk reduction promotion. This document collects research, scientific research worldwide, and we've concluded that electronic cigarettes and vapors are a safer alternative to cigarettes and a good alternative to quit smoking. We would like to underscore the damages and the toll that this takes on innovation when governments are far too cautious, overly cautious, to the point of being prohibitionists. We want to encourage authorities to leave prejudice behind and promote healthier, less risky alternatives for tobacco use. In Australia, all of the products that we've assessed are prohibited. And as far as we're concerned, Australia is the country most in favor of tobacco. Only a couple of countries, such as the UK, promote vapors as an alternative in the path towards quitting. Switzerland has regulations on all of these products that we assessed, but they are legal.
El único punto objetable que nosotros encontramos en Suiza es que no promueve desde sus instituciones, digamos,
The only counterpoint that we found in Switzerland is that their public health system does not promote the use of these alternative technologies as a path towards quitting tobacco smoke. We also identified an important divergence for all of us Latin Americans, and it has to do with a regulation gap between countries with more solid institutions, more developed countries, and countries like ours with weaker institutions and developing countries. So in the top 10 of the index we find Switzerland, UK, New Zealand, France, or Sweden. In the bottom we find Russia. We began this research before the war, otherwise we wouldn't have included that. But there's Venezuela, Nicaragua, Mexico, Panama, Uruguay, and Australia. Of course, Australia is an exception, but there's a relation between weak institutions and anti-tobacco inefficient policies, and I think that should be a matter of concern. Also, how do these countries look within this index? Switzerland, as number 1, has all the products allowed. Poland, on the other hand, is a mediocre country in these terms, and they have prohibited these products because of a European Union order. And Mexico is also a place that has prohibited these alternative products. This research that we've conducted has shown that the impact of tobacco is far larger than the impact of these alternative devices. As many research has suggested, the evidence warns us against prohibitionist measures. In fact, prohibition can take a toll on the path towards smoke reduction. Public policies recommendations, we can delve into that later, but of course I need to limit the time I speak, but I want to talk about the main axle of public policies. Firstly, abandoning the prohibition of exhibition, advertising, and packaging of nicotine products. Regulation, intelligent regulation on nicotine products, and smart criteria, not exceeding the cautionary principles. Promoting surveillance on behalf of overage peoples to avoid the consumption of minors, So this index, you can download it in our webpage. I'm at your service if you have any questions, and thank you so much for your attention. That was very interesting, Federico. Of course, you covered public policies, lobbyists, dissemination of fear, and excessive regulation, which are main axes in public policies. Prohibiting these innovative activities can, of course, be harmful in terms of research and development. Thank you so much for sharing these results with us. It's interesting to see the hurdles that some countries have established to these innovations with respect to Switzerland, which has enabled the commercialization of these. We also have the theme of prohibition to minors and tax reduction for these products that are aimed at harm reduction. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Federico. I would like to give the floor to Dr. Christian Henrich from Universidad de Anáhuac. Go ahead. Good afternoon. So you already know me. I was a moderator before. I shared some of my personal standpoints on regulation, evidence. And what I'm delving on today is the UK's experience, an overview. What has made the UK stand out in regulation and tobacco control? Why have they been so successful? You don't just wake up and see a tree outside your house. That's a fact. Things take time, and we should acknowledge that vapors or other alternative products useful for tobacco cessation are not holy grails. It's a whole system that makes these items work, and that's what the UK has done. So, what studies precisely have enabled the UK to disseminate information and information that other countries hold as valid to enforce their own policies? We'll talk about regulatory actions for risk reduction, which are foreseen for 2030 in the UK, and clinical evidence. I am a professor of medicine. I don't have any conflict of interest, and I did not receive any payments on behalf of the tobacco industry. Let's begin with some Lotería Nacional bingo. This is a traditional Mexican game. I decided to include this because, well, we're speaking from Mexico, and it's a very popular card game in Mexico, at least, perhaps in other places in Latin America as well. So let's start with independent studies report. La dama, the woman. Anne McNeil, Professor Anne McNeil. She's a doctor who has performed several studies dating back to pre-vapor times. She is the King College Director of Medicine. She's the head of a group of independent researchers, non-paid researchers. They work on commission, and they are sponsored by the government, but they are not, they don't have conflict of interest. So this group of researchers has been working since 2015 with e-cigarettes and vapors, and by 2018, a publication came out with 100 pages, a publication that continued to grow the more research was conducted. Then in 2019, we have the publication Vaping in England. We have some risk indicators, mental health and pregnancy, and in 2021 we have cessation. In 2022 we have the Office of Health Improvement and Disparities, which is a governmental strategy. And what they discussed in 2022 was the risk perceptions regarding the evidence in micromolecules. So it all began with a 100-page report of medical evidence to 1,400 pages by 2022. In 2015, in this first research conducted by Anne McNeil and her collaborators, well, that was called, this was the first time when the statement that e-cigarettes were 95% less harmful than traditional cigarettes came out. It came out from these independent counselors group with funding from the UK government, but for them to recollect evidence in order to promote innovation and know where we stand. So these were the first times people began talking about this. Reports began being issued twice or three times a year. How youth smokes, how youth behaviors regarding smoking are in England, and what alternatives to electronic cigarettes were being chosen. And apparently, electronic cigarettes have stood out as the most popular method to quit smoking in England. All of this is backed up by evidence, scientific evidence, independent scientists' evidence. Many of the research that is conducted here in Mexico is conducted by the Instituto Nacional de Salud Pública, which is not independent. It depends on the government. So that's where we could question how biased these reports might be when it is a government agency, the one assessing government policies. So what credibility grants that? Not a lot with respect to British studies. Another report published in September 2022, whose conclusions were presented in the summit in December, comprised 413 studies. It underscored the specific biomarkers to know just how cancerogenic this could be with respect to tobacco biomarkers. Vaping resulted to be much less harmful than tobacco smoke. And also, vaping is not risk-free for those who never smoked before. I would like to know in what moment this is supposed to change. I want to base my actions on evidence. We as doctors need that medical research, strict and thorough medical research and follow-up to find evidence that we are wrong or right. So the first point towards good public policies, what I think has made this British policy successful, is that they have a group of expert, independent scientists who assess information and update it. And finally, what do these recommendations, why are these useful? Here we have a little hummingbird, which is, of course, a symbol of communication. So, researcher McNeil and her collaborators publish a report annually, and they do so to inform smokers who have not tried vaping, non-smokers who think of starting, and for those who think that vaping is just as harmful as smoking, and for the public in general. So this is evidence backed up by science available to the public. Government representatives are not this evidence should be backed up by science. This is why England has a group of scientists who set the pace for research.
So what does England make with this reduction risk assessment? Nothing. Data has a plan. A country and a government cannot go forward in a program of regulation or cessation on tobacco if they don't have a plan, a serious plan, clear and precise plan. So this plan, evidently, we have here some part of the plan. What the plan recommends towards a generation free of tobacco, it says that we have to have scientific evidence to development of public and scientific regulations. What happened in our countries in the table when they were the legislators here? We are going to wait. Maybe I listened really bad, but one of the recommendations was we have to wait to see what other countries are doing in terms of regulation for us to see how we're going to regulate ours. And with this is the conclusion ahead. We need to have an evaluation, a critical evaluation on the nicotine, and we have to have a clear information on what we know and what we don't know, to the risks on short-term and long-term risks and information, and the risk for non-smokers and children. Clear evidence, precise precise information on this information for non-smokers and children, so you can have the access to the content anytime you want. It's open to public. You can read it. It's not blocked. It's not closed. It's not a state secret. It's open to public, and it's validated for the scientific community. And last but not least, we have the brave. The brave. And I will say it honestly, the brave is those people that has a goal, right? So we have a goal, the House of the Flores in UK, in which they declare as a national program that are declared the UK free of tobacco for 2030. That's a goal. There's an ambitional plan, but we have a plan. We have an evidence, and we have a strategy, and we have a path that we have to follow. So they want to declare in 2013 tobacco free. And what does this mean practically? That the industry, the tobacco industry, declare themselves or declare their products obsolete for 2030. Dr. Mir have mentioned this. Also, on the tsunami, at least in 2030, in the next 7 or 8 years in UK, tobacco will cease existing. By national strategy, we want that practically the tobacco industry won't sell tobacco of ignition or combustion. Other, but not this one. The goal for 2030, we go to a 5% of user of normal tobacco. And I will make a circle here. This is a tendency that we're following to 2020 and 2021, and the tendency will be this one. They want to go down on the slope, and then we have some critics in the national program that they are going to be short in 7 years, maybe not in 2030, but 2037. They can achieve in the UK that 5% of the population is going to be smokers. And we cannot have, and we have also said it with Dr. Fernandez, that it makes us the favor in its presentation. We cannot do it if we don't have a community. We have organizations, we have NGOs or civil organizations in UK that make promotion to be able to reach the goal of making England free of smoking to 2030, and each time we have practically 280 people, children, start smoking, and that represents today 2,063 children, and they publish this type of the community and health promotion, where we have community actions that are backing up all the governmental policies on the national plan. And by last, the clinical evidence. The star of the clinical evidence until now, and we mentioned in the morning, is this study. The latest Cochrane evidence on e-cigarettes for quitting smoking in Oxford is the one that is making this. It's a community of independent scientists of Oxford community that are following up this every year. Last year, when we went to Washington, we and the Dr. Jamie Hartman, that is the head of this team of researchers and scientists and and physicians, they can ensure that we are with clear evidence and precise that the electrical cigarettes or the vapes could help really to quit smoking. We don't have evidence, and that was made to 2022. For that December, this study went out, and it's the first time that exists a high certainty that people have more probabilities to quit smoking 6 months at least if they use nicotine cigarette or vapes against patches and gums. So they abandon with vape if if we have it without with people quitting smoking on the nicotine cigarette, electronic cigarette with nicotine. It has an addition on the last year of 22 studies also. The evidence here with 78 studies in more than 22,000 participants. So this is a study that we expected, that we wanted to know the report about, because it's the first time that you can say certainly, and each time with stronger evidence, that the electronic devices can or helps to quit smoking. And for last, now, as a conclusion, we can say there's no one only action for the risk reduction. It's a whole machinery of actions, of scientific evidences, of collaboration, policies, to have a politic disposition to make a national program. And who's leading? They are the ones who generate evidence, free, independent, and own, as the UK. So we read what they publish. Some of them that evaluate in a critical way their own evidence, the policy maker for the risk reduction, for those who have a goal, a plan, and community support to those who are open to evaluate any other alternative, innovative, that can stop quitting, not the one that prohibit them. So this is the result of the policies and the scientific evidence and the analysis that we have made that has been made in the UK, in which the lowest levels never seen in the UK since the counting of quitting started. We are talking about 2011 with 20%. They are 13% to 2021, and they want to achieve 5% in the next 7 years. From the countries in regulation, we have a minimal of studies from Nature also, from Nature Medicine also. We have 39 countries in the whole world that are on the total provision of electronic cigarettes: Mexico, Iran, India, Uganda, Brazil, who are open to the regulation and to the use of these devices are New Zealand, New Guinea, Paraguay, the UK, US, China, Finlandia, Hungary, among others. Now, barriers for the implementation of the risk reduction and their actions, the unknown things from the people from the health department, pharmaceutical department, and I have had answers that smoking makes you happy in the inside. A director for a multinational pharmaceutical assured me that vaping causes fungus in the lungs. So you say, okay, so where should we start? The lacking of creating this evidence own and independent. It has to be independent. The total provision of alternative production on tobacco, the healthy policies, and not having a plan of risk reduction. We have a study here in 2017 in tobacco in Mexico, and we were not contemplating fentanyl. So that's another other way. We don't know who consumes fentanyl and who doesn't. So that's the homework for the authorities. And by last, what I can say to everyone that legislate, to regulate, that can have the labor to make policies, public policies, less belief, more science. There's no there's no more. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Christian Heinrich, for your participation. It's evident the knowledge that has this doctor on the matter on this topic, and moreover the bingo analysis, the analogy is really clear. If I'm not mistaken, we have the lady and McNeil and their group of scientists that have evidences, the bird, then the brave that is having these proposals with evidences to the world, and who's leading, he explained us, so they have public policies, no restrictive public policies, to searching all alternatives to risk reduction, for precisely to not going into the devil topic that is dangerous, because it's leading to a clear death with a very clear definition in the end, a phrase that I think is important: less belief, more science. Congratulations, doctor. I thank you the information, and we are going to play bingo, Mexican bingo, so be aware. And we shall continue with another expert in Mexican bingo and in risk reduction, damage reduction, MD Dr. Gorman. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Tomás O'Gorman from Provapeo in Mexico, and I declare that I don't have any payment of the tobacco industry to be here in my activities as member of the Provaping, and I do it separately. The idea of this token regulation is to have 3 budgets that I think they are clear. The electronic cigarette is less harming when you said, and you see the studies that PHE was looking on them on the vaping, and it concluded on vaping in England in 2022. They say that the information in 2015 is precise. After 7 years of continuous information, the vaping helps quitting, and we see it in cocaine research on the biomarkers, destroy the argument that I wanted to use on the dual user. It's not the ideal, but the reduction of damage protects freedom, and there are studies that the dual users that they don't want to stop or quit smoking, they have more probability to do it if they are dual users as if they only smoke. And one the clear thing is that nicotine doesn't cause cancer, not harming diseases that are producing in the act of smoking. I have the impression that the topic of the vaping is a problem. No, the real problem is not the vaping. It's the lack of regulation and the prohibition of the black markets that are being generated. The problem is that one. 17,900,000 to 893 people in this country are smoking. 17 millions abandoned for the control of tobacco, because we can see the public policy is for prevention, not for quitting. We can see the control of tobacco in the last 22 years. ENA has a rate of tobacco user in 2016, 2017. It was of the 17.6% in Sanud, 18.8, then 16.8, and then goes up to 19.1% in 2021. This is a result of the application of the traditional measurements of control of tobacco, according to those are on the empower strategies of Marco for control of tobacco. And this is data a little bit older. I go to Ensanud from the adults. I went to the adults, 73.3% that declared are interested in quitting, and 53.3 said trying to quit in the last year. From those people, if you can see the graphic, only 3.5% and 3.3% respectively got into pharmacotherapy or therapy help. 7.7, if you can see the database, are people that went on vaping or to candies or so on. And the 85.5%, they do it on their own, but that doesn't mean that they are successful, right? So what we have to think on regulating and to design the public policies for being able to reduction of the harm reduction is to think about 93% pink and blue. Who they want to go to a doctor to stop to quit? Okay, welcome. It's more it's easier, but they can go to pharmacotherapy also, and they can go only to pharmacotherapy. The harm reduction is not problem. It's not a problem. The vaping is not a problem. I quit smoking by vaping. The traditional ways are based in abstinence, and they focus in prevention and with less intensity. In Mexico, in prevention, because cessation services are more limited because of our conditions. But the traditional measurements have some limitations, and we have undesirable consequences. Any intervention in a public matter, a stigma towards the people that smoke, interferences with other human rights, among others. When they have those limits, with the idea to have to make down the rate of tobacco use and having more strict anti-tobacco use, the consequences that we don't desire go up. So we have the harm reduction is not contradictory, is complementary. The reduction of harm damage is a little bit more empathic, more human, and they assist the people that are smoking. We have the traditional measurements on the tobacco on combustion. It's for the state is less expenses because they will buy their own electronic cigarettes. We don't have to give them therapy or medicines, and in the end of the day, it works. You heard them from a Swedish physician. Here is 4 times less than in Europe. So Dr. Henrik is making it clear. There we have 2 important data. In America, vaping is an alternative for smokers, and we can see these 2 bullets in the 4 lines. The majority of people that are vaping in the UK are ex-smokers, and they are and the newlers, they are not vaping because they say sometimes it says linalol that it's for rats. It's a venom for rats, a poison. So that's not true. It's legal. So when the vaping is going up, this graphic throws away another information for those who are against vaping, that it consists in saying that the vaping goes towards people smoking. If they vape more and they smoke less, they are not people that are starting to smoke. If we have more vaping, we will have less people smoking. So that's it. That is legal in tobacco use. On the control of tobacco in 1.d, it's saying it, and it happens in the Mexican law for the control of tobacco in fraction 4 on the Article 6. That is reproducing the control of tobacco in CNCT. It implements also the reduction of tobacco use to regulate the alternatives and allow the vaping and the nicotine tea bags. We're complementing the obligation for the states to adopt measurements that can allow and promote the quitting of smoke. As it's clear today, the vapor and an electronic cigarette, it helps to help people quitting. Which obstacles? Not knowing. It's normal that here to the legislator saying that the vaping products and the electronic cigarette, they cannot say the variety and characteristic of each equipment. And if they are going to be to do a regulation, they have to consider all these things. Misinformation campaigns in Mexico that come from the federal government that affect society as to the same regulators. We mentioned this presentation of a chromatographic analysis to some product of vaping that we don't know which is, and taking in this analysis, COFEPRIS has extended supposedly some risks to just one category, and the withdrawal also can here it's simple in which it says cigarette and the product of the cigarette to say electronical system of nicotine. It's not to make to make equal things. A new regulation of the same law, because we need a differentiated regulation, and an obstacle that we also suffer that we want to promote the harm reduction, and is a reject to the exclusion of the consumers to talk about this openly, debate, or any event. The regulation, that is differentiated regulation, that I said how it can be in general terms to is proportional to the risk. So it has to be to give to the users, to the ones that are non-consuming nicotine, and to protect children. We have to protect children, and also laws that allows all the users. We don't need to harm them, we need to attract them because they don't want to stop smoking, most of them. So the problem is 17 million of people that if the Dr. Mier isn't mistaken, half of them, if they will still smoke, they will die. So we have to distinguish what to regulate liquids, for example, in vaping, and for last, to establish a regulation that in the administration cannot block the mini industry, because what the worst that can happen to the safest ways goes to the tobacco industry is not bad. It's their problem, but if they get all the parts of the market, which incentive will have to stop selling these cigars? We want this to stop, as UK wants in their politics to 2030. Liquids. Specifically, in some questions, then the laws that are in England in TPD, the norms that have in Spain, in New Zealand, in Canada, mainly regulates the aspect of quality control, and that's what we need here to regulate the quality control in these liquids that I am showing to protect the health of the users. The topic of the flavor is controversial. We have said it, and the legislator says that they are to be forbidden because of the children, for not to vape. So what? Grown-ups, they don't like the flavors. It's the difference. What I want, the flavor and the others. So we can put them aside in the past, and we can have a control and surveillance on it. In protection of the young people, of the children, we don't want them to start vaping, not smoking, no drinking. The first rule is to establish a prohibition, but this prohibition has to be surveilled by the authorities. That's the first bullet. The second point is the prohibition of the vendor machines, because they don't have the quality or the age to establish the rules of the age of the buyers. So they are regulation. And last year that prohibited the products of vaping products, it's doing the contrary to establish the black market. We have the conditions for the children to have this product. Branding and marketing should not be attractive for children, this product, but at the same time we have to seek that the adults have access and can choose the products they want. Publicity, we have to prohibit them? No, it has to be restricted, yes, very restricted and very taken care of, but not prohibited, because you have to give information to smokers about the risks, about the options they have. One of the reasons of the vaping is so effective to quit smoking is because the vaping implies a variety of products that the smoker we can find something that makes appealing to the user. So the product it's adapted to the users, not the users or product. And we have to see the advantages of having harm-reduced products. The first table make me turn around that I show these brandings on vaping in Costa Rica, for example. They make the harm on the results of smoking. A product that is not smoked and that is not causing these harms to the user, it's saying that it's harming them, something that is really not the truth. So that's a violation to the right of information that is a human right, right? And we haven't seen it there. Also, we can see it in the campaigns of our government. And last but not least, vaping in the work center and public spaces. We have a proposal in Public Health England in 2016 in this topic. We heard that we have a problem that a passive vapor and a justification, rational justification for establishing these same rules of where you can smoke than where you can vape. It doesn't mean that you can vape everywhere, but we are not facing a third affectation on their health. We are only regulating the convenience and etiquette rules. For example,
if we allow vaping in more spaces in comparison to those where you can smoke, then it's more attractive for smokers to move on to this new device. But if I'm a vapor and I cannot vape or others are smoking, well, of course I can relapse into smoking. That's all for my part. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. This was a very clear message with a very broad scope. Vapors are not harmful. The research has been conducted in favor of vapors because they enable smokers to quit, and it saves lives. As our speaker said, nicotine does not account for cancer. It is addictive, but it's not a cancerogen. So it's pretty evident that there's a difference between tobacco smoking and these risk reduction devices. I think that the topic has been broken down in detail, so I would like to thank today's speaker. And now we have a Q&A section. I don't know if you have a comment or a question. It might be easier if you write it down. And come on. You cannot ask questions about the Lotería game. We will talk about that later. Go ahead, Roberto. Please take the microphone. Regarding Dr. Heinrich's presentation, I think it's very interesting to see how all this scientific and regulatory structure in the UK has been well coordinated, and it has been conducted professionally. However, there has been a reaction against this process, mainly coming from the USA. It's an anti-vaping activist reaction. Some scientists are there, some physicians are there. In Australia, we've had a similar reaction. And it's frankly a negative reaction, because instead of appealing to the scientific arguments, they have tried to dismiss Public Health England's research, alleging supposed interests, conflict of interests. These researchers have broken down their thesis and explained it in several ways to defend it. And it's true, what you mentioned, that they have been assessing the evidence year after year. And of course, something new always comes up, but the assessment is in general valid. When you read the literature coming from the USA, they always start, and I know this because we did some research on that. But research from the US claims that vaping is increasingly harmful. But when one checks the research, we find all sorts of irregularities and inconsistencies. I am not a doctor, but I know statistics. And I checked the studies on lung injuries. And as I mentioned, those people who sustained lung injuries were previous tobacco users, heavy users. So it's important to acknowledge that there is a reaction to this pro-vaping movement, and that we should get involved and engage in showing evidence. It's important to have that debate in science. I wanted to comment just that. Of course, yeah. I bear no doubt about that. Researchers are on the constant look for new evidence. A good researcher aims to find constant findings which need to be reported. Whether those findings are positive or negative to our thesis, it's not like one single study makes the whole or verifies the whole theory. So until research from all continents starts showing common ground, so we're gonna have to seek alternatives, and these products, vapors, will need better regulation and perhaps even be removed from the market. But until that happens, which it hasn't, we'll trust that if we compare these devices to tobacco burning, then an evident reduction in harm is observed. As Mr. Gorman observed, electronic devices are for smokers. So you cannot go anywhere but up. Thank you, Dr. Henrich. Any other question? Please take the mic. Can you hear me? Nice to meet you. First of all, I would like to know what's more risky. What's more important? Focusing on reducing the amount of smokers currently, or focus on the new smokers, upcoming smokers? We saw some data in the charts of new young smokers, and it was a large number. And so how do we focus on preventing new smokers from existing? Because I think it's important to focus on the prevention of new smokers. Not prohibiting, because as we saw, prohibition is not the way to solve things, but from my perspective, it should be more important to avoid the surgence of new smokers. But I don't see the resources being channeled for this purpose. Of course, many psychological reasons come into play. And I'm talking from the standpoint of a young adult. Vapors are very attractive nowadays. They are very popular, and that's what I would like. That's where I agree on that. They have to be targeted to smokers, and they cannot be attracted to they cannot be attractive for young smokers, because I've met people who began vaping and ended up consuming tobacco and smoking tobacco. There's a popularization of vaping nowadays in the city. Tobacco use used to be promoted at the very beginning of its commercialization as a positive product, a product that even pregnant women could consume. So that would be my concern, that this will become a new trend among people instead of being a tool for quitting? All right, those were a lot of questions altogether. So where to channel our energy to? I would say all lives are worth the same. Smokers have been traditionally abandoned from 2,200 smokers in the world. More than half are inhabitants of middle and low-income countries. So it's a matter of social equality. Now, regarding new smokers, if you're talking about people who have just taken up smoking, the rate of smoking has dropped in the past 12 years. You pointed out that some people started with vaping and then ended up in cigarette smoking. However, there is no direct link that takes a person from vaping to smoking. There is no validated evidence on that. In fact, the research suggests otherwise. And yes, it's true, we don't want minors to smoke, vape, or drink. It's true, but we should not be oblivious to the fact that minors are doing it. Vaping can work as a gateway away from tobacco smoke. Hopefully, the youth will not take up any vices, but if they are to take up one of these, it's preferable that they start with vaping, because it's not as harmful as tobacco smoking. As I said, we should not take this as a holy grail. That's a very limited vision. We need to look at this as risk reduction method, like a safety belt. It comes a point where if you're going at a high speed, the belt won't save your life. And the problem is not the belt, but rather the speed. The belt will help you to survive in certain conditions, but if you are not responsible with the speed with which you drive, then the belt will not work. So public policies should be targeted to prevention and smoke quitting and risk reduction.
So if you're going to vape, it's better. If you want to stay with the habit, to abandon the tobacco entirely. The first thing that we have in the Congress in the UK, in the King's College, was a statistic very simple. 63% of people diagnosed with lung cancer, they won't quit smoking. They are telling you, you're going to die. We have to take half of your lung, or you have a metastasis in the brain. Okay, just let me smoke a little bit for, the nerves. It's like that. So when I was in contact with the representative of the small commerciants in vaping in UK, we are smokers. We don't want to stop smoking. That's it. And if FDA are going to regulate and are going to take out the vaping, we are going to go back to tobacco. We don't like it. It's killing us. It doesn't taste well. We reek. So it was a petition of the representative. Please don't take it out, because we are going to have a great issue. Not because of you prohibiting, we are going to stop smoking. Okay, thank you so much, Tomás, Christian, Fernando, everyone. You're so kind. I think that the explanation has been thorough and clear. We have no more time. We are going to stop the question and answer section, and I will ask for an applause to our panelists that have been thorough and clear on the topic, and we are going to give them a prize. So please be there. And please, can you place in the screens the logo of the forum for the official picture? Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Let's give them an applause to our panelist and moderator. They are asking me to take the picture in the center of the stage for not having shadows in the screen, please. Let's give them an applause to say goodbye to our panelist and with the moderator. I will tell you that for our next conference we will have not enough space for the space of questions and answers, so we ask you to write it down and we will give them to our conference spokesperson and they will help us to answer them in an email. So we want in the anti-mapping struggle and the conflict of interests. So I will give some of the CV. He is a consumer activist and he studied ecology in Universidad del Valle de Mexico. He's user on the mappings more than 12 years, and he tried to regulate the vapors, being the only users in the forum and the only representative of vaping. He participated in many programs with the topic of vaping in Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, and Spain. He is member on vapors and vapors, so please give him a big applause. Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Today we are going to talk about activism, the interest of conflict in Mexico. We're going to define what is an activist. It's someone that gathers and it's in the movements, political movements, social movements, cultural movements, and it's searching changes in the established ways. And this this concerns vaping. Vaping, in Dr. Sussman's words, is a disruptive technology, right? It breaks the scheme before we can have nicotine through tomatoes and cigarettes, among other conventional ways. And today, we have different alternatives with which we can vape, for example. And this technology has a lower risk and has three main factors for an activist: to struggle on the human rights, working on the knowledge community. Vaping communities in the beginnings were learning communities. We were learning step by step how to make better things and how there were things that it can cause us a major risk. And the third factor, that is collaboration. At the end of the day, all the vapors, we start knowing each other and we start to find a community of people that was doing the same activity that us. The interest conflict, so we are going to define it, is a situation in the judgment of a person is influenced by particular interests in a wrong way. Let's call this scholarship, gifts, or, as mentioned, voluntary donations. So this is a conflict on your judgment, and we go out of the margin of what is morally correct to interest that you have to address your information, and you are confabulating with, I started vaping more than 12 years ago. It's been a while. He said this at the young people. I'm not a young people anymore. So I think in those 12-year times, the Juan Jose Sirion can correct me, but I don't think that we have 1,000 papers in Mexico. Nowadays, we are more like 1 million or a little bit more of papers in Mexico. Why the vapors grew in Mexico? I define 3 circumstances that for me are very important. The first one, to tell user by user what is vaping, this solution that a minute ago Christian said is a holy grail for quitting smoking. Hey, I'm vaping. Hey, it's dangerous. Yes. Okay, take it. Give it a try. On the information that we have, each time that a study is out, each time we read it, each time we discuss it, each time that we teach each other, the vapers are people that are studying. Why? Because we are worried about our health, because we are not here for free, and for the risk reduction also. I will insist in this topic because even though we know the vaping is not totally not harmless. I am assuming the consequences. I am vaping 12 years ago, so I proposed like a subject of investigation, and nobody has taken me as a subject of investigation. Now I don't expect no one to do it, because I don't think I will have more help for this. So we have the expositions and the moment to expose ourselves, right? There were voices in vaping that they say, no, please, let's shut up. And there are other voices that said, hey, let's make noise and let's expose ourselves for a just regulation, a fair regulation, because this market should be stop going to be to go black or grayish or in the color we are. So it was a good moment. We had many expos, and one of these in Monterrey. If I'm not mistaken, we were mocked, and the government came for us, COFEPRIS, and they came and they say, give me those. It happens nothing, because we have the third injunction, because we knew that we can have injunction and stop the situation, that these unfair situations or with a bad judgment. So the anti-vapor, anti-tobacco came, the ants. They appear in organizations founded of a friend named Michael Bloomberg, and they are there. It is called Fair Health, the Intra-American Health on the Heart, and so on and so forth, many other names. And other organizations that prohibit you, that the only thing that they are seeking is that you prevail in all situations, right? They are behind of the Marco law when it says something different. They say, I cannot talk with you because you are part of a problem. They told us, harmful people, that we haven't a clear judgment because we were addicts. I'm not an addict. If you want to call me some way, I'm a dependent. I depend slightly on the consumption of nicotine, but I love in these times that is so politically correct. We can talk about that I am a nicotine user. and I should be treated as I am, as a person. Bloomberg has gone so far that he has a politics for the use of motorcycle, and he wanted to save life. I'm not going to talk about this thing. If they want to talk about someone with a motorcycle owner, it's better. But the big question is, there's no a transit rule on it. Why this person has to get middle into it? Why we have to give money through gossips, through the work on the deputy chambers? This enclosure to be heard. They don't know mapping. They don't know the alternatives of risk reduction, and what is the worst, the most tragic of the events is called Janela Severini, someone that made the homework for them, for the legislator, to Mrs. Model, and came to say with with a semicolon how to make a proposal for forbidding the vaping in Mexico. We discovered it on time. It was not me, of course. Someone else discovered it with a thing that is called metadata. The youngsters will understand, but the intellectual author was there, and the perversity. Talking about this, Los Santos see us as mean person, thinking that we are running after children with a with a vapor in the hand, and we're not, you know. Today I went with this blackout, and I was telling Edgar, I didn't know to which type of forum I was going to face. So, many grown-up people. I thought I will find younger people, and no. Sorry for those ones that are younger, but it's not my intention to say mean things. After this thing on Janela, I have to say, we want a fair relationship, and according to the risk and according to the damage. That's what we are. That's what we want. Stop the black market. That is not for use to you, not for us. We have many workers that have mistreated us, and not telling the truth when you have a microphone is like lying twice. Me, I don't have any gifts, and I don't have any conflict of interest. But how do you dare, those that live from Bloomberg, to say and to enunciate this phrase that is said? I am not an addict. I am a user. I have a family. I work every day. Today I ask vacations to be in this forum, and I don't have any conflict. But I have to work every day because bread is not coming from the sky, and because I don't have a scholarship for these philanthropics. Maybe I'm playing in the wrong chord, right? Okay. There was people on health part that we don't have decision or free decision because we're an addict, and vaping is my decision of life. Because of my freedom, because of my rights, and because of the free development of personality, I go for the vaping. The only obligation that the government has is to see for the freedom of their citizens. And in this case, I think it's not happening. So, the big question here is, who has the conflict of interests? Us? No, it's not us. remembering a rapper here in Mexico, I will say it gladly. I vote, I BAP. The last election in Mexico was won for million of votes. Take it as a declaration, whatever you want. And by last but not least, because I cannot go from here without my phrase that I say all the time. Vaping is a better option. Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you so much. We thank very much the participation of Javier Fernandez, and then we will give him an award for the participation. And if you have a question, you can write it down, and Javier will help us to give it an answer. Our next panel will be in English, so we ask the people that need a device of simultaneous translation can go for it in the main entrance to this room. We invite the last panelists. They are Maria Papayoannou. We have also Bastian Arellano, Jeffrey Zamora, Jorge Palma, Thomas Sanchez, and Mr. Juan José Sirian. Please. So we ask on the support personnel if you can help us with another table. We will ask a little moment more in the support with the support people to bring more tables and more chairs. the meantime, I want to ask to share your experience through Facebook and other social networks to use the hashtags Foro Libre Nicotina and hashtag Foro de Regulación. You can place it in your social network, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, and so on. Twitter also. I will say it, free forum in hashtag Foro de Regulación.
Okay, I think we're ready. Let's move on with activism in Latin America. I would like to welcome the panelists and share a brief resume of them with all of you. Maria Papayoano, representative of Rights for Vapors, Canada, activist in risk reduction. She's led campaigns in Canada. Welcome, Maria. We also have Bastián Arellano, partner of Asovate Chile. He's a Chilean entrepreneur. He's participated in streaming campaigns entitled "Vaping is Not Smoking." He smoked from 14 to 24 years old, and he is now an advocate for new alternatives against tobacco use. Welcome, Sebastián. We also have Jeffrey Zamora, president of Asovate Costa Rica, the association in favor of risk reduction. He is the producer of Safer, a documentary series, and he's worked with NGOs and government agencies as well as commercial brands. He's a social network director from INCO. We have Jorge Palma, president of Isovape Peru. He's been vaping for more than 8 years. He arrived into the vaping world seeking a replacement to normal combustion smoking, and vaping for him is an alternative that could save lives around the world. This has led him to become an advocate for this sort of devices against tobacco smoking. We also have Mr. Tomás Sánchez, president of the Association of the Panama Risk Reduction. He's a marketing and business administration graduate. Welcome, Tomás. And as moderator, we have Juan José Sirion Lee, president of México y el Mundo Vapeando. I've already shared his resume with you. Welcome. Without further ado, let's begin with this panel. Thank you. Rafael Lara asked me to moderate one of the boards, and I immediately said, I'm going to go with the activists because they are all young, like me, and we all share things in common. We've even been together designing the necessary strategies to fight for the causes that we believe in our countries. So I hope that this will be one of the most cheerful panels in the forum, since it's one of the most youthful. And we have a special guest among these Latin American activists. We have Maria Papayoano, a Canadian activist. And we'll give her the floor to begin this presentation. Todos arriba. Vamos a movernos, porque cuando nos movemos, nos acordamos de por qué estamos
And they have
aquí.
important things to say, so let's move a little bit, get that heart rate going, because activism can be fun. Does everybody have one of those earpieces? Okay. We're all good? We're all moving? Okay. Okay, we're good with this. Oh, I really need to learn Spanish and French. It'll help me. I want to say, first of all, thank you for having me here. And me llamo María, no más español. That's it. My name is Maria Papayoano, and I am from Canada. My last name is not Canadian, it is Greek. So I do speak another language, but it's not one of the most popular ones in the world. And I'm here with, so I'm going to learn how to use this. So I'm here to talk about what we do here in Canada. So this is a little video, just a little bit to talk about from one of our rallies. So I'm going to press this.
Probably go back to cigarettes.
Going back to cigarettes, that is a scary thought. We all have some sort of nicotine dependency, but I do know that there are thousands of people out there who would go back to smoking in an instant if they were not able to get flavors.
I smoked cigarettes for 23 years, and the flavor had everything to do with it because my body rejected the tobacco.
It's flavors that keep me vaping, as opposed to being on the cigarettes.
The flavor ban's going to drive people back to smoking. It's going to drive my dad back to smoking. It's going to drive me to the black market, and it's going to kill people.
So that was from one of the 10 days that it's very hot in Canada. It was over 35 degrees humidity, but we were out there at our capital city of Ottawa, and we got out there. We didn't have 1 million people out there. We only have a population of 32 million in Canada, but we had people who were passionate. So when it comes to this is a question I have here. There's this saying, vaping saves lives. How many people here have heard that saying? Vaping saves lives. I'll wait for the translation. Okay. Vaping saves lives. But it's more than that, because vaping doesn't just save lives. Vaping changes the quality of someone's life. And think about this. And I know that it sounds a little bit conspiracy theory, but I'm going to just roll with it. When someone smokes and has tobacco-related illness, they are kept alive with medication. When you think of someone with COPD, it's oxygen. When you think of someone with asthma, with cancer, those are all treatable illnesses that people are kept alive by pharmaceuticals that make a lot of money on people who smoke to stay alive. So for me, vaping increases the quality of life, and as human beings, we have that right to have a quality of life where we choose how we govern our own bodies. So when we look at it, you know, yes, I get it, and I know I've been at this, so I think next slide is, what is advocacy? Public support for or recommendation of a particular cause or policy. Activism, advocacy, there's a fine line. One works with government, one doesn't. One pressures government. And so you need both. Whatever you do in this world, you need a combination of both. And that's kind of what we've done in Canada. So how it started for me, Vapor Advocates of Ontario. So I still try and keep my naivety that every politician will listen to me that I had in 2013. I'm 50, so I'm not one of the youngest on this thing, but I want to keep that naivety because I was in Toronto, I had a business, and they wanted, so please follow along because this is very ridiculous. They put together a law to ban vaping on city-owned properties, but still allowed smoking, right? So there was this law, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. All I need to do is go tell a politician that this is wrong, they're misunderstanding everything. They should be banning smoking, not vaping. So I did what anyone in Toronto in 2015 would do. They would call the mayor on his cell phone because he gave it to us. So I called Mayor Ford, I left him a message, and he called me back at 10:30 at night in my house, and I explained the whole entire story to him. And he said to me, Maria, I'm going to vote against this, and my brother is going to vote against this. And I was like, okay. So I watched, and oh my goodness, the first time I asked a politician to do something, he did it. So I have this incredible experience. And if you go in the records of Toronto City Hall, you will see that 2 people voted against this. So I haven't had a choice. I get rejected by politicians all the time, but I can always remember my first time. And I'm choosing to always remember the first time I've engaged with a politician and they engaged back, because that's the memory that I'm choosing to move forward with. So you can't vape, but you can smoke on Toronto City property, which is absolutely ridiculous. We have a province in Ontario that they came up with a flavor ban. So Vapor Advocates of Ontario came. And through the advocacy, I own a vape shop. So I am big vape. I am big tobacco. I am like this awful person that's making millions of dollars helping people stop smoking. I don't know. I'm not making $1 million, and that's kind of no different than what Big Pharma does, isn't it? Who knows? So we started doing advocacy, and we worked with vape shops. And that was, for us in Canada, an incredible relationship. Not that we were asking for money from the vape shops, but we were looking at the vape shops as a resource of information. Everybody that walks into a vape shop trusts the person there. And when you hand out information at vape shops, you allow consumers to make a choice of what they want to do. So to me, the vape shop, the consumer, the activism, all work together. And it's worked very well. As you can see, I don't know how these photos go, but that photo with all the men and me, that's one of our local politicians who vapes, and we nicknamed him Vape Dad, and we made little t-shirts of him. And these are some of the protests that we've had. And, you know, we're out there protesting at -20 weather, no problem. And the other big thing we did was we listened. We were given advice that send a postcard because there's a flavor ban. And in Canada, you're allowed to mail your politicians for free. So we took advantage of that. And we mailed postcards. And you can see there, that's in French. But the postcard would say, my name is, and this is my postal code, so they know they live in the community. And kind of a little bit of a story. I started smoking when, this is when I started vaping, these are the flavors that I enjoyed, and if you ban flavors, this is what I'm going to do. So these were kind of the things that we did. And some more pictures, and you know what really got people to take pictures of themselves, kind of sharing, adding a face to it. Because people who smoke are villainized. And I know they are in my country, I'm not sure in Latin America, but it's one of the only addictions that you encourage children to shame an adult. Oh, you smoke. Ooh, you smell. Ooh, your teeth are ugly. Can you imagine any other, and I've listened what you said, and I'm trying not to use the word addiction. I heard. But can you imagine any other dependency if someone was overweight, dependent on sugar, dependent on opiates, and you used hurtful words towards them? So we already, you know what, we're down for the count because, you know what, no one likes someone who smokes. And I don't like that. So it's important that we put a face to it. And then, after many years came Rights for Vapors because, I don't know, I thought, why not all of Canada? How hard can it be? Rights for Vapors. And one of the big things with Rights for Vapors, which was really important, is education. The more you know, the more empowered you are to engage with confidence whomever you're talking to. Like, I am so, I read everything, I do everything. Like, I literally grabbed a translator and demanded to sit down and talk to your Minister of Health and tell them to contact my Minister of Health and see how things are done in Canada. Like, but that's only because I felt empowered because I'm learning. So the more we empower our consumers, and that's again, through vape shops, that's where people can get all their information because they trust people. You trust the person that's helping you stop a behavior, an action, and something that is better. So we did a lot of educating, and what we tried to do. Okay, so this is how we started. We actually did, I'm gonna go over here because I can't see that far. We did a survey. We had over 7,000 people participate, and these were our facts, because not only are we educating consumers, we're educating policymakers, government officials, doctors, anyone we can get in. So we've kind of broken it down, but you can see that 98% of people who did this survey use vaping to help them quit smoking. You can see that tobacco flavors, they're not appealing to Canadians who vape. You can see that, well, you can't really see it here, but there's a lot of people who want to support flavors, and only, I guess, like 90% of people started with tobacco, but they switched very quickly to sweet flavors. So this is kind of where we started. We needed to figure out what was going on there. We needed the stats. And then we did education. We're lucky, and I feel lucky that we have people like David Sweener, Dr. John Oyston, Dr. Tyndall in this world, that they are Canadian and they've helped us. But we've done like World Vape Day. We've created Did You Know Facts. We had Women in Vaping to celebrate World Vaping Day. That's another thing. Encourage more women to participate in your activism. Just going to say that right there. But we take advantage of National Smoking Week. During our election, we broke down for consumers what to talk about with the politicians. Again, back to that engagement education. The more someone knows, the more confident they'll be to say, hey, you want my vote? Well, what do you think about this? So the more people know, the more they'll listen, the confident they'll be. And these are some of the things that we've done. So we've had petitions. Just recently, we had over 12,000 people sign a petition that was read on the floor. We have computerized AI technology that we fill in all the information and help people write unique letters to government. We have a lot of campaigns. Trust me, every time we turn around, someone's trying to ban a flavor, add a tax, do something. But we've worked on it. So this was our last protest. We were out in Ottawa, but there's a couple of things that I've learned during this whole process. And if you guys can take some of this with you, and you can talk to someone. One, someone will listen. No one can make you give up but yourself. So you have a choice. You can say, 20 people didn't talk to me, or you can focus on the one person that did respond to you. And if you continue to focus on the positive, people will listen. And you have to be consistent and persistent. So what that means is you email the same people every week the same day. They might have you blocked, but it doesn't matter. When they go through their blocked emails, they'll find your emails. But be consistent. Reach out to everybody. It doesn't matter. Like, there's many times I'll read something that a doctor said something negative about vaping, and I'll email that doctor and say, do you want to talk? What's the worst thing that the doctor's going to say? No? And who cares if he makes fun of me? Jeez. Like, what kind of life does someone have if they're making fun of someone sending them an email? Like, I'm glad I gave them, I don't know, something to do. But this was our last protest, and this was right before. Like, we're good for a flavor ban federally, but this is kind of what we did. And it was minus 30 out there. I just want to share that. Oh. We need some audio. Has come out to a rally that has done something during the election, sent a message on Facebook, sent out a tweet. These are all the cumulative efforts that consumers have made across this country to be seen. So right over there is the new home of the Senate, or the temporary home of the Senate, and that's where they're going to have the throne speech. We're going to be seeing MPs roll up here in these white buses. Our goal here for Rights for Vapors is to have our sign seen. Here's our bus. Let's take a look at our bus. We had two MPs, my MP and an MP from, his name's Scott, he's out from Simcoe. They came out to say hi to us. And you know what, without those efforts, this would not be possible. And we are pushing it. We are moving the needle forward. Keep doing it, guys. So at that protest, we literally didn't say a single word, and it was so amazing because all the politicians were taking pictures of us. We just held the signs, we had the messages, because before that, we spent an entire 2 months going door to door and during the election talking about vaping. So it's really about, the more you educate people, the less they're like, I'm going back to this, education, education, education. It is so important. And everyone does it differently. So what can we do? Education, surprise. Your biggest weapon is the consumer base. And it's also important to educate government officials. I listened to some of the government officials. Obviously, it was through a translation, so I'm not 100% sure, but there's so many knowledge gaps there. And if the people that were sitting on these panels, they were open to learning more, send them more information. Build that relationship. Here's an example. I wanted to meet with Health Canada in 2019, and I sent them an email and I said, are you available anytime between January 2nd, 2019 and December 31st, 2019? You know what that would do? They would have to say, no, we never want to meet you. Or they have to pick one day out of 362. You make yourself available. You also have to build relationships. Build relationships with doctors, academics, reach out to the vape shops. Those are your places where all the information can be shared, knowledge can be had, and also reach out to scholars, lawyers, people that do harm reduction and other fields. I'm not sure if you have organizations for harm reduction with opiates, but build relationships with that. And don't criticize those organizations for harm reductions with needle exchange or safe injection site. Use those as a platform to say, let's add vaping to the conversation. Resources. Look who's around you. It's really important. You never know who you can build a relationship with, other organizations, and ask them what's worked for them and make it your own. You can take other people's ideas, we do this all the time, and just make it your own. And persistence and patience. Just because someone says no doesn't mean the next person won't say yes. Continue to email, make calls, show up at events, write to your local papers about vaping all the time. I write something every week. I've been published in 12 years, 8 times. But I still send something every week. They'll pick it up once in a while. And, oh, that's it. That is my presentation. I just want to say a big thank you. Thank you for listening, and thank you. I'm so grateful, and I'm so honored to be part of this thing. It's like amazing, so thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Una activista en el
From a public event arguing conflict of interest from you?
Oh my God, I'm banned from all of them. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, thank you. Let me just tell you. So, there's this big event that's funded by our government every year. It's called Ottawa's Ottawa's Heart Model Smoking Cessation. And I applied to have a ticket, and they said, are you part of the tobacco industry? I said, no. And then they said, are you part of the vaping industry? I said, yes, I have a vape shop. And then they banned me. So I thought, forget it. I'm just going to show up there. So this was before COVID, and it was 2019. I showed up there with a Facebook Live because it doesn't cost much. Facebook Live, a whole bunch of vapors. We went into this huge thing, and I really do not need this microphone. I have a very loud voice. I booked the hall across the street to have a conference, and I stood in the middle of this event, and I said, hello, everybody. Here, you're not going to find out the truth about vaping. If you want to learn about vaping from people who use it, you can come across the street. We are open and available. And you know what? I thought, just because you don't want me there, just because you have a problem with me that is so fake and so egotistical, because I make you nervous, because I challenge your belief system, doesn't mean I can't crash your party. You're more than welcome. I would be honored if someone crashed my party. So now, and then they banned me they blocked me on Twitter. He called me a pig. It's dramatic. He called me a pig, but I've saved those because you know what? When someone has so much knowledge, so much education, so much history, and they resort to name calling, you got them. You got them right where you want them. So, you know what? I have those tweets saved on my phone all the time, and it reminds me that no amount of egos can be broken down, and you can see them. So yeah, and I get kicked out of them all the time, especially ones in Canada. However, I am working really hard and pushing to have WHO 5.3 properly defined in Canada. For me, the motivation was the fact that, sorry, this really bothers me, is that they found a vaccine through the tobacco plant. And that doesn't bother me. It was a low-risk vaccine. It was created, a tobacco company was part of it. Yet every single tobacco control person celebrated the removal of a COVID vaccine from the world because it was from tobacco. And to me, that shows how, can I swear?
Yeah.
Ass backwards, fucked up this world is, and how fearful tobacco control is. If they are willing to allow people to die and not have access for a vaccine that is different because they are so afraid of a plant. So to me, it's important that we define 5.3 as a nation. Every nation should do that. Have a clear definition, understanding, because it's not 1984, it's 2023. Tobacco companies are not the same, and vaping is not tobacco, and we need to just hold everybody accountable.
Thank you very much, Maria. Ya ven, no solo les pasa a ustedes, también en los países de primer mundo los tratan así, entonces no se tienen que sentir tan mal.
Have not. Don't feel bad, please. So we are going to go next with Bastian Arellano. Bastian, please. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Bastian Arellano. I don't know if the presentation is there. I'm Bastian Arellano. I came on representation of Chile. I want to thank Rafael Lara, the organization, Rauder, Soy Chile also, for giving me the opportunity to come. Ignacio Leiva, that is the president of the Chile Society. He was invited, but he couldn't come. He had an event he had another talk in Spain. I think that the best way of giving something is the experience that what's happened in Chile the last 13 years of events. And it's all that we have done in the last 13 years has had results today that marks a huge information on this. The first try that we have on prohibition in Chile was in 2010. In Argentina happened the same thing. Effectively, we could forbid. The minister Jaime wanted to prohibit and ban the vaping. So in that moment, in other countries of Latin America, it has not activism because we're not consumers. In the world, the vaping has its time in 2013, 14, and forward. But in 2010, we had not that much consumers. It was hard to have a good quantity of activists. So in 2010, Ignacio Leiva, that was a vapor for nowadays, made a campaign on information against of this try of regulation of banning that was effective. He could make that the vaping was not banned as in Argentina, but we have the resolution of 1994 signed against the regime that was with the electronic cigarette is the same as the pharmaceutical products. So all the nicotine selling is on the pharmacy, in the drugstore. In 2023 has sold nicotine, and is not authorized the opening or a big pharma that could sell legally the nicotine to the consumers. So that's why since 2010 Chile went into a gray market in which you can get liquid without nicotine. The accessories are important. You cannot sell nicotine, that is what we use the user for the tobacco sensation. The user anyways got it in the end. So in 2012 to 14 we create the vaping community on Chile, and from today it's in a WhatsApp group also. So Chile doesn't smoke, it vapes, so it has all the users informed. It's very important, the information, the access to the information, and that community was in charge of that communication. And we have problems there. With time, in 2018, Gio Girardi manifested publicly that he was against this vaping and the electronic cigarette. And in 2018, as in other countries happened, we have a motion with the intention of restrict the electronic cigarette in our country. This person is working hand to hand with Chile Free of Tobacco. That is an organization that they have the direct support from Michael Bloomberg. So they are not hiding it at least, right? They're not hiding this information. And as can you see, in Mexico, I haven't had the opportunity to come. They have the seal of high in sugar, high in fats, and so on. And guess who was the senator? The same as in the picture. So after those tries of regulate or prohibit, is born also Vape Chile from the first association of users. So with this organization, from this association appears vaping is not smoking, so it goes to vaping is not smoking in Iberoamerica. So all of this in 2019 in May, the first public strike in support of vaping is not smoking. And all the transmission of Gio Girardi that wanted to make equal the traditional cigarette to the electric one. So in activist point of view is want to have a voice in all that is going to affect in some way, but there was no way. So we started to use the users that we were informed and have connected in all this time, that have made community, and said, please go, we will give the electronic address to the users to talk with the legislators. 3, we could do any other give us the opportunity to talk to them. So just 3, but the pressure of the users was so important that we have some space for the user to present in a public session, a presentation in which we manifest our position pro-vaping. As an anecdote, in that session, we could see in the right, the third person, it was Girardi. In a public gathering, we were the new pedophiles of the 21st century. So this project went to the deputy chambers, in which we had before a super important work in which we were in contact with this person when Ignacio had talks with many others that the 3 before we had in the past. So they will be gather a project that come with the Senate to restrict vaping as the traditional cigarette, and the deputy chamber that recognizes as an alternative as a controlled risk. They go to England, they make a differentiation, a product with nicotine, without nicotine, and a traditional cigarette. It was a clash, a very big clash. In that point, we have support of all the legislators that were informed, and to take out the electronic cigarette work that was in the original legislation. So it was a good. It was very good, but someone is hurt, right? So elections came, we have a legislator, commissions changes, and somehow we go from zero, from scratch with somebody. And the positions were so hard that since executive, we wanted to have taxes in the stores. So the pharmacy were the one that could sell them. They don't, so they go to the stores that we know that have nicotine and the liquid without nicotine, but it has a warning. They take it away also, so they may suspect it could have nicotine. We were talking about $30,000 of entrepreneur empowerment. It's facing a hard situation. It's a hard strike, and many stores were really, really affected on this. So all of these pressures were stopping this project from the deputy chamber that make the distinction, but with all the information delivery that we made through the vaping is not smoking campaign, we enhanced all the users, because vaping is not smoking, is that It's just information and having commitment of them vaping, and they facing these rights of risk reduction. How did we do that? How did we manage the commitment? We have all the Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube. We make programs every week. It was starting, yes, to having a guest. Many of people that have participated here having in almost all programs. We have been talking about the regulation not only in Chile but all Latin American in the world. And of course, taking needs and information, it's very common in all people that we are here. All the media cover Valley. It was said in CDC that the products of vaping was not corresponded with the clear of THC with contamination of vitamin E that came from black market. No one said anything. So we delivered that information, and that allows us to commit other users. So what is so important to commit the user to a campaign? In a moment of this discussion, we were really lost. We have barely a support. We have no way to reach to the deputies. It was so complex. So we called the users, creating a tool web, the name, their route, like DNA. So why he would vap, for how long he would vap, how does the life changes when vaping. So everything, every letter was sent, more than 9,000 people. So Ignacio received it, and all other people in the, like the deputies, they don't have information. It was an alternative of low risk, important, and it would be really important for population. So these people take into account that with a bad regulation, they will affect people that have a history, that they will not have rights to defend their life with a bad regulation. It's so important that the people can identify. In the campaign, we were in the streaming. One day we were in this streaming, and the idea came out, and if we start tweeting, so we went to Twitter, and 2,000 tweets, let's say 200 people in the TV, viewers in this case, 200 viewers. If each viewers post 10 times with this hashtag, we go to trending topic. 30 minutes, 2 hours passing by famous and on Facebook, they use the hashtag and they help us with us. It has nothing to do with vaping, but it was a struggle that has a famous with the other one. So we could contact with the legislator, Cordero, for example, that is a legislator, that is physician, and from one day to another, they give you a session. In the session said is, I'm interested in science. I don't need anything. We get her information, and we have many other vaping people accepting this in the Society of Health. So the project of law is differentiating these products, but also from the sectors that has been losing the battle. The executive that has all the possible restriction, we have got something important. The differentiation of products is one of them. We make the differentiation between a product with nicotine, vaping with nicotine, a vapor or another product without nicotine, and the normal cigarette. We go forward. So we make a differentiation in publicity. In an important manner, the marketing was prohibited for the traditional cigarettes. So we cannot think we want. We need to make more things on the executive law enforcement. They cannot prohibit, just restrict some aspects of the marketing, with which we are happy. And the warning, that is so important. The warnings says that it's established a warning on 20% of the main face in the in the vapors with nicotine and a 10% for the electronic system without nicotine. The SEANS, the electronical system of nicotine, should say that they have nicotine and it's addictive, and the selling is exclusive for the people 18 and above. And the one that has no nicotine in one of the faces has to say it's just exclusive for 18-year-old and above. So it's a very big hit. Was there each 6 months having a different picture? It was a good strike, but we have a very important discussion that we don't have yet. The quantity of nicotine and the milliliters of the liquid should be 10 milliliters and maximum 20 milligrams, and we are searching 60 milliliters and 50 milligrams. The others are a little bit more complex. Changing the marketing in vaping not smoking, we have done many interesting things. We have taken 5 complex cases on smokers and we made them quit smoking. They are vapers, they are not smokers. We did a test, an experiment with real smoking persons that we know it, but nowadays it's available as a graphical channel YouTube information. We have another in which the vaping is in the skin. We gave a tattoo to a vapor, people that running in Santiago. He was running and vaping. So you can see it in the network. The vaping is not smoking. The vapors in general wants to have information, real information, and to inform other people and help them. I'm not going to talk about the obligation that we have, the vapors, or moral to help the others. We have the obligation to help ourselves and our families that are going to be affected if we are back to smoking. As Javier said, vapors are inform people. If you survive on vaping, is fine. If you went on coronavirus and you keep on vaping and survive, you have to generate campaigns to be active, to generate movement. For finally, we have in our country regulations that are fair for everyone. And for last, vaping is not smoking. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bastian. I have a question. Bastian? Yeah, sorry. Please, what happened? How you started to be activist and why? First of all, I come from a city in Chile that is far from the capital in the north. Sometimes we have food and trucks with things. So I started to see that I am a person that when I do something, I try to do it as best as I can, and second, to know about what I am doing. Before vaping, I learned about vaping. It was not the decision because it looks like it look pretty. It was a product that reduces the risk highly, and the cigarette was, taking my toll. And in the news and the information in general that is delivered in the media, in the normal media or traditional media, was not the correct one. And we have many friends that said, hey, but that's very bad, right? So I explained, no, that this is not bad. You have not a combustion. You cannot so many chemical products that can harm your health. And I went to the group of Facebook. We met many other people in vaping. You make friends of different groups, economical groups of different cities from different ages. I have friends that vaping from 20 to 50, 60 years, and we go and eat some barbecue. To be an activist, we have to inform my friends. And then I saw myself in the obligation to inform other people. Thank you so much. Okay, so we are going to give the floor to Jeffrey Zamora. Please, Jeffrey. Thank you so much. It's so hard what you said at the beginning, that as you were the first one, you could say anything that anybody have said. In this moment, at this moment, in the forum, it's very funny that everything has been said now. No, and in reality, what I saw in the things that maybe I was going to say, because I have a presentation, even though I use graphics that other presentations have used, so it has no sense to use it again and repeating again. So maybe I'm trying to see things that I haven't said yet. So it's to see around this room, maybe the people that are watching online have not said, but we have these informational flags of 6 of the organizations worldwide that have manifested, saying that the use of electronic cigars is less harming than the normal cigarette. So we have 104 institutions and governments in a world level, signifying that we can have all these on the declarations of the entities of medical research, more important worldwide, that have said that this product is a harm reduction, is massively less harmful than smoking. So it's interesting how to read this, and all these things makes that in reality, saying that many people is against it, there's a concept really globalized that is products in reality are real less harmful. So there are many people that for interest or what we have talking other talks that are moralist factor or ideology factors that are opposed to these products, is because they think that it's not like this. Even though there's a lot of information, and since 2015, as someone said here, that the Real College of Physicians had the first nicotine without smoke information, that the electronic cigarettes, or this says textually that the risk in a long term would not exceed the 5% of the risk of the of continuing smoking normal cigarettes. So there's a lot of information, and we're still debating things that are obsolete and massifieds. One thing that I saw in the talks was Elivali, and it's really known, and CDC has said it was product of what is vitamin E. Even though we hear on and on that is linked to the products of the devices in vaping nicotine, when there was long ago is linked to the products that had been acquired in the black market of THC and was adulterated with vitamin E, but they have not told us why they place it vitamin E. This vitamin E, acetylcholesterol, it's a diluent. In difference with the nicotine, the THC is really expensive. So this vitamin E, what does is to dilute the THC, but it doesn't lose the viscosity that we need for the clients that are known to see this viscosity are from quality. So the people that is in the illicit market is trying to deceive the users for them to try to use that they are using a quality product in the THC. This is really interesting, and maybe no one have said this, so that's why I thought to say it was a good thing to say. Something that Bastian said, that was the new pedophiles, right? It's super curious, and Ingo said this question and answers that had the stigmatization and harassment on the people and in an activism or to the defense of these products of harm reduction that maybe is not known or handled, but in the results we have the 47.6% of people that in social network are defending these products of harm reduction are stigmatized, and they are called people that are working for tobacco industry, even though they don't have any money, they don't receive any money. They have a study also that was made by Gary Stimson and Jessica, that they are from KAC, that in the monitoring of all the organization of users of reduction of the harm reduction from 53 that are there, no one has any financial fundings on the tobacco industry. The great majority are ad hominem, free, and for passion and love, because for a crazy reason we want to be out there and to be said that we're pedophiles, that we are mean people, but we like to be in this game, you know, for any reason. We're like, Jeffrey, I'm going to interrupt a little bit because I want to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you with a Mexican slang. Let's see if we can understand it. And we are going to understand in this activism thing why the activists go everywhere and anywhere. Why are you in everywhere, and why do we know you? Why are you in activism? There is no activist in South America that doesn't know who's Jeffrey Zamora. Maybe one, but let's say in the forum limit. Why we know you and why are you in everywhere? Because I'm Snoopy. Because I like to be snooping, I like what I do, I like to think in any other way. I like to know that I help the people. I think, I don't know if you've noticed, in 1900 there was against on the use of condoms. That was really known. Again, we were against of using methadone. That OMC was participating. We were against on method of risk reduction for people using drugs, and everyone was moved forward by a group of people that believe on what they are doing, they can benefit on the public health. So I believe that what we are doing, all the people that we are here in this movement of damage reduction can benefit to the public health. And I like to be useful. I like to feel that I'm useful, and I don't think there is bigger achievement than to be on the service of others, to be useful for others. That's why I'm in every part of the world, in every topic. So let me tell you that we know him as a living encyclopedia on vaping. So what happened this? So ask Jeffrey. So who did this? So ask him. So please give him an applause. Okay, we are going to cut off the time because I need to ask to everyone. I want to do a disclaimer on all the vapors, of all the vapors. No. Just speak for yourself. We don't receive financing or funding from anyone. To be an activist is with a great headache, time-consuming, and we have to spend a lot of money on it. Thank you. So we're going to give the floor to Jorge Palma from Peru. As Jeff said a minute ago, to make an exposition after many people with so much knowledge is practically impossible for for people that have so few times. I started in 2019 with a group of friends in Peru that we decided to start this fight just to defend ourselves in the moment in the attacks we received. So we started without knowing what we were doing. We were vapors that we didn't want to take the vaping of the hands. So Levally happened. We could say a little bit of the truth on what was happening, all this news. The thing that we could do is to cut bad news. We didn't get that the media that were badly speaking said the truth, but we started in a good wind, that is what we consider to cut this bad news. In campaigns of information, the people that had stopped vaping for being frightened of the ebony and supposedly that we were killing to go back to our market. I was working at that time for the vaping to go to the sellings to the clients to stop to quit smoking, because many of them went back to killing themselves. For me, it's a suicide. And we go forward. We didn't have any idea that it existed, these relations in all the world. So we did more investigation and research on how's it in Peru. Thank God it's nothing this big. We would have no regulation. It's not good either, because this generates to have access for everybody, and everybody. I talk about the children. We know stores that have problem to selling and not sell to someone to selling to children, and the others not selling to children, because we don't have regulations. They rather not selling these children, and they have the discrimination rates because they don't want to sell children this vaping. So we are learning from these topics. We regulate them to in our country's congressman to inform them that is a real information why there is not a regulation, and the few tries of law enforcement started with is forbidden, because they didn't know what was this about. They didn't know that they have a resistance and so on and so forth. All the equipment they have and all that we were vaping is a disaster. The people that could quit smoking with the old treatments was the easier way, and we could go to the Congress that generate. Thank God, this year we have more than 3 projects of law that are positive. They are not in discussion yet. They have not passed the law enforcement and the respective commission. We have discussions, yes. Mainly, they regulate the taxes on the consumption, which it's for me perfect, but it's a differentiated tax on the tobacco. It's not as high as tobacco. It has different levels. One are struggling with 0 to 10%, 20 to 30, and so on. There are some that they say that we're worse than tobacco, and we have 180%. These are only words. This we have one that is negative, that regulates 4 main things. Instead of making equals to tobacco, they are making the warning that we know we are not against it, but we are against that has 80% of the face of the product, which is ridiculous. Prohibition of flavors. I don't say to take out the mint. A total prohibition, and the most aggressive for me. We have the same rate in tobacco in an ignorant way, that they want to avoid to sell tobacco in minus than 20. So and if you're going to go into a store, liquid, you have to buy 20. The cost is going up, and you wouldn't have easier consumption. It's not going to be easy for the kids, but it's not going to be easier for us because we don't have the money to go and buy 20, you know. So we are activating people. We're having a campaign to have information against of this project of law. We have very good opinions. They give positive alternatives. Not only I don't like this or I don't like that, and they have some reasonable ways without hearing us. We have these users, the informations, and the anecdotes and how they did in the vaping. In the association, we are trying to go to the media to inform more people, but social networks are limiting us because we go to the same people that is informed, that they know about vaping, that are all of us. So the idea is to generate interviews and have the same information here, but in a massive way, to reach all the countries. So it's all that I can say. So thank you to you that you leave me with nothing to say. So I'm the child of activists, so I know a little bit. I know that you are like a very discreet activist, but you have done many things in your country. What do you think is the most important that you have achieved in your country as an activist? That's a very hard question. I don't consider that I have accomplished nothing. This has been for many people, but if we are going to choose a specific thing, is we stopped a prohibition project no more than 1 year ago that was about to be signed from the Commission to Congress, and that's the last process. And was presented for one of the Congress groups bigger than the others, so we could have ended up as Mexico if we could not enter into this commission, that we really did it by miracle. I have no hope to sit and talk to them, and not even in COVID, yes, so everything was against it. But we did it. I consider it as a miracle. They listened to us. Thank you. Think of what they listened to. The owners of some shops get in and say marvelous things. The congressman said that forbidden things was not the solution, and thanks to that, they opened the doors to me to sit down and talk. Many of the ones that were voting in favor of the denying and prohibit, one of them is presenting a positive paper on it, and one is a doctor. So it has harm reduction on its name, and it's a law that we want to pass. It's the biggest that we want to have and we have had on our struggle. Please give him an applause. We are going to give the floor to Tomás. Okay, how are you? You have said everything, right? Okay. Anyways, who had the opportunity to go to Panama? I don't know if at any point you have been in Panama, you have had the freedom to go there. I'm going to explain to you a little bit in reality how the thing goes in Panama. In Panama, the vaping starts to be known in 2009, more or less. That was when we had the cigarette. It's known. Nothing happened. No one knows. The government didn't say anything. It was not interested in it, but it existed public policies of control of tobacco. Being Panama part of the framework of tobacco, and tomorrow and this year is the COP10 in Panama. And this is we never had stores in Panama. We never had the opportunity to have a commercial side. I call it gray market before a black market, because in this market on Panama, we don't want to have the way to have good products for those people that to sell them. And the people that are using it is informed and they know what to use and what not to use. But we go back to a decree of health that started in 2014 by the decree number 1838, that is in the same dispositions of the combustion cigarette, in which they talk about that you cannot use it in public spaces, not private spaces, so in any place. It's beautiful, right? Yes. Yes, but no. But more no than yes. Yes, all right. Okay. So in this decree, practically, it was made in a new government. The new government has a pressure, really big pressure by a civil, for non-civilian groups that were organizations, national organizations as these that we know, that we don't know who are sponsoring them, nobody. So it's more made, this decree was made under directly pressure on things of other matters. The legislative power was out there to search the way that the products of new technologies were not out there to be commercial. They had no life in the commercial part of Panama, not in the consumption. As you cannot say to the Panama people that you cannot use it, you simply don't add it, right? And the first phrase says that you cannot use these products of reduced risk in places as public and private, so nowhere. In the end, we go a little bit further in 2019, when a motion of a law started that had a gray area, a bigger gray area. But in the same way, was the same thing, although like the decree that had been made on 1838, it was the same thing, is the same. And in some days, the project law that we started, we start fighting a little bit more with the government, with the legislative part. The president, in fact, in this moment, that is the one that we have now, has a partial veto of this project, because went back to the illicit market. The president had notes on the U.S. for a congressman named Robert Pettinger, in which in his letter he said and talked about of the 79% of the illicit market that is controlled by tobacco of the combustion tobacco. In Panama, we have a very big market of combustion tobacco. Every day in the frontier, it goes in quantities and quantities of cars of this type of cigarettes. So even though the recommendations that we made as an association, like other association, I'll read that in this moment, another organization, worldwide organizations on the Hispanics and other languages spoken, they didn't hear them, and so it's born the actual law of June 30. That is a law 315. That is a law that is not in the Constitution. Why not? Not because they talk about the gray area. It's only allowing the market in the franc zone, that is the zone free of color. What happens there with these products? We will leave it there, okay? Okay, so with this, we also have had a lot of fights with people on the health ministry, the entity that is regulated with health in our country. We have a people that had given us hard time I reserve the right to say the name, but in a certain way, we are trying to search the ways on how can we abolish all the things that they do, all the ways that they do to be against us. Before this law, we had a project of law. We don't call it pro-vaping, we call it harm reduction. That is what it's talking about. It was the promotion of law 209 that you may be not here, you will not see it because never passed that law. Why? Because these people were in charge that always we were in the legislative area, in their turn to do it, they get it back, they get it out. So we don't stop, but in a certain way, the struggle has been really hard in Panama. We can see that these groups, these NGOs that are out from nowhere, they come, they have the floor, and they make you side, they leave you side. As my colleagues said, we are Amen. So we don't receive money, we give money, we have time, we give all the time, and we try to search for this help, that the legislators that want to help us, and people in communication from like some channels, TV channels in Panama that have gave me the opportunity to expose and go in national television to many people in a prime time news to give this talk to people. These are the most important things that we've achieved. In the beginning, this was to think on birds painted in the air, right? It was really hard. The strategy of us has been a little bit calmed down in terms of not going out loud. We want to go out loud to make a rally or something like that, but on the side of promotion, we have a law in Panama or a decree of the health ministry. We cannot do it. Not placing anything of information out there. In many ways, we are being banned, but we are making them struggle. We are trying to reach people and to seek the way on how we can get to those to all the time receive the misinformation of all these NGOs and all these places. You should see all the campaign they make. Yes, of course, it's best. So as a miracle, with few knowledge with Canvas, Illustrator, Adobe, we can make a post, and using the social media that can allow us to reach the final users to know what's the harm reduction topic we have done. The first one was with Dr. Mier. We have done 2. As long as it has been from our RTP since 2018, we have made 2 talks. Let us talk about talks in which Dr. Mier was not participating, and we want to make them in a certain way or in a certain moment. They cannot be done, so we want to go to the Ministry of Health. I'm gonna have to go to apply to give me a date from 2 to 30 because we are trying to talk to them last year in December. We have this letter to have these talks with the Health Ministry, and we haven't had any news on the matter. So it's making it hard, but okay, so for not saying more, this is what Panama is. We are a little bit fucked up. As Panama people said, we are not, we keep going on, we keep trying to go every place as it is in YouTube, 3:15, we are going to have it and having the best way for this to fall down. Yep. Okay. Is it? Is it? Yes. Thank you, Thomas. Hey, I have a question. Which are the goals that you have on the COP10 in your country? The COP10, you know my friend, you know her. Okay, my friend, I say my friend. You know that it's going to be, in a certain way, hard. The COPs are something really hermetic, but that doesn't take away the fact that we can make something alternative in which we can create consciousness on the Panama people to the foreigners. This year the COP10 is coming strong. I don't think that there's a way to think about how it's going to be, not as we're going to do, but what goes out of it, right? It's something that worries me because we're searching the way to integrate our opinion in it. We cannot do it. I don't know, no one that have done it. But the COP10, we are seeing it as an opportunity for us to can reach people in Panama to create this audience that we need, to create the people have this information that in any other way all the media in Panama have been trying to take it down, because with all this campaign that have gone strongly, I don't know, they call it Metrobus. So in Panama we have Metrobus also. These people have made in the back part of the Metrobus has said the electronic cigarette is even worse than combustion cigarette, the normal cigarette, which we know that's not true. It's an aberration. And with all of this, with all of what is going to happen, we will give as best as we can give to Panama in this COP10 as a parallel COP, if God allows us. Thank you so much. Let's give them an applause to Tomas Sanchez, please. Thank you. Okay, we are going to finish this table. We are tied with time. I'm going to take a freedom because we are lacking a Mexican activist in the table to tell us about the Mexican activist. And we have one that is going to talk about this, what happened in March in 2021 in Mexico. Jesus, in March 2021, it was my birthday. No? Yeah. Hey. We have another explanation. A while ago in the conference of the deputies, we talked about a project of law that was prohibited in the chamber in the chamber. So the Commission of Health in that days, they were talking about basically favoring this prohibition, and effectively, as Javier said, they discovered that this thing was not made by the Commission of Health, but for a lawyer of an NGO that from abroad. It was not me, the one who discovered it. I saw it in the media. But okay, so that meant that actually that laws was stopped and the prohibition that we have through a decree, we don't have it in the law. Okay, so that was what happened in March 21, and here it always happens things in relation with the vaping. Thank you so much. Let's give an applause of O'Gorman, Secretary of Pro-Vaping Mexico. So we end up this table of the activists. It's interesting to hear these stories because it's what is going on with the human thing, what what the people do when they have the initiative and a conviction to help, to seek help for people, that in the end of this, they are heroes. All these kids and Tomas are heroes for this idea. I thank you very much, and we finish the Mass. Thank you so much. So we thank a lot to our panelists, and we need to give a recognition on the participation and the picture.
Te voy a hacer otra pregunta, ven acá.
Y bueno, pues ya estamos en la recta final de este gran foro que hemos tenido el día de hoy, y pues dando inicio con el acto de clausura, me gustaría cederle la palabra al presidente de la Asociación México y el Mundo Vapeando, el maestro Juan José Sirión. Adelante.
Muchísimas gracias. Pues después de un día pesado, lleno de actividad, hemos escuchado muchísimas posturas y pues me gustaría referir brevemente algunos de los puntos que se trataron en el foro para que nos queden así a manera de, como se dice, de bullet points, y nos vayamos con la idea de qué es lo que tratamos aquí, ¿no? No voy a hablar específicamente de cada mesa, sino de ideas generales que nos queden en la cabeza, ¿no? Lo primero es, se deben de respetar los derechos humanos cuando se piensa en una regulación, especialmente el libre desarrollo de la personalidad, el derecho a la salud y el derecho a la información, que inciden directamente en el concepto de reducción de daños. La idea de crear una regulación debe de alejarse a la de buscar regulaciones prohibitivas, mucho menos cuando estas regulaciones no vienen del poder legislativo. Los decretos presidenciales prohibitivos son un atentado directo a la democracia de un país. Hay que cuidar
a country. We have to take care of the children. We should not allow to go in a legal way, and not also in an illegal way, and we have to control these children, and not to having all these vapings and cigarettes. Having an example, if we have a license that they can sell this, and the fee of selling a children, one of these is having a very big fee, they're going to stop doing it. We have to avoid evidently in a direct way the black market, because the black market is not guaranteeing qualities or not to be sold to children, we have to think about as a central way in the concept of harm reduction when we have a regulatory strategy in this type of devices. It's not only to think about a consumption device. This product could be an alternative for the use or for another that is more harmful. We have to restrict this idea of the precaution principle that cannot go to the with everything. No, it's unbelievable that some substance that is the normal cigarette that we know, that we have no doubt that is harmful for people, it's allowed based on the precaution. All the alternatives are prohibited. So it's crazy. It's a situation that is absurd. This forum, one thing that is proposing is to have collaboration spaces with Latin American people, not only with them, but this forum is from Latin America, but worldwide, that is struggling and is fighting for the same in pro of the benefit of people. I love the phrase of the documentary of Aaron Beaver, that is a billion lives, un millón de vidas. Un billón de vidas que se pueden salvar. A billion of lives that can be saved if this technology are regulated in a correct way. Finally, we should start to fight in the judiciary way. This politics, we have to go to judges if they don't listen to us, because they are in the end of the path, the one that has the last word, and they are the one to seek to be less ideologist, more going more to the law, because either you like it or not, law is law. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Juan José Yongli for his words, and I don't have anything else to say, but in the name of Rauder, Reason, Autonomy and Right, to thank all the panelists, to thank all the participants here on site and virtually. As Juan José said, it has been a very satisfactory exercise. We have good experiences of all the tables. We take them. Thank you so much of all the team that was supporting us to all the time. They don't appear on the scene, but without them we couldn't have made this work. They are a good team, and please give an applause to everyone that has helped behind the stage. Thank you to everyone. We are in contact, Reason, Autonomy and Right, and we want to take this process to promote all the human rights forward, and what else that to push forward the user of alternative media that is not the cigarette. Thank you so much and good night. And with this we finish the forum. I hope you have a good night. Thank you so much. Thank you, and this is not it. After, we're going to have a dinner for you. We just want you to give us some minutes in which our personnel helps us to do that. You will wait in the foyer, and then we will give the dinner and the cocktail that I have prepared for you tonight here. My name is Julia Garcia. I will say goodbye to everyone. I'm a vapor as you, so you can with my support, and vaping is not smoking, and I will use that phrase for myself also. Thank you and good night.